This page is the cover of SEGA Saturn Magazine, Volume 6, from April 12, 1996. It's packed with SEGA Saturn news, boasting 120% more information. The cover highlights some key titles like Vampire Hunter, which is likely Darkstalkers 3. There's also King of Fighters 95 and Virtua Fighter 3 getting full coverage, including a deep dive analysis of Virtua Fighter 3. A new version Saturn is announced too, alongside a lineup of upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. The cover also mentions Panzer Dragoon Zwei and Gungrafon, the Eurasian conflict as special features. Other games listed include Doozy J, Darius 2, Dragon Force, Gradius Deluxe Pack, and Snatcher. There's a section called SEGA Official Spring Saturn New Software Catalog, hinting at new releases. We can also see Japanese titles like 3x3 Eyes, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Dokusei, and Yanosato Byuin no Hitobito, among others, suggesting a wide range of genres covered in this issue. The main visual is an action shot from a game, possibly Panzer Dragoon, featuring a character riding a creature. The price is 540 yen. This page is a full-page advert for Dragon Force. It showcases some of the key artwork from the game with various characters posed heroically. The advert highlights the release date as March 29th and the price as 5,800 yen. There's also a Dandan Itadaki campaign running from March 8th to April 30th, offering players a chance to win SEGA Saturn-related prizes, and another promotion called Seal wo Okute Erabo, where you can send in seals to win goods, with 3,000 winners being selected for the Kimamama Select course to choose a prize from a catalog. It seems like SEGA was pushing Dragon Force heavily upon its release with these promotional campaigns. This advertisement promotes the SEGA Saturn game Dragon Force, a history simulation RPG. The ad features a map of the game world, artwork, and highlights key features: a player-driven storyline, real-time battles, large-scale battles with up to 200 characters, and over 120 unique characters. The advert also details a prize campaign running from March 8th to April 30th. By collecting 3 application seals from new SEGA Saturn software, players could enter a draw for prizes. The SEGA Saturn Life Course offered 2,000 winners either a remote control set or power memory. The SEGA Saturn Select Course offered 1,000 winners a carry bag, and another 1,000 winners a CD case, shaped like a SEGA Saturn console. Entrants had to send a postcard with the seals and personal information to a specified address. Certain software titles were excluded from the promotion. This page is dedicated to the game Gulliver Boy, subtitled Fantasy Science World Gulliver Boy. It seems to be a highly anticipated title, as indicated by the large text at the top saying, "Finally." The page proudly announces the creators behind the game, boasting some very famous names in the industry. The director is Uji Hiroi, known for the popular Tengai Makyo series. Character designs are by Toyu Ashida, famous for the Mashinhiro Wataru anime, and incredibly, special mechanical designs are handled by none other than Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball. The artwork on the page definitely reflects Toriyama's distinctive style, particularly in the main character's design, with his spiky hair and expressive face. Below the main character, there's a smaller, fairy-like creature. This looks like it could be a really exciting and visually impressive game with such a talented team behind it. This page highlights the Saturn game Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldine, billing it as an amazing adventure action RPG. It emphasizes several key features. Firstly, it boasts exhilarating battle scenes, promising intense and engaging combat. Secondly, the game offers a deep and intricate trading system, suggesting players can become wealthy through strategic commerce and resource management. The page also raves about the impressive animation quality, mentioning TV and video-level visuals and large, vibrant screen displays. Finally, it points out the richly expressive characters, noting that during conversations, characters are chatty and full of emotion, enhanced by voice acting, including the talents of voice actress Chisa Yokoyama and many others. The game is priced at 6,800 yen and comes on 2 CD-ROMs. This page is all about a brand new type of magazine for Saturn called Gameware. It's not your typical magazine, it's actually on Credromer. They're calling it a game magazine you can play. The launch date was April 5th, and it cost 1,980 yen. Gameware is packed with cool stuff. You get Serial Game, which sounds like playable game demos, and they say even just issue number 1 is fun. And the fun keeps going as the series progresses, promising a new kind of game entertainment you haven't tasted before. There's interactive advertising, which isn't just boring ads, but adverts you can actually play around with. They also have a digital gallery to showcase digital artwork. The information section gives you the latest on Saturn games, including previews. And get this, there's even shopping, where you can buy game-related goods, crids and stuff, through mail order. Finally, they are highlighting a SEGA Saturn Masterpiece collection for Saturn fans, calling it a chance to easily enjoy famous Saturn titles. Down below, there are screenshots from what looks like some of the content. I see images that remind me of D, Vibribbon, or something very similar looking, EVO, Search for Eden, and something called Telecom Town, and HG Cup, which might be a sports title. It looks like a really interesting concept for a magazine, bundling games and info together on a CD. This page continues introducing Gameware, and it boldly declares that this magazine is not for reading. It's emphasizing that Gameware isn't your typical magazine, but something you experience, something you play. The image strongly features a CD case with the Gameware logo, visually reinforcing that this is a new type of media. It also mentions that the next issue of Gameware will be released on July 5th. This page is showcasing a few new soccer games for the SEGA Saturn. First up is Victory Goal 96, boasting realistic diamond soccer action and commentary from Mr. Rinos, alongside Kanasato Katsuhiko and Kimura Kazu. It's priced at 5,800 yen and was slated for release on March 29th. There's even an announcement for a Vigol 96 game tournament at Yokohama Joypolis in April. Next we have Istoe Zico, or Zico Soccer as it's known internationally, focusing on soccer techniques and strategies guided by the legendary Zico himself. This one is also priced at 5,800 yen, and introduces a basic mode for learning the fundamentals, and a visually enhanced, level up mode. They are also running a Dandan Itadaki campaign for new software until the end of April. Lastly, for simulation fans, there's J.League Pro Soccer Club Otsukuru, a club management simulation where you aim to build the ultimate J.League team. This one is a bit pricier at 6,800 yen and promises deep simulation gameplay where you scout players, secure sponsors, and ultimately lead your team to J.League glory. This page shines a spotlight on Dark Savior, a full polygon RPG for the SEGA Saturn that's aiming to redefine the genre with its groundbreaking visual system. They are touting it as the first of its kind. The game promises a sprawling adventure across over 300 full polygon maps, a parallel scenario system for branching storylines, and exciting 3-set battles. We get to meet some of the key players behind the game, with Kan Naito as the chief programmer. We're also introduced to characters Ryuya, a bounty hunter, and Koyuki, a female ninja. Adding to the hype, the main theme song is by Anne Lewis. The page mentions that Dark Savior draws inspiration from RPG classics like Dragon Quest II and IV. They're emphasizing a dramatic story with branching paths, promising a tale where your choices really matter. They boast about multiple playthroughs being needed to see everything, and hint at a staggering 100 different patterns of gameplay. It's scheduled for release in May 1996 for 5,800 yen. This page is all about classic Konami games making their way to the SEGA Saturn. First up is Snatcher, the cyberpunk adventure game. It's being hyped as a legend reborn on Sega, promising a gripping drama and a mystery you'll need to unravel. They're emphasizing the intense story and the life-or-death situations. It's scheduled for release on March 29th at a price of 5,800 yen. Below that, it's all about Gradius Deluxe Pack, with the tagline, Legend is about to take off. This package is bringing back the legendary shooting game Gradius, promising thrilling shooting action to defend the galaxy. This is also slated for release on March 29th, and priced at 5,800 yen. Finally at the bottom there's a Get the Soft campaign banner, and some Konami company information with addresses for various branches. This page continues to showcase Konami's strong lineup for the SEGA Saturn. At the top, they are highlighting Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You, a dating sim that was already a hit on PC. The Saturn version is promising that you can finally confess your feelings to your chosen girl. which sounds like a big deal for fans. It's slated for release in summer of '96 for 5,800 yen. Next to it is Policenauts, which they're calling the ultimate form of the game. After its success on PlayStation, it's coming to Saturn and promises a visual experience that goes beyond imagination. They haven't set a release date or price for this one yet, keeping us in suspense. Below these upcoming titles, they're showcasing currently popular Konami games that are already on sale. This includes Chibi Maruko-chan, a puzzle game based on the popular anime, and several shooting games like Parodius Da, Deluxe Pack, and Twinbee Yahoo, Deluxe Pack. For sports fans, there's JIKU Powerful Pro Baseball 95, and for table game enthusiasts, Ise Meijin. All these games are priced around 5,800 yen, except for Ise Meijin, which is slightly cheaper at 5,300 yen. Finally, at the bottom, there's a scratch card campaign where you can win Konami and SEGA Saturn software. It seems like Konami is really pushing their presence on the Saturn. This page promotes two different games. At the top, it's showcasing Magical Hoppers, which is subtitled Action Drama Edition. The advert highlights it's coming out on May 17th and will cost 5,800 yen. The artwork shows the main character, a girl with bunny ears wielding a giant mallet, alongside a dragon-like creature, suggesting it's an action-packed title. Below that is an advertisement for SEGA Bass Fishing. It emphasizes realistic bass fishing simulation at home and mentions that the game uses 3D polygons for dynamic fishing actions. The ad points out various features like different lure types and mentions Daiwa Seiko's full cooperation in creating realistic fishing gear within the game, including rods, reels, and lures. It also states that the game is already on sale and priced at 6,800 yen, excluding tax. There are screenshots demonstrating the gameplay and different aspects of the fishing simulation. This page showcases two games. The top half of the page is dedicated to Pocky and Rocky 2. Highlighted as a fantasy extravaganza action game. It's advertised as bringing a chaotic and imaginative experience to the Saturn. The ad features the cute characters Pocky, Ran-chan, voiced by Mika Kanai, and Rocky, Pochi, along with another character, Kushiyako, voiced by Eriko Yasuhara. It emphasizes the game's charming and cute characters, building on the popularity of the previous Mega CD version. They also boast about the high-quality animation in the game. The bottom half of the page is an advertisement for Thunderhawk 2, a high-speed 3D helicopter shooting game. It emphasizes fast-paced aerial combat and 3D polygon graphics. It mentions the game's setting in 1999, where global conflicts still rage, and that the player will be part of a NATO helicopter task force codenamed Firestorm. It boasts about the free directional control and varied missions, including battles against ground and sea units. The game is already on sale for 6,800 yen, and the ad highlights its thrilling polygon-based action. This page is dedicated to announcing the arrival of Xanadu on the SEGA Saturn. The page features a large, colorful illustration with various anime-style characters, suggesting the game will have a strong character focus. The text excitedly proclaims that Xanadu appears on SEGA Saturn, and also mentions a giveaway. Players who return the user questionnaire included with the game have a chance to win prizes, such as animation cells, signed artwork, and stationery. It's clear this is a big deal, bringing a well-known RPG series to the SEGA Saturn. This page is a promotional advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game 3x3 Eyes, Absorbing Eye Princess. It highlights the game as an adventure title, with high-quality animation that recreates the world of the original story. The advertisement mentions that the opening animation is being reproduced in the game. The page also outlines the story, which takes place after the battle with demons in the Wandering Great Wall. The characters Aima's and Paima's words have turned black. Following this, two mysterious incidents occur in Taiwan, China, and Shikoku, Japan, hinting at a grand tale unfolding. There are several screenshots from the game displayed, showcasing dialogue scenes and action sequences. Character names such as Neck, 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 and are listed, along with their voice actors. The advertisement also promotes a special Credrom that comes with the SEGA Saturn version. This Credrom includes a recording of the theme song by and A, plus footage of them recording, interviews, character introductions, and other extras. The game is slated for release on April 5, 1996, and will be priced at 7,300 yen, which is before tax. It's presented as a 3-disc set, 2 discs plus 1 special disc. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game Wangen Dead Heat. It's hyped as a 30-frame polygon car racing game for 2 players, perfect for heated battles. The game boasts realistic graphics and features 20 courses set along the Wangen coastline, emphasizing drifting. The page highlights several key aspects. Firstly, it's a 2P battle mode, where players can enjoy real races with friends, each with their own cockpit view displayed on the screen. Secondly, it emphasizes 3 viewpoints within the game, offering different perspectives and angles. The advertisement also mentions a total of 20 high-speed Wangen coastline courses, split between day and night, plus mirrored versions, all designed for thrilling drift racing simulations. Adding to the excitement is a scenario mode, where you can race with beautiful women. The ad lists names like Yuki Kimoto and Rika Mizutani, and mentions 10 real-life beautiful women are waiting, suggesting a dating sim element where you can only take them on a side seat ride if you become the Speed King. The price is listed as 6,800 yen. This page is an advertisement for the Victor V Saturn Twin Operator. It's showcasing the console's ability to play both video crids and photo crids, a feature highlighted as Twin Operator. The ad emphasizes that you can enjoy video CD and photo CD software simply by equipping the Twin Operator. For video crids, it mentions features like playback control, including functionalities like flash playback, slow playback, strobe playback, and program playback, broadening the range of enjoyment. For photo crids, it notes portfolio support, enabling picture playback combined with music and narration. Other option functions are also mentioned, like vertical/horizontal rotation, enlargement/reduction, and program playback for photo crids. The ad also promotes the Gangrafon opening movie as viewable on the Twin Operator, boasting smooth, full-motion CG video thanks to the True Motion method, claiming a high level of image quality with 30 frames per second. The price of the Twin Operator RGVC2 is listed as 21,000 yen. Finally, it reiterates the SEGA Saturn system's core strengths, including its 32-bit RISC CPU, high polygon performance, and full-color graphics, positioning the V Saturn as a next-generation virtual game machine that will continue to run non-stop. This page is an advertisement for a new adventure game by Naoki Prize-winning author Kageki Shimoda, marking his first foray into game development. The game promises a high-quality 3D CG experience with compelling voice acting and a story full of mystery and intrigue. The scenario, written by Shimoda himself, is described as grand and profound, touching upon historical Japanese themes and even the Big Dipper constellation, packed with unique and witty tricks. The page features screenshots showcasing the game's 3D graphics, including a skull with a gemstone in its eye, various character portraits, a dog, and a mansion. A poem is included, possibly hinting at the game's puzzles and storyline, referencing queens, kings, and sphinxes. The advertisement highlights that Kushibusawa, known for producing the Nobunaga's Ambition series, has been working on this adventure game for 10 years, emphasizing its beautiful and realistic 3D CG visuals. The marketing boldly claims it's 7 times more interesting than previous adventure games. Finally, at the bottom, there's a small section detailing job openings for various game development roles, including programmers and designers. This suggests the game company is actively expanding its team. This page continues the spotlight on Koei's upcoming adventure game, Sevenfold Secret Museum. It reiterates the mysterious atmosphere set across 7 mansions, and emphasizes the game's focus on the psychology of its characters, particularly the female ones, enhanced by music from Miyagawa Yasushi. The page highlights the voice cast, featuring well-known talents like Hikaru Midorikawa, Takehito Koyasu, and Megumi Hayashibara, along with a narrator and a special guest voice actor. You can see more in-game screenshots, including the tiger shown previously. For SEGA Saturn owners, the game is priced at 7,800 yen, will come on 3 seeds, and is scheduled for release on April 5th. The page also lists the key staff, including credits for the original work, music, voice actors, and the producer, Koku Shibusawa. This page showcases a couple of games from Koei. The main focus is on Winning Post 2, a horse racing simulation game promising 120% realism. It's described as the next installment in the popular horse racing SLG series, emphasizing enhanced visuals and more dramatic horse racing world. The advert highlights its price at 9,800 yen and announces it's on sale today. Below, there's also a mention of PTO2, Pacific Theater of Operations, originally titled Teitoku no Ketsudan 2. It's advertised as a WW2 game and part of the Water Margin SLG series, boasting a significantly improved system. This one is priced slightly higher at 10,800 yen and is also currently available. The page includes screenshots from both games, a vibrant image of a horse race for Winning Post 2, and a strategic overview map for PTO2 showing airplanes and ships. This page continues to showcase games from Koei, with the spotlight on Air Management 96. This is a business simulation game where you seem to manage an airline. The advert uses a striking image of a stylized airplane and includes screenshots showing character portraits and in-game maps. It emphasizes the grand scale and realism of the simulation, promising a world tour experience. This one is priced at 8,800 yen and is advertised as being released today. Below, you can see an advert for Gotha 2, Night of the Sky. This is described as an SF simulation game, specifically a sequel focusing on aerial combat. It's touted as a Battlefield Myth Grand Continent style game, emphasizing the destiny of a prince. This title is currently on sale with good reviews for 6,800 yen. Screenshots show futuristic aircraft engaged in combat. This page continues with more from Koei, showcasing Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Einfive, Wall of Fire, known in Japan as Sangokushi Iketsuden. It's touted as a new Romance of the Three Kingdoms title, reborn by fusing strategy and RPG elements into a Koei-style simulation game. You can see in-game screenshots, one showing a strategy meeting and another depicting a battlefield. The advert highlights the dramatic Romance of the Three Kingdoms story and asks if you can achieve your ambitious dreams in this historical setting. It's set to release on March 29th for 8,800 yen. Below this, there's an advertisement for the EMIT value set, which is described as a popular English learning software that allows you to enjoy all volumes at once. This set includes EMIT Volume 1, When Time Stood Still, EMIT Volume 2, The Time Bomb, and EMIT Volume 3, Farewell to Me. The key people behind EMT are mentioned as Jiro Akagawa for the original story, Mutsumi Inomata for character design, Katsuaki Togo, a professor at Waseda University, for English education supervision, and Tetsuya Komuro for music. The value set is priced at 15,800 yen, while individual volumes are available for 8,800 yen each. This page is a striking advert for Nobunaga's Ambition Returns, highlighting it as a brand new visual experience. It mentions that the original Nobunaga's Ambition from the PC era has been reborn, emphasizing improved playability and deeper strategic elements, all while retaining the core enjoyment of the historical simulation gameplay. The advert features a large, close-up image of a samurai character, presumably Oda Nobunaga himself, and smaller screenshots of the game in action, showcasing both strategic map views and character portraits during gameplay. The game is priced at 5,800 yen and scheduled for release on March 29th. Below the main advert, there are smaller ads for other Koei games. One is for Nobunaga's Ambition, Lord of Darkness, described as a popular historical simulation game that conveys the ambition of warring states. Another ad is for Romance of the Three Kingdoms IV, promoting it as the definitive historical simulation game in the series, offering a taste of mainland China unification. Lastly, there's an ad for Winning Post X, which is described as a horse racing simulation game that lets you experience the emotional connection with horses. This page is an advertisement for Angelique Special, a neo-romance game from Koei. It highlights that this popular romantic simulation game is finally making its appearance. The tagline asks, "Aim for the Queen, or live for love," setting the scene for a game focused on romance and becoming queen. The advert mentions that this new style of simulation game was a huge hit on Super Famicom and is now coming to the Sega Saturn. It boasts beautiful animation, impressive voice acting, and many events and productions. The page emphasizes the popular voice cast, listing names like Toshihiko Seki as Julius, Sho Hayami as Clavis, and others including Ryotaro Okiawayu, Takehito Koyasu, and Hikaru Midorikawa, suggesting a star-studded voice cast for the characters. There's also a special premium present campaign running, offering prizes like Angelique special cell art, videotapes, and telephone cards. The game is scheduled for release on March 29th and priced at 7,800 yen. The page uses the phrase Guardian Saints and Asking the Guardian Saints, which indicates a core gameplay mechanic or theme related to these characters. Overall, the advert is clearly targeting a female audience interested in romantic simulation games, with attractive characters and a focus on voice acting. This page is an advertisement for Sonic Wings Special, highlighting the launch of a new entry in the Sonic Wings shooting game series for Sega Saturn. It proclaims that the game pushes the exhilarating feeling of a shooting game to its limits, marking a rebirth for the Sonic Wings series. The advert points out key features like the adoption of vertical screen and vertical scrolling, with selectable screen display options. It also mentions a new time attack mode, where players can compete to defeat bosses quickly, and boasts the most endings in the series, hinting at secrets to uncover after completing the game. There's also a promotional campaign mentioned, where the game comes with a Mau Mau single CD, and a lottery is being held to give away original mugs to 1,000 lucky winners. The Sega Saturn version is scheduled for release in May, priced at 7,800 yen before tax. The ad features screenshots of the fast-paced shooter gameplay and introduces some of the diverse characters featured in the game. This page is an advertisement for Isto e Zico, which translates to Zico's Thinking Soccer, a Sega Saturn soccer game. It's presented as the ultimate soccer Bible, and features the legendary Brazilian footballer Zico as a coach. The game is scheduled for release on March 22nd and priced at 5,800 yen. There's a quiz contest where you can win some cool prizes. Prize A is a J.League replica uniform for 11 winners, and Prize B is Puma soccer shoes for 10 winners, alongside other soccer merchandise like bags and training wear. The quiz question asks you to fill in the blank with one character related to Isto e Zico. If you buy the game, you also enter a prize draw to win even more soccer goods. This page is advertising Lupin III: The Master File for the Sega Saturn, part of the Sega Saturn multimedia software series, scheduled to be on sale from March 29th. It seems to be some kind of compilation or reference product, highlighting that everything about Lupin II is included within. There's a limited time purchase campaign offering several bonus items. A prize is an original Lupin III cell art for 2,000 winners. B prize is a poster set of Lupin III: The Fuma Conspiracy for 4,000 winners. C prize is original stickers for 8,000 winners, and D prize is a Lupin III desk pad also for 8,000 winners. The advert mentions that the software contains original animation segments not viewable anywhere else. TV series episodes 1 and 6, OVA episodes 1, and the movie Lupin III: The Fuma Conspiracy, and also includes a database covering everything about Lupin II. The price is listed as 5,800 yen. This page is showcasing Gusen Oyoyo S, a dungeon escape puzzle action game for the Sega Saturn. The advert highlights the S's version, boasting a significant increase in stages compared to the original Saturn release, promising a larger game volume. It also mentions selectable voice types from both the arcade and Saturn versions, additional music and graphics, and a bonus CM film. Furthermore, a completely original new mode that wasn't in the Sega Saturn version has been added. The game is set to be released on March 29th, priced at 6,800 yen. The page features colorful artwork of the game's characters and screenshots demonstrating the puzzle gameplay. This page is an advert for Puzzle and Action, Sandra on Sega Saturn, proclaiming, "That series is back." It highlights that the game boasts over 27 brand new minigames and is set to be released on April 5th for 5,800 yen. The page features artwork with cartoonish characters from the game and screenshots showing puzzle action gameplay. It seems to suggest this is a sequel or part of an ongoing series with the phrase, "What happens twice?" At the bottom, there is a mention of Sento Monogatari Sono 2 being on sale now, and a recruitment notice for development staff at CSK Research Institute. This page is an advertisement for Brain Battle Q on SEGA Saturn, a self-proclaimed RPG prize quiz game. The advert emphasizes speed and thrill, promising the best RPG achievement and a goal to reach national ranking number 1. It seems to be promoting a quiz RPG, where players can compete to become quiz champions. The page also details a special campaign, the Los Angeles Disneyland Invitation Campaign, where you can win a trip to Disneyland by correctly answering a quiz question and entering a draw. The game itself is priced at 4,800 yen. The advert features screenshots from the game and logos for SEGA Saturn and Clef, the publisher. The next page presents adverts for two very different games. On the left, we have Devil Summoner, a role-playing game that plunges players into 3D polygon dungeons filled with immersive sound, where you'll confront demons and experience intense fear and combat. The text speaks of uncovering the future from within the darkness. You can see screenshots of the dungeon environments. On the right side, the page advertises Dodonpachi, a legendary scrolling shooter game that was a 1995 Game Street Special Award winner, now ported to the SEGA Saturn. The advert highlights the excitement from the arcade hit, promising thrilling gameplay with unique bombers and challenging boss characters that will get your adrenaline pumping. Screenshots show off the intense vertical shooting action. Devil Summoner is priced at 6,800 yen, and Dodonpachi is slightly cheaper at 5,800 yen. This page showcases Revertheon, a high-speed 3D fighting action game from Technosoft for the SEGA Saturn. It's presented as a versus-style game, where you control biological mecha robots battling in a 3D polygon world. The advert highlights the game's 60 frames per second smooth animation and emphasizes its fast-paced combat. The text details features such as the 8 unique robot units, each with different forms, abilities, and diverse attacks, piloted by 8 distinctive characters whose stories intertwine within the game. It also mentions a 2-player versus mode for exciting battles against friends, and extensive options to customize gameplay, including field size and handicaps. The tagline, "Reborn in Hyper," suggests an intense and evolved fighting experience. Screenshots at the bottom of the page show in-game combat scenes and character selection screens, giving a glimpse of the game's visual style and roster. Overall, the page positions Revertheon as a cutting-edge and feature-rich 3D fighting game for Saturn owners. This page presents a double feature of arcade shooting masterpieces making their way to the SEGA Saturn. On the left, we have Night Striker ES. This game is set to release in mid-June for 5,800 yen, and it's all about cutting through a massive, tightly packed city in your intergray vehicle. It sounds intense, like racing through cityscapes at breakneck speed, dodging obstacles and blasting enemies on the ground and in the air. They are highlighting branching routes and a total of 6 different endings, hinting at some cool replay value and varied experiences. On the right side, we have Metal Black, scheduled for release a bit earlier in late May, also priced at 5,800 yen. This one focuses on collecting neutrons to power up your ship and unleash devastating attacks. It boasts 6 stages, plus bonus stages, leading to encounters with colossal, energy-based bosses. The taglines for both games really emphasize the arcade roots and intense action, promising to bring that coin-op thrill to your home console. Both games are presented as being highly polished ports, capturing the essence of their arcade counterparts, perfect for shooter fans on the Saturn. This page is an advertisement for Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldine, on the SEGA Saturn from Sunsoft. It's promoting the upcoming release of this RPG, scheduled for summer 1996, and priced at 6,500 yen. The tagline translates to something like, "Heavenly thunderous roar. It is he who soars through the heavens," hinting at an epic and possibly skybound adventure. The advert showcases the game's anime-style character art, with several characters prominently featured, including a dragon-like creature. There are also some small screenshots showing gameplay, appearing to be battle scenes and world map exploration. They're advertising a special pre-order campaign, where early buyers get a desktop calendar and a deluxe CD box. It also mentions this is a side story, or Gaiden, in the Albert Odyssey series. Overall, it's building anticipation for this new RPG release on the Saturn, with attractive artwork and pre-order incentives. This page is advertising Siberia, a game from Interplay for both Sega Saturn and PlayStation. The tagline is, "Freedom, and in exchange for, a dangerous mission." It sets the scene as the year 2027, where the protagonist, Zak, gets caught up in a struggle between the terrorist group Cosa Nostra and the Democratic Republic group, involving dangerous missions and final weapons. The advert highlights the game as a popular PC title ported to consoles, emphasizing its 3D rendered characters and backgrounds, realistic visuals from space to interiors, and gameplay focused on shooting, puzzle solving, and action. It also mentions branching storylines and fully voiced characters. Below the text, there are 4 screenshots showcasing in-game scenes with characters and gameplay. Finally, it lists the release information, with both Sega Saturn and PlayStation versions, priced at 5,800 yen. This page is an advertisement for FIDA Remake, a simulation RPG for the Sega Saturn, also subtitled The Emblem of Justice. It excitedly proclaims its arrival, stating, "We've kept you waiting! FIDA Remake, finally appearing!" The page lists character names under the headings Cast, Cargo Dragon Type, and Cargo Dragon Type 2, suggesting these are character roles within the game, though they are all in Japanese. Visually, the advert showcases artwork of 2 prominent characters: a rugged-looking swordsman with red hair, and a wolf-like humanoid character wielding similar weaponry, and a stand, dynamically posed on a rocky outcrop. Below the artwork, further text elaborates on the game, stating that players will step into FIDA's grand world and get caught in the whirlpool of fate alongside the runaway knight Brian Stelbart. It mentions battling against the powerful Mildred Gal's empire to carve a new history. The advert concludes with release information, stating the game is scheduled for release in April 1996 and priced at 6,300 yen, excluding tax. It also contains the copyright information for 19,941,996 Yanoman/Max Entertainment, and mentions that the mark indicates compatibility with Sega Saturn hardware and peripherals. The next page showcases Sword and Sorcery, a role-playing game for the Sega Saturn. The advert highlights the game's tagline, which translates to, "Become the strongest legend." We are shown artwork featuring the main characters, including a blue-haired swordsman, a red-haired sorceress riding a pink dragon-like creature, and a cute, slightly teary-eyed rabbit-like companion. There's also a rather menacing-looking green monster with a horn. The text describes Sword and Sorcery as a micro-cabin RPG, and talks about it being an epic adventure of magic users and their companions in the world of Russian, centered around the Tower of Elgort. It emphasizes the dynamic character casting with powerful voice actors, and lists voice actors such as Megumi Hayashibara and others, including names associated with character roles like Lucian, Elgort, Pinako, and Mion. The advert also details game features like 3D battle stages, full polygon and texture mapping, and dynamic camera angles during battles. It mentions an open Nyanya present campaign, where buyers have a chance to win original cell animation by lottery. The game was on sale in May 1996, priced at 6,800 yen. The bottom of the page is a recruitment advertisement looking for people skilled in 3D graphics, graphic design, programming, and planning, for those interested in game development. This page shines the spotlight on Suiko Enbu Fun Saiki, proclaiming it's the kind of Suikoden experience fans have been eagerly awaiting. It seems to be really pushing the boundaries of the series with taglines like, "How far will it evolve?" and emphasizing a relentless pursuit of fighting techniques. The advert is packed with exciting features like a beginner mode for newcomers, speed adjustment options, and a dramatically improved presentation. Plus, they've thrown in 2 guest characters, bringing the total count to a hefty 14 playable fighters for some intense battles. They're also highlighting a more aggressive pursuit system in combat, and strategic depth, added by the ability to place weapons. You can see glimpses of the action in the included screenshots. For early buyers, there was a storm calling campaign, offering a special phone card to 2,000 lucky winners. Published by Data East, Suiko Enbu Fun Saiki is already available for purchase at a suggested price of 5,800 yen. This page is all about Gen War for the Sega Saturn, a hyped-up 3D action game set to launch in April of '96 for 5,800 yen. The tagline screams about opening up a new frontier of 3D action, and the story sounds intense, involving a return to Earth to prevent an invasion from friendly aliens, with the crew of the exploratory vessel Da Vinci being the only ones who've noticed. There are a bunch of screenshots showcasing mecha action and some in-game scenes. Interestingly, they're also highlighting the voice cast, calling it a popular, gorgeous voice actor squad. Some of the names mentioned are Yoshiko Inoue as Gina, Isamu Tanonaka as General Squad Leader, Kazuhiko Inoue as Boxhead, and Kenji Utsumi as Akira, along with others. Besides Gen War, there's also a little spotlight on Hyper 3D Pinball as another '96 Sega Saturn release. And at the bottom you can see it's published by Virgin Interactive Entertainment. This page is showcasing True Pinball, which is actually Hyper 3D Pinball, as it's known internationally on the Sega Saturn. It's being touted as a super realistic pinball game. There's a competition being advertised for the Iron Ball Man with a grand prize of 1 million yen. The advert emphasizes the game's realism, promising pinball action from 4 different tables, aiming for a high score of 100 billion points. It also mentions a cool feature, 2-mode viewpoint switching, and the possibility of having up to 5 multi-balls in play at once. The release date is set for April 5, 1996, with a price of 5,800 yen before tax. Published by Gaga Communications, but developed by Digital Illusions CEAB, the same team mentioned in the previous page for Hyper 3D Pinball. This page showcases 2 music creds related to the popular Sega Saturn game Dragon Force. On the left is the Dragon Force original soundtrack, set to be released on March 25th. It's priced at 2,800 yen and features 22 tracks, including the opening theme Courage, the ending theme Future, and bonus narration tracks with opening sound effects. The right side advertises Dragon Force Creation Chronicle Volume GM Progress 7, which is part of the Super Dimension Super 3 DEXP series, releasing on April 1st and costing 2,500 yen. This CEOD features voice acting talent and 6 arranged music tracks. Both adverts feature artwork from Dragon Force with female characters prominently displayed. This page is an advert for the game High Octane. It's described as a futuristic racing and shooting game, where you pilot floating vehicles in a chaotic 21st century world. You choose from 6 different types of racer cars, aiming for first place while utilizing power-ups and weapons to destroy opponents. The game boasts exhilarating 3D graphics and features 9 tracks for championship and single races. The advert highlights the intense battles and strategic use of items to gain an advantage. It mentions that the Sega Saturn version enhances the texture mapping and the immersive feeling of the race screen. New music has been added, with a total of 9 music tracks. Both the Sega Saturn and PlayStation versions are priced at 5,800 yen. There are screenshots showing the gameplay with futuristic vehicles racing on tracks. The Bulldog Productions logo is also present. This page is an advertisement asking, "Have you bought it yet?" It's for the game The Tower on Sega Saturn, described as the world's greatest skyscraper simulation and a big hit. The advert highlights a little-known fact. If you build all 4 sides of your tower as the Tower department store, you can receive a certificate of honorary residence. The game is priced at 6,800 yen. There is also a small image of the gamebox art in the bottom right. The next page promotes the Virtua Fighter 2 Perfect Guidebook, brought to you by the Sega Saturn Magazine editorial team. They're calling it the definitive guide to the game, promising complete coverage of all 11 characters, including Dural, with full move lists and strategies even for secret fighters. The page features a striking stylized blue graphic. At the bottom, you see the cover of the book itself, the Virtua Fighter 2 Perfect Guide. It's currently on sale for 1,100 yen, is ab-sized, and is apparently receiving excellent reviews. This page showcases a range of perfect guidebooks aimed at Sega Saturn gamers. Headlining is the Guardian Heroes Perfect Guide, promising to be the definitive resource for the action RPG, covering all 45 playable characters, move lists, and in-depth strategies for the story mode. It's a 5-sized book, priced at 880 yen and already on sale. We also see an advert for the Virtua Fighter 2 Perfect Guide, which we know is already available and highly recommended as the complete guide to master all 11 characters, including Dural, with move lists and strategies for even the hidden fighters. Next up is the Tower Perfect Guide for the city building simulation game. It mentions the game allowing you to build twin towers and highlights features added since the PC version. This guide is also a 5 size, priced at 980 yen and scheduled for release in early April. Finally, there's the Theme Park Perfect Guide, which caters to DOS V, Mac, PlayStation, Saturn, and even 3 DOS owners. It's positioned as the perfect guide for mastering the amusement park simulation game. This one is a 5 size, costs 1,600 yen, and is already available for purchase. This page is dedicated to the game Mahjong Dokusei Special for the SEGA Saturn. It's advertised as the climax for you, the player, tempting you to be captivated by your own skills in Mahjong. The game boasts sexy voices from luxurious voice actors and attractive character designs. It highlights features like Reach Ipatsu, asking if you'll go bankrupt in the game. It also playfully promises 120% nude service from beautiful girls and 200% excitement, suggesting a very suggestive and stimulating experience that will test your strategic thinking with seductive techniques. We can see images of the 6 main female characters, each with a small profile box showing their name, age, and blood type. They are Sakuragi Mai, 18 years old; Kurokawa Satomi, 18 years old; Saito Mako, 23 years old; Masaki Natsuko, 21 years old; Tamachi Sayaka, 20 years old; and Serizawa Yoshiko, who is 25 years old. The page also details the game's release information, stating it was released on March 29, 1996. There were 2 versions available, a regular version and a First Press Premium version. The regular version was priced at 6,800 yen, and the premium version at 8,800 yen. The First Press Premium version included a portrait CD and also entered buyers into a lottery where 600 lucky winners would receive a set of 3 telephone cards featuring the 6 main characters. This page is all about Cho Aniki, and it's screaming, "Power up" for the SEGA Saturn. The advert is incredibly over the top, with muscle-bound men striking flamboyant poses, promising a new and powerful experience on the Saturn. It seems like they're running a campaign, mentioning a present campaign, where 100 people could win something. It also mentions that the latest information is available on the internet via a URL, www.iijnet.or.jp/ncs, and highlights that the Cho Aniki music CD from Eastworld EMI is scheduled for release on March 27th. The advert also gives a release date for the game itself as March 29th, with a price of 5,800 yen before tax. It's clearly targeting an adult audience, as there is a rating for 18 years and over, suggesting this Cho Aniki game is pushing boundaries, possibly in terms of its suggestive content, as you might expect from this series. The whole page is visually arresting and promises a wild ride for Saturn owners. This page shines a spotlight on The People of Nonomura Hospital, a game that sounds like it's diving deep into mystery and suspense. We're introduced to Takuma Kaibara, who's labeled as a notorious genius detective, and alongside him is Isaku, a butler known for his ever-present, icy smile. The game seems to be centered around a series of incidents unfolding at Nonomura Hospital, and it's up to Takuma's brilliant detective skills to unravel the complex web of events. The page features character artwork of Takuma, Isaku, and another woman, set against a backdrop of the hospital under a stormy night sky, definitely setting a dramatic and perhaps eerie atmosphere. It's also marked with an 18+ age rating, suggesting it might explore mature themes. The header mentions perfect and flawless, multi-test, hinting that this might be a game review or preview section. This page is an advertisement for the game Desire. It's touted as the first installment in the Lease System series. The game seems to revolve around a protagonist who ends up hospitalized and encounters a diverse group of individuals. We've got the hospital director's wife, described as strange and beautiful, a nurse with a gloomy atmosphere, and other nurses named Misato and Chisato, who are described as sharp-tongued. The text hints at a mystery, where they aim to uncover the truth. The ad showcases character art of these individuals, including a stern-looking older man, presumably the hospital director, and several anime-style women with varying hair colors. There's also an on-sale banner highlighting the release date as April 26, 1996, a Friday, and a price of 6,800 yen. The bottom corner mentions ELF as the company behind the game and provides their address and phone number. It looks like a visual novel or adventure game with a focus on characters and mystery, set within a hospital environment. This page showcases a game that's boldly proclaiming itself as the definitive strip mahjong experience. And it's finally here. Judging by the visuals and the text, it's packed with anime-style beauties, as they say, beauties galore. It seems like they are really pushing the adult anime angle here. The screenshots show a mahjong game interface, and they're also highlighting that this game is super class, with both voice acting and action elements. The release date is set for March 29th, and it will cost 6,800 yen. So, if you're into strip mahjong games and anime girls, this one's being presented as the top-of-the-line choice. This page is dedicated to Angel Lips, which seems to be the strip mahjong game they were talking about previously, and they are really pushing the heavenly and angel angle. The page highlights the game's main girls, who are described as your mahjong opponents. First up is Ura, a 15-year-old who's presented as the youngest but also mischievous. Then there's Miyuki, an 18-year-old who is gentle and likes arts and crafts. And finally, Kana, a 23-year-old who is portrayed as a sophisticated woman with a bit of a cool and daring side. For those grabbing the first edition, there are some tempting bonuses being offered. They're including a special handkerchief with a kiss mark and signature from one of the girls, Urara, Miyuki, or Kana. But the big draw is the chance to get invited to a real-life strip mahjong event called Angel Lips, Angel Touch. It's advertised as a secret event in Tokyo for 300 lucky people who buy the first edition. And it's even featuring appearances from popular adult video stars Shione Miyagi and Yumeka Takami. Of course, you need to be 18 or older to join in the event. Angel Lips is definitely aiming for the mature crowd, and it looks like they're going all out to make this game a must-have for fans of the genre. This page introduces Can Bunny Premiere for the SEGA Saturn. Described as a renowned PC adventure game, now making its debut on the console with added romance scenarios. The advert highlights that this isn't just a simple port. It's been upgraded with enhanced graphics, redrawn in 32,000 colors specifically for the Saturn, and with changes to both the story and characters to deliver a perfect, upgraded gaming experience. The question corner addresses common concerns. Firstly, it confirms that due to its adult content rating, high school students cannot purchase the game. It also clarifies that while based on the PC version, the Saturn release is not identical. They assure readers that despite being a console port, the adult content level is maintained, matching the PC original. For early purchasers, there's a chance to get a special Sweetie Original poster. By sending in the included application postcard, 100 lucky people will be selected to receive this exclusive item. Can Bunny Premiere is compatible with the Shuttle Mouse and was released on April 5th, priced at 5,800 yen excluding tax. This page is an advert for the SEGA Saturn puzzle game, My Best Friends. It highlights that clear times in the game affect the movies you unlock, offering up to 4 stages of changes. The game boasts captivating animation, voice acting for realistic performances, and a replay function so you can rewatch unlocked content. The advert also includes screenshots showing puzzle gameplay and character interactions. The bottom of the page features artwork of the main female characters and game information, stating it's a puzzle game for one player, rated for ages 18 and up, and priced at 6,800 yen. The staff credits list roles such as game designer, programmer, character designer, and store staff, concluding with contact details and address information for Atlas. This page advertises Virtual Photo Studio, a game coming out on March 29th, and it really emphasizes that it is really possible. The advert lists the cast members as Takashi Nishimura, Jiro Dan, Yukijiro Hotaru, and models as Yumi Asakawa, Ayumi Sugisaki, and Ayako Nakanishi. There's a message from someone named Wu, who seems to be involved in the game's creation, possibly a director or producer. He apologizes if the game caused any trouble, saying he made sure to edit it thoroughly after being told to be careful. He mentions taking responsibility and wanting to deliver something great on March 29th. Wu mentions that they didn't compromise on quality, using rehearsals and lingerie to capture realistic camera angles and expressions, even saying it was hard work for the models. He stresses that the most important thing is the realism, and that the game is different from typical Japanese adult games. He ends by saying he'll be waiting for everyone at the store. The page also highlights features like Model Select, letting you choose models, and mentions a bonus stage activated by collecting 3 gold hearts. Screenshots show in-game scenes and interface elements. There's also a promotion to win a sexy making video for 100 lucky people who send in postcards. The game is published by Acclaim Japan and priced at 6,800 yen. This page is a full-page advert for Mortal Kombat 2 on the Sega Saturn, announcing its release on March 29th. It features a large image of Shao Kahn looking menacing with the words, "Wanted Dead or Alive," plastered over him. The advert highlights that it's the complete version, and is being sold for 5,800 yen by Acclaim Japan. It's a pretty stark contrast from the previous page's advert for that virtual photo studio game, going from realistic adult content to brutal fantasy violence. This page is all about strategy guides from the PlayStation Books and SoftBank Publishing. First up, there's a perfect guide for Super Robot Wars S on the Super Famicom, promising complete for all 73 scenarios. It boasts character and unit data, special birthday info, and essential items for clearing the game. A separate Super Guide also exists for the Super Famicom version of Super Robot Wars. Both are reasonably priced under 1,000 yen. Moving on, we have Namco Museum Volume 2 Perfect Guide coming in March. This one covers 6 classic Namco titles: Xevious, Mappy, Gapless, Dragonbuster, and Cutie Q. The guide aims to delve deep into the games, covering basic knowledge to advanced techniques, and is touted as a must-have for fans. Interestingly, they also advertise a Namco Museum Volume 1 Perfect Guide at the same price. Finally, at the bottom, we have a perfect guide for theme park, supporting a wide range of platforms, including DOS, V, Mac, PlayStation, Saturn, and even 3DO. This one's a bit pricier, at 1,600 yen. This page highlights a few new books from SoftBank Publishing. First up is Game Machines Sing Daisy Daisy Songs, a book version of a popular column from the Super Famicom magazine. Releasing in late March, it explores the deeper questions about why we love video games, even as adults. Written by Ono Sayumi and illustrated by Mizutama Kei, it seems like a fun and insightful read. Even game designer Yuji Horii gives it a recommendation. Next, also scheduled for late March, is the Super Famicom All-Game Catalog Volume 3. This is presented as the definitive guide to all Super Famicom games released up to January 31st, 1996. It's a hefty 224-page all-color book for 1,200 yen, packed with game introductions, specs, reviews, and even the all-game chart, which ranks games based on reader votes from the Super Famicom magazine. It also includes indexes and data, making it a must-have for Super Famicom fans. Finally, for RPG fans, there's RPG Illusionary Battlefield Maidens of War at 2,000 yen. This book dives into the stories of women who played significant roles in historical battles, offering a unique perspective on history from a female point of view, exploring their beauty, strength, and sometimes tragic stories. It's written by Tsukasa Seita, Sakakibara, Iruka, and others. This page is the contents page for SEGA Saturn Magazine from April 12, 1996, Volume 6. The big news is the cover feature on the King of Fighters 95. There's an exciting SEGA Saturn Spring Hurricane announcement, which hints at a new Saturn console and a fresh lineup of games coming soon. For strategy fans, there's a special guide for Vampire Hunter, and in the special report section, they are covering Gun Griffon, the Eurasian conflict, the highly anticipated Panzer Dragoons Y, Zero Yan Champ Duzij, and a tentative title for Gradius 2. The page also has a dynamic image of a fighting game character in action, fitting with the fighting game focus in the contents. This text previews content from a SEGA Saturn magazine. New release titles announces upcoming games, including Psychic Detective Series DD, Lamar Girl, Mahjong Angel Ripisu, and Rockman X3, Mega Man X3. Basketball game Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Slam Dunk 96 is also mentioned. Coming soon soft lists games in development, such as Dark Savior, Dragon Force, and Kukakan Kagaku Sakai Gulliver Boy. Other notable titles include Gradius Deluxe Pack, Snatcher, Mortal Kombat 2 Complete Edition, and numerous other Japanese games. Further sections include the SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide, promising game strategies, SEGA AM3 Research Rush, focusing on Last Bronx, and SEGA AM2 Research Express Neo, highlighting Virtua Fighter 3. The Game Index offers an alphabetical game title list. The final section details various articles and features covering game news, developer interviews, and reviews. This page of SEGA Saturn magazine is packed with updates. Big news is that SEGA is giving the Saturn a makeover with a color change. They're aiming for a massive 5 million unit sales milestone. And the Saturn is getting a fresh coat of paint, changing body color and button designs on March 22nd. This new model will be priced at a surprisingly affordable 20,000 yen, hoping to appeal to a wider audience, including younger players and female gamers. Beyond consoles, indoor theme parks are getting a boost of fun from SEGA and Namco. SEGA is launching Aqua Nova, promising a large-screen 3D video and motion ride experience. Namco is creating Nanja Town, designed to evoke the downtown atmosphere of the Showa era, with unique attractions to entertain visitors. Together with You and Saturn section, highlights voice actors. These three ladies seem to be recording radio commercials for a game called Hyper Reaction R. The recording session took place on February 26th. Finally, there's a present section featuring an illustration with signatures, probably for a reader giveaway. SEGA Saturn enthusiasts can look forward to new offerings. The Command Memory S Pro Commander enhances gameplay with memory functions and special effects. And a Gex fan art contest offers prizes. Bantan Computer Academy provides training for aspiring digital media creators. Game Shop Blue holds a spring campaign with branded merchandise as prizes. Upcoming music releases include Mari Kanemoto's Koku Haku, Hitomi Sudo's Brothers Hero, Akiko's Happy Little Time, Lisa's Life Words and Mind, Sakurai Tomo's Lay Early, the Dragon Force soundtrack, and the Saryuki 2 soundtrack. Cosplay Shop Cospa is giving away Kyoto-kun gloves. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn Top 10 best-selling games, with Vampire Hunter, also known as Darkstalkers, the Night Warriors, taking the top spot. It's praised for its smooth animations and diverse characters, making it accessible to newcomers. Following behind are titles like J.League Pro Soccer Club, O Tsukuru, a soccer club management sim, and Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is so popular it's causing sellouts in some stores. Other games in the top 10 include The Tower, SEGA Bass Fishing, Afterburner 2, SEGA Rally Championship, Street Fighter Alpha, Virtua Fighter 2, and Virtua Cop. Moving on to the arcade scene, Fighting Vipers and Soul Edge are highlighted in the top 5 video games chart. The latest arcade craze is discussed, mentioning the excitement around the Virtua Fighter 3 demo at the AOU show, and the popularity of Virtua Fighter Kids, which is considered a major hit on the STV arcade board. Finally, a table presents the top 5 arcade games, listing Virtual On at number 1, followed by Virtua Fighter 2, Fighting Vipers, Tekken 2 Verb, and Soul Edge. All of the top 3 arcade games are from SEGA, while Namco claims the last 2 spots in the top 5. This page highlights user desires for the SEGA Saturn, broken into 2 sections. Want to Convert lists the top 20 games users wanted ported to the Saturn, with Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, and Tekken series leading the charge. Other popular requests included Virtua Cop 2, Real Bout Fatal Fury, and various other notable titles. Hopeful New Soft features the top 15 most anticipated new releases, with Cyberbots, Full Metal Madness, King of Fighters 95, and Fighting Vipers topping the list. Other anticipated games included Yonomura, Bayuin no Hitobito, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, and Sakura Wars. The page also includes smaller sections congratulating Virtua Fighter Kids completion and noting Police Knots development progress, along with check sections highlighting specific titles. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn Readers Race Rankings, giving us a snapshot of game popularity. The odds table Saturn A is essentially a reader-voted chart of Saturn games. While there's a long list of titles with scores, it looks like the top games are Segallery Championship, Virtua Cop 2, and Vampire Hunter. Moving on, we have New Arrivals sections reviewing fresh games. First up is Vampire Hunter, which seems to be getting great reviews, praised for its arcade feel, graphics, sound, and gameplay depth. The reviewer highlights it's enjoyable even for home use and compares it favorably to X-Men and Street Fighter Zero, noting its high level of polish. Next we have Pro Yaku Greatest 996, a baseball game. The review emphasizes realistic player motion capture and strategic gameplay, highlighting the tension in matches and the game's AI. Lastly, Thunderhawk 2 is featured. This one seems to be praised for its ease of play and immersive operation. The review mentions the volume and enjoyable gameplay. Finally, there's a short piece noting that Vampire Hunter is doing well in the rankings, aiming for the top spots alongside SEGA Championship. It seems like Vampire Hunter is a real hit with readers. This review covers several new Saturn game releases. RoboPit, an action game, is praised for its simple controls and customization. Bug! Jump! Punch! Let's go! Is a challenging but fun platformer with beautiful stage design. PD Ultraman Link is a puzzle game with humorous dialogue and addictive gameplay. NBA Jam Tournament Edition, a port of the arcade classic, offers enjoyable gameplay despite dated graphics. Heavenly Ukiyo Bathing Journey, an anime-style adventure, has nice visuals but simple gameplay. Ninku Messenger of Hot Courage faces criticism for its controls and gameplay. Hot Trick Hero Stas, a simple sports game, is highlighted as an addictive party game. The review also mentions the odds table Saturn B chart and the latest battle situation line, indicating active reader rankings and competitive polling for game popularity. This page features a preview of games in the next issue of the magazine, with reader predictions and expected odds for titles like New Century Evangelion, The Tower, Return to Zork, and Matsukata Hiroki's World Fishing. Readers have provided average ratings and comments on these games. There's also a ranked chart of popular SEGA Saturn peripherals, with the Real Arcade VF joystick topping the list, followed by various other joysticks and controllers. The page highlights ongoing interest in SEGA Saturn peripherals, mentioning renewals and new products like the Virtua Stick Pro model. The software review section touches on games like Vampire Hunter and Dracula Dragon, offering reader opinions and ratings. It seems readers are discussing the best Vampire Dragoon Suvai and speculating on its odds. A large section is dedicated to inviting readers to participate in the SEGA Saturn Readers Race. This involves sending in postcards with predictions for game rankings and comments to win prizes such as a joystick and power memory. The page details how to enter and the prizes available. Finally, there's a special present section advertising a giveaway of joysticks and power memory sets to 5 lucky readers who participate in the poll. There's also another reader poll for predicting the top games in the next issue, specifically asking for predictions for New Century Evangelion. It seems to be a page focused on reader engagement and predictions for upcoming game rankings and giveaways. This page dives into The King of Fighters 95, with a special strategy guide focused on conquering the Level 4 CPU. It's a pre-release feature, hyping up the game and revealing 2 hidden characters, Omega Rugal and Kusanagi Sai. The article explains how to use these powerful characters, noting that they are normally unplayable, but can be accessed using a special command input in Team Edit mode. Omega Rugal is described as powered up by the Orochi clan, and returns with even stronger moves from the previous game, while Kusanagi Sai, Kyo's father, is also introduced as a formidable fighter who was seemingly defeated by Rugal in the past. The core of the page is dedicated to 6 key gameplay patterns to exploit against the Level 4 CPU in KOF 95. These patterns range from basic attack strategies utilizing normal and special moves, exploiting openings after blocked attacks, countering jump-in attacks, and using specific character weaknesses. It emphasizes understanding the Creepyu's tendencies to counterattack, and suggests using projectile characters and throws to your advantage. The guide advises players to analyze the Creepyu's patterns and adapt their tactics accordingly to achieve victory, highlighting that Level 4 CPU difficulty can be overcome with the right strategy and character choice. The page is packed with screenshots illustrating gameplay scenarios and character portraits to support the strategies discussed. This page continues the King of Fighters 95 strategy guide, now focusing on specific tactics for 3 popular characters against the Level 4 CPU. First up is Kyo Kusanagi, and the guide suggests patterns 1 through 4 are effective. The main strategy is to use standing weak kicks and fireballs, projectile attacks, at mid-range. It recommends using jump-in attacks and being mindful of spacing to avoid counterattacks. Pattern 5 is marked as not recommended because it makes you vulnerable. Next, for Benimaru Nikaido, the guide emphasizes using standing strong kicks. Pattern 1 and 3 are highlighted as effective, particularly when the CPU is close. Jump strong kicks and crouching weak kicks are also recommended. The guide warns against relying too much on special moves, as they can be easily countered by the CPU. Finally, for Goro Daimon, the strategy revolves around throws. Pattern 1, focused on throws like the Heaven and Earth Return, is key. The guide suggests using standing strong punches, aiming to hit with the tip of the hand. It advises players to avoid predictable patterns and throws when the opponent is ready to counter, and to mix up throws with other attack options. Overall, the guide stresses the importance of throws and varying your attacks with Goro to beat the tough level 4 CPU. This strategy guide for King of Fighters 95 focuses on advanced tactics. It emphasizes counterattacks after dodging enemy moves as a primary strategy, particularly against the CPU. Mastering essential special moves like Iori Yagami's Darkness Sweep and Maiden Masher is crucial for combos, zoning, and countering. The guide then provides character-specific strategies. For example, against Kim Kafwan, avoid Pattern 3 due to his frequent flying kicks. Against characters like Choi Bounge, Chang Kohan, Billy Kane, and Chin Gensai, Pattern 1 is often recommended. Athena Asamiya's mix-ups make Pattern 3 risky. The guide also highlights the importance of throws, like Heaven and Earth Return, and guard breaks, encouraging players to vary their timing and mix them with other attacks for offensive advantage. This guide provides strategies for using Ryo, Robert, and Takuma Sakazaki in King of Fighters 95 against CPU opponents. For Fryo, players should either maintain distance with kicks and fireballs, punishing jumps, or employ close-range combos. Managing the power gauge is key for distance-based attacks. Robert Garcia benefits from multiple patterns, particularly using his Hien Ryujin Kyaku, dragon punches, and jump attacks. Takuma excels with his Tiger Flame projectile, mixing ranged attacks with his Hien Shippu Kyaku, and countering CPU jumps with aerial attacks. Each section includes visual aids and a pattern effectiveness rating. This page from the SEGA Saturn magazine continues the King of Fighters 95 Strategy Guide. Building on the previous page's character strategies, this one dives into specific matchup advice against various CPU opponents. It covers fights against Choi, Billy, Takuma, himself, Kyo, Eiji, Ralph, Chan, and Andy. For each matchup, the guide offers tailored tactics, such as using jump-strong kicks and combos against Billy, or managing power gauges and dash attacks against Takuma. Interestingly, it also highlights that a Pattern 1 strategy isn't effective against certain characters, like Yuri Sakazaki, fighters using the Fudo Shiranui style, Chin, Chongensai, and Chan Koehan. The guide emphasizes the importance of weak kicks and combos, especially when linked with the Shippu Kyaku, Hurricane Kick, for effective attacks and pressure. Overall, it's a detailed strategy page aimed at helping players master King of Fighters 95 on the Saturn. This page continues the King of Fighters 95 Strategy Guide, now focusing on specific tactics for Terry Bogard and Joe Higashi when fighting the CPU. For Terry, it suggests that simply using forward plus C is a very effective strategy, especially patterns 2 and 3, which utilize jumping medium kicks and crack shoot cancels. It also mentions the back knuckle as a good attack. Andy's section highlights the Shugeki Hisui Shao, or rising water palm, as a powerful technique. Patterns 1 and 3 are rated highly, involving crouching weak kicks into the rising water palm and incorporating guard cancels. For Joe, the guide praises his varied attack patterns, particularly patterns 1, 2, and 3, which use a mix of hurricane upper, strong slash kick, and tiger kick. The screenshots illustrate these moves in action and show the effectiveness of these strategies in gameplay scenarios. Each character section also has a table showing the effectiveness of different numbered patterns, rated with circles, triangles, and crosses. Essentially, this page gives you some really solid, character-specific tips for dominating the CPU in King of Fighters 95. This guide provides advanced tactics for King of Fighters 95, focusing on Terry and Annie Bogard. Terry's strategies include using back knuckle as a close-range attack against guarding opponents, chaining crouching strong kicks into crack shoot, and utilizing crouching weak kick into rising tackle for pressure. It also suggests using jumping weak kicks followed by a drop attack on a kanji. Andy's focus is the hurricane upper for close-range attacks, especially as a counter. It advises using sliding attacks to close distance, and suggests alternative attacks if the hurricane upper misses. The guide also details cornering strategies, combining jump and ground attacks. Additionally, it warns against overuse of standing strong kicks and crouching strong kicks, particularly against the CPU, and recommends specific patterns for Joe Higashi against the CPU for easier matches. Finally, it advises caution against King's moves, especially her jumping kicks. This guide outlines CPU battle strategies in King of Fighters 95 on the Saturn, focusing on Hydern, Ralph, and Clark of the Akari team. For Hydern, the key is projectile and anti-air control. Employ crouching strong kicks and moonslashers to bait jumps and intercepts with moonslashers. Timing is crucial. Avoid over-reliance on specials. Ralph thrives on direct offense. Utilize standing strong kicks and crouching strong punches chained into Gatling attacks. Use weak normals to initiate combos. And exploit well-timed jump-in attacks. The Gatling attack counters projectiles effectively. Clark's approach is less predictable. Use standing strong kicks, bait jumps with crouching weak punches, and counter with vertical jump strong kicks. Employ throws for jump-in opportunities, and use counter throws, like the Super Arabian Backbreaker. Flexibility is key. This strategy guide for King of Fighters 95 on Saturn provides matchup-specific tactics. Against Iori, zone with projectiles. For change, use Hydern's jump attacks to counter his approaches, or use jump-ins to close the distance. The bomb punch strategy involves crouching strong punch into weak punch, bomb punch. Against Yuri, counter jump-ins with throws, especially guarding her jumping strong kick before throwing. Use throws as an opening move. For Clark, start with blow-away attack cancelled into Super Arabian Backbreaker. Always use Power Max mode and prioritize the Gatling attack, using specials like Moonslasher or Shadow Slash at close range before a Gatling attack. When fighting Choi, guard his spinning attacks and punish, or use continuous crouching weak punches at close range. This page of SEGA Saturn magazine continues the King of Fighters 95 strategy guide, now focusing on Athena, Kyo, and Genjuro matchups against the CPU. For Athena versus CPU, the Phoenix Arrow move is highlighted as surprisingly effective. Pattern 1, which involves using standing strong punch and closing distance, is rated highly. The reviewer mentions that Athena's standing strong punch has good reach and encourages approaching the CPU and repeatedly using this move. In the Kyo versus CPU section, the strategy revolves around air throws. Patterns 1 and 3 are effective, focusing on jump attacks and using the Haishun Kai, or standing strong kick, to cancel into super moves. The reviewer notes that aerial approaches are strong against the CPU and recommends using air throws. Lastly, for Genjuro versus CPU, the standing strong punch and fire strategy is featured. Patterns 1 and 6 are recommended. Pattern 1 involves using a standing strong punch, which can be cancelled into a Kusu Giri move. Pattern 6 utilizes the super move, San Sen Setsu. The strategy focuses on using standing strong punch and incorporating super moves when possible, highlighting the fire effect of Genjuro's moves and their effectiveness. This strategy guide delves into advanced tactics for Athena in King of Fighters 95. It highlights Athena's dash throw effectiveness against the CPU, while cautioning against characters with throw reversals. A Phoenix Arrow wake-up strategy is discussed, emphasizing distance. Super jump strategies combining air dashes and aerial psycho balls are suggested for long-range approaches. A simple, effective strategy involves repeatedly using Yanagiba Renka against specific opponents. Matchup-specific advice includes using standing strong punch against Daimon, rolling against Billy, super jump air throws against Hydern, strong kicks against Choi, distanced approaches against Chin, long-range psycho balls against Yuri, and jump strong punches against Haomaru. The guide also covers pattern execution, recommending Pattern 1 strategies for lower levels and cautioning against CPU counter damage. Quote, "This page features strategy guides for King of Fighters 95 on the SEGA Saturn, focusing on how to fight against the CPU with specific characters. It's broken down into character-specific advice for Kim Kafwan, Chang Kohan, and Choi Bounge. For Kim, the guide recommends exploiting his flying heaven kick, emphasizing patterns 1 and 2 as effective. It details how to use the flying heaven kick to control space and punish opponents, especially when they approach. For Change, the strategy revolves around his raw power, Patterns 1 and 3 are highlighted as effective, suggesting the use of strong standing kicks and crouching strong kicks. Jump attacks are also recommended. The guide explains that while some patterns might lack reliability, Pattern 2 with crouching strong punches and jump attacks can be effective, but not guaranteed. It mentions that Pattern 5 with the iron ball break isn't very effective, and Pattern 6 is too weak for offensive play. Lastly, for Choi, it's noted that CPU battles are not his strong suit. Pattern 3 is recommended, focusing on jumping behind the opponent and using strong punches. This strategy aims to exploit openings in the creepy's defense by attacking from unexpected angles. The guide warns that Patterns 4, 5, and 6 are unreliable, especially Pattern 6, which is easily guarded and can lead to counterattacks. The page ends with a tip about jump attacks landing effectively on the CPU. This King of Fighters 95 guide provides CPU battle strategies. Against Clark, use special moves and capitalize on openings. Yuri is vulnerable to flying kicks but guard after. Robert is susceptible to Change's Iron Ball Rampage when stunned. Don't panic against Daimon, and use the Iron Ball Rampage strategically. Patiently approach Takuma, dodging projectiles. Exploit King's low guard with jumps and throws. Choi's air throw is key against Change. Anticipate Billy's long-range attacks. Punish Ngoki's erratic projectiles with close combat. Use jump attacks and projectiles against Benimaru. Finally, utilize Athena's jump attacks and strong punches to defeat Kyo. This page continues. The King of Fighters 95 CPU Battle Guide, now focusing on female fighters. First up is Yuri Sakazaki versus CPU, suggesting using her 100 blows move. Patterns 1, 2, and 3 are effective, which involve standing strong kicks and 100 blows cancel. Also to use weak punch Yuri Chow upper against opponents using projectiles, and to predict when the opponent will jump to use a standing punch. It is mentioned to be careful if they guard after the 100 blows attack. Next, it's Mei Shiranui versus CPU, and the strategy is to confuse them with her flower butterfly fan move. Specifically, Patterns 1, 2, and 3 are effective. Pattern 1 focuses on standing strong kick followed by weak flower butterfly fan. Pattern 2 is using weak flower butterfly fan to attack. Pattern 3 is jump strong punch into dragon flame dance. It's noted that Pattern 3 is powerful and can take away a large chunk of the Creepy's health if the combo is successful. Finally, King vs CPU is covered, recommending the illusion dance when in trouble. Patterns 1, 2, and 3 are effective, and suggests using counterattacks with tornado kick after guarding. The strategy involves using counterattacks and illusion dance to reliably hit the opponent, especially after guarding their attacks, and also to mix in jump attacks and standing strong kicks. It's also mentioned that the tornado kick is effective to guard and then attack. This guide provides strategies for defeating specific characters in King of Fighters 95 on the Saturn. Against Orochi, utilize jumping attacks and throws after blocks. Kim Kafwan's crouching strong kick is highly effective, particularly after crouching weak kicks. Choi Baoji should be fought with jumping kicks and throws, employing Pattern 3. Avoid Pattern 2 against Athena Asamiya due to her Psycho Reflector. Instead, use standing strong punches and jump punches, and be wary of her Psycho Ball attacks. Interrupt Billy Kane's sliding arrow with standing weak punches and jumping weak kicks, countering with fire attacks like Dragon Flame Dance and Flame Fangs. When facing Daimon Goro, adjust spacing and use Tornado Kick in close range. Finally, approach Ryo Sakazaki cautiously, crouching and guarding. Then use crouching strong kicks followed by strong punches if successful. This page continues, the King of Fighters 95 Strategy Guide, this time focusing on matchups against the CPU. First up is Kyo Kusanagi against the CPU. The strategy revolves around more than just jump attacks. Although they are effective, it suggests various attack patterns, with Pattern 2 being highlighted as good, likely involving jump-in attacks leading to ground combos. Patterns 5 and 6 are marked as ineffective, possibly indicating overly predictable or unsafe approaches. The text mentions using guard breaks and strong kicks as part of the offensive. Next, we have Ryo Sakazaki in his shadow side form versus the CPU. The main tactic here is described as luring and cutting, using the iron sand breaking technique. The strategy seems to be about baiting the CPU with weaker versions of iron sandbreaking to open them up for stronger attacks. Pattern 2 is again highlighted as effective, while patterns 4, 5, and 6 are deemed less useful, potentially due to being easily countered or leaving Ryo vulnerable. Finally, the guide covers Billy Kane against the CPU. The recommended approach is long-range combat. Pattern 1 is noted as effective, likely emphasizing Billy's staff attacks from a distance and counterattacking. Pattern 6 is also considered good, suggesting another viable long-range strategy. The guide advises on maintaining distance and using counterattacks effectively with Billy's staff. This guide provides character-specific strategies for King of Fighters 95 against the CPU. Takuma benefits from aggressive jumping and comboing with strong kicks, punches, and his Kutuken. Yuri thrives in close-quarters combat, using light attacks followed by NU or other specials. Clark excels with his napalm stretch to break guards and utilize throws. Terry should use power charge to close distance and focus on ground attacks. Against Chin Gensai, use smaller, faster characters like Choi or Chin to avoid projectiles. Athena's strategy centers on constant psycho-reflector usage to intercept attacks and counter. Finally, Hydern relies on effective counterattacks, baiting the CPU and punishing with counters and throws, requiring good timing and attack reading. This guide offers strategies for Gungrafon missions 4 to 7, building upon previous advice for missions 1 to 3, where the difficulty increases. A core tactic is utilizing jump attacks to exploit the vulnerability of ground-based vehicles. Mission 4 requires quick movement and attacks in an open area. Mission 5 emphasizes night vision and the use of jump boosters, which become available after a phase. Mission 6 features a flight area, demanding speed, and later involves soldiers and tanks. Mission 7, set in a narrow valley, stresses ally protection and the effective use of their attacks, recommending the two-legged walking mode for movement. The guide concludes by hyping Mission 8 as the final battle and encouraging player experience. This page details Mission Bloodstorm for Gungrafon, which is set in a grassland area near Ulaan Baatar, and emphasizes high-speed battles. The mission is described as taking place in a wide area, where time is of the essence. The strategy involves using roller dashes for quick movement and relying on the radar to locate enemies. It's crucial to effectively target enemies and use dash attacks to save time, as efficient combat is key to success. The map data shows a squarish battle area with enemies scattered around. Player unit stats are displayed for BMX, Martyr 2, and Leclerc MBT, outlining their HP, AP, weapon damage, and reload times. The page also highlights dealing with fast-moving enemy units, advising players to anticipate enemy positions and plan routes accordingly, considering missile flight times for attacks. Reinforcements are detailed across waves. The first wave arrives 16 seconds into the mission, with enemies approaching the player's starting point. These enemies are TU's 6 Tunguska vehicles, noted for their anti-air capabilities and strong firepower. From the second to fourth waves, reinforcements are message-free, with 3 Autruche units appearing. In waves 3 and 4, high-max units, described as very powerful and fast with 160 km per hour top speed and high durability, are deployed. Orishi. Autruche E units are also mentioned, equipped with ATM and requiring caution in attack. The page also mentions helicopter units as problematic airborne threats due to their speed of 143 km per hour. The recommended strategy against ground units is to use gun weapons and MG against air units. Mission 5 of Gungrafon, Ticken Cage, takes place in mountainous terrain with poor visibility. Movement is best achieved by walking or jumping, avoiding roller dashes, and excessive boosting. Night vision is crucial. The briefing advises utilizing the high ground strategically. Position your unit on peaks to gain an advantage against enemies, especially in the mission's first half. The map indicates that enemies, including Challenger 2 tanks and variant walking tanks, are deployed at the supply point. Allied Type 92 2nd Platoon tanks are present, but their stats are unavailable. A key threat is the ATM Elephant 4 unit, which appears early and is powerful. Your damage level starts at yellow, making you vulnerable. Players are advised to avoid being locked on and to quickly eliminate the ATM units. This page continues the Gungrafon Mission 5 briefing, focusing on combat tactics and enemy units. The page highlights how to take down the fast-moving helicopters and the tougher four-legged units you'll encounter. For helicopters, it's advised to anticipate their movements and use MG machine gun fire while they are briefly stationary. Jumping can help with aiming, but requires skill. For the four-legged units, identified as elephants, similar to units from previous encounters, the briefing stresses caution, as they are powerful and appear early in the mission. It's crucial to identify their approach route using the DLS messages and position yourself advantageously to attack with ATMS, anti-tank missiles. The final part of the mission introduces HIMARS units, described as similar to your own unit in performance and appearing in the north of the map. These will need to be engaged in combat. The page also includes data on the enemy HIMARS unit, listing its stats like 500 horsepower, 200 AP, 8.2 weapon damage, and 3.5 weapon reload. The screenshots show in-game action, including targeting helicopters and engaging the four-legged units and the HIMARS. The DLS messages throughout the page provide tactical updates on enemy positions and types, reinforcing the importance of using the DLS system for mission success. This page details Mission 6 of Gungraphon, codenamed Shockwave, set in a wide open area. The mission briefing highlights that while the first half is comparatively easy if you understand enemy patterns, be aware of two waves of reinforcements later on, with stronger, faster enemies. The initial enemies are mainly tanks, approaching from the left and right. The strategy is to wait at the designated spot in the right-hand image to easily defeat them. Following this, you'll encounter stationary two-legged units, which are easily destroyed with ATMS. Afterward, mobile two-legged units will appear. ATM weapons are effective against these. After destroying these units, a supply helicopter arrives at the bottom of the map for your first resupply. The briefing emphasizes knowing enemy locations and attack routes by utilizing the DLS messages. It recommends using ATMS against the four-legged units, which will be encountered at the deployment points. For weapon selection, it advises switching weapons based on enemy armor, suggesting Gun 10 and ATM for heavily armored enemies, and using gun against tanks. There are 2 supply drops in Mission 4, but be aware that the second drop will take some time. The page also provides data on enemy units, like the M2A3 Bradley, Lockheed F-117 a Black Jet, and M15 Landcrab, showing their stats. Screenshots illustrate mission start, map data, weapon selection, and in-game combat scenarios. The page essentially serves as a tactical guide for Mission 6, advising players to adapt weapon choices and utilize the DLS system to succeed. Mission 6 of Gungraphon features helicopter encounters and transport defense. The guide advises focusing fire on individual supersonic helicopters, which switch from machine guns to rockets. Enemy data for the Longbow Apache is provided. Later, players face high-speed mobile units and Pluto Club enemies, requiring high-max weaponry. Knowing enemy locations is crucial, particularly for the 4th reinforcement wave. The objective shifts to protecting transports from landing forces. Maintain distance from transports, be aware of stationary gun emplacements, and evade two-legged units. The DLS confirms the need for high-max and focused attacks. Preemptive attacks at designated emergence points, using PR ammunition, are recommended. Conserve ammo, especially when transports stop moving, offering an opportunity to strike. This page for Gungraphon details the mission Iron Storm, set in the Mongol Valley, where your objective is to protect friendly units. It emphasizes utilizing your friendly units' MG attacks, particularly against lightly armored enemies. The guide highlights focusing on the two-legged walking units, which they call bipedal units, suggesting ATMS for quick destruction. DLS messages are important for mission guidance during this mission. The page provides a map of the area and some gameplay screenshots. There's also enemy data listed, specifically for the M16 enemy unit, showing stats like its health, armor, weapon damage, reload time, and top speed. The suggested strategy is to attack the bipedal units from their sides and use ATM missiles for fast damage. The map shows recommended routes, enemy positions, and the guide hints at using the terrain to your advantage during combat. This guide picks up where the last one left off, detailing Gungraphon Mission 7. The initial strategy focuses on destroying enemy helicopters before they launch, utilizing RP weapons to take out missile pods and then the helicopters. The guide advises attacking from the side with RP and ATMS. Next, it addresses brutal club squads, fast enemies requiring distraction from allies. Atoms are recommended due to their speed and stopping to fire. After that, it describes high-speed high-max attack as the final reinforcement wave. While even faster, the strategy remains the same as the clubs. Use allies as decoys and employ ATMS. The page concludes by highlighting Mission 7 as lengthy but story-driven, serving as a gameplay tutorial that leads into the challenging Mission 8, the gateway to the game's conclusion. This page is a special interview for Panzer Dragoon Zwei, which is finally out. The page excitedly announces the game is 100% complete and available for 5,800 yen. The interview features Tomohiro Kondo from CS Software, who is the head of the development team. They chat about the hardships of development, with Kondo mentioning they essentially rebuilt the program from scratch for Zwei. The interview touches on the difficulty level, with Kondo explaining they aim to make it enjoyable for everyone, from beginners to advanced players, even implementing an auto-adjusting difficulty system. He gives a pro tip to use lock-on in the game, and encourages players to take in the impressive visuals, looking up and down to appreciate the scale. Enemy design is also discussed, with enemies being classified into 3 main categories: standard, older role weapons, and biological types, emphasizing variety in enemy appearances. They briefly mention hidden elements, and when asked about favorite characters, Yoshida-san highlights the enemy character variations, while Kondo-san says his favorite is the dragon itself. Overall, the page is hyping up Panzer Dragoon Zwei as a must-play 3D polygon shooting experience. This page continues the Panzer Dragoon Zwei coverage, and shows off the stage clear score screen, breaking down each score category. It explains what each element means, such as score being the total points from hits and enemy takedowns, total enemies being the total enemies appearing in the stage, which changes with difficulty, enemies destroyed, and enemies missed, which are self-explanatory, and shot down ratio showing your accuracy. It also details clear point, route point, technical point, and the total point, which is the overall score contributing to dragon growth. The interview snippets delve deeper into the game design. Kondo mentions the dragon being central to the game, and Yoshida talks about Episode 2's tent location. They discuss the dragon's animation and how it influenced enemy design, with Kondo liking the dragon, and Yoshida appreciating enemy variations. Kondo explains that the team aimed for a difficulty level accessible to everyone, even implementing an auto-adjusting system. He also touches on the score system and how it encourages replayability, emphasizing the depth and secrets within the game. Both developers invite players to experience the 3D polygon shooting and express confidence in the game's quality and replay value, hoping players will play it multiple times. Panzer Dragoon Zwei features dragon evolution. The initial dragon hatchling form is land-focused and unstable. The dragon gliding form offers enhanced laser lock-on and Vulcan shot rate. Dragon Windrider, the final form discussed, features a tougher design but maintains the same attack capabilities as gliding. A revamped radar provides a 360-degree view with altitude indicators, triangle for higher, square for same, inverted triangle for lower, and color-coded enemy types, orange for small, red for bosses. The page hints at further dragon transformations beyond Windriders, suggesting future evolutions. Images and demo footage showcase heavily armored forms, and implies a diverse range of forms throughout the game. This page details more gameplay features in Panzer Dragoon Zwei, specifically focusing on options and early-level gameplay. The option screen allows you to toggle instrument mode to full, which adds more information to the gameplay screen, like timers during boss battles, enhancing the playing experience. The radar system is further explained. It's now 360 degrees and color-coded, showing normal enemies as orange and stronger, or numerous enemies in red. Altitude indicators on the radar use triangles and squares to show enemy height relative to you. The game also displays course branch points on the bottom right score display, offering hints if you're unsure of the route. Score is clearly shown when you defeat enemies, and boss battles have their own score display, along with bonus points awarded after defeating them. The Starting Destiny section highlights the first episode as a story-driven tutorial, allowing players to immerse themselves in the narrative and learn the controls. It mentions that enemies are not too aggressive in this early stage, letting you explore your surroundings. The Check section points out that while enemy encounters are less frequent, The backgrounds are destructible and contain hidden items to discover through lock-on shots. The page shows screenshots illustrating these features, like the radar display, score updates, and destructible environments. This page continues the Panzer Dragoon Zwei gameplay guide, focusing on Episode 2 and recommending the right route for beginner players. Episode 2 has branching paths, offering ground combat on the right route and aerial combat on the left. The guide suggests the aerial route is more difficult and recommends the ground combat route for beginners. The page details the right route, explaining that it branches off at 2 pillars in the environment. Choosing the right route leads to ground-based battles, and eventually an aerial encounter with the Imperial fleet. It notes that enemies in this route are less aggressive. The guide then focuses on the Episode 2 boss battle against a large Imperial transport ship. The key strategy here is to target the ship's gun emplacements and containers. Destroying the gun emplacements will make the fight easier. Containers will fall from the ship as it takes damage, potentially offering some benefit. The guide recommends using lock-on shots and the Vulcan cannon to attack the boss effectively. The screenshots throughout the page illustrate these points, showing route choices, the boss battle in progress, and the strategy of targeting gun emplacements and containers. The next page continues the Panzer Dragoon Zwei guide, moving on to Episode 3, which is titled, Biological Weapons Should Be Destroyed Early. This episode introduces enemies that utilize monuments for cover and are pretty aggressive, attacking from the front and rear. The guide recommends using lock-on shots to break their defenses and take them down quickly. It also highlights a mid-boss called Naga, which attacks from behind rocks and uses homing lasers. The advice is to anticipate its appearance and attack it quickly. Episode 4 is titled, Always Fight with Your Field of Vision in Mind. This episode features land-based dragon enemies that look like fish with bird heads, and they are described as quite strong. The key strategy here is to constantly use your radar and ensure you can always see your enemy to avoid taking damage from unexpected directions. Interestingly, you can't damage these enemies when they are submerged in water. The guide also mentions that after clearing Episode 3, you'll see a demo scene before starting Episode 4, which wasn't present in Episode 4 beforehand. Throughout the page, screenshots illustrate the enemies in both episodes, the environments, and the gameplay in action, showing tips like using lock-on shots and the radar in practice. This page is titled, Introduction of Episode 5, and continues the Panzer Dragoon Zwei guide. We see a recap of Episode 4, mentioning it was set in a desert and sea area, and that the enemies there were pretty tough, described as artificial creatures that were even stronger than those in Episode 3. Moving on to Episode 5, which is called Snowfalling Rough Waves, Hiding Forbidden Land. This episode kicks off with you leaving an old plant and arriving at a gloomy, dull sea filled with falling snow. Enemies called Terran will emerge from the water. The guide recommends using your lock-on laser as soon as they appear. It warns that these enemies can be hard to spot, so using the radar to its maximum potential is key. These Terran enemies are described as snake-like, appearing suddenly, and you need to lock on and take them down quickly. The difficulty level of these biological weapon enemies is said to be similar to bosses or mid-bosses you've encountered before. There's also a mention of ships in the sky, belonging to the ancient world, which seem to be part of the story in this episode. The screenshots show the snowy, rough sea environment and the Terran enemies in action, highlighting the recommended strategies of using lock-on and radar. This page introduces the boss for Episode 5 of Panzer Dragoon Zwei, named Nuace. Described as a formidable enemy emerging from ships of the old world, Nuace is presented as a tough opponent, even compared to previous bosses, utilizing attacks like bioparticle cannons and bioenergy bombs. The guide suggests that while lock-on lasers are generally effective, for Nuace, focusing on the Vulcan cannon is key, especially when it's in its ball-like form. The page details Nuace's attacks. Its bioparticle cannon fires weak but numerous shots, easily dealt with by lock-on lasers. The bioenergy bomb splits into smaller projectiles, but can be destroyed before it hits. A significant attack is the arm attack, which Nuace uses after being initially defeated and reappears with added boosters. When its arms are visible, using the lock-on laser is crucial to interrupt its movements and prepare for an attack. There's also a mention of a mirror shield that reflects lock-on lasers, making the Vulcan cannon the better option here. Finally, it uses arm launchers, which again are best countered with the Vulcan cannon, especially if lock-on fails. The screenshots on the page visually demonstrate these attack phases and gameplay scenarios, highlighting the strategies described. This page introduces 04 Champ Doozy J Typer, a new entry in the 04 Champ series coming to Sega Saturn. It's touted as a Media Ring special report, focusing on a racing and breeding simulation game where you aim to be the best guy, referencing American slang for top dog. Expected in summer or autumn, the price is still undecided, but it will feature 2-player battles and is aimed at players aged 18 and over. The game is described as evolving from its PC Engine roots, taking the series in a new direction, striving for a feel akin to F1 games. A key aspect is the deep tuning system and the partner system, where you interact with 8 different tuners, some of whom are beautiful women. The developers emphasize the freedom in tuning, strategic elements, and developing relationships with these tuners, likening it to RPG progression. The page mentions street races and a versus mode, where you can battle using car data you've built up. The Saturn version is specifically aimed at an older audience, 18 and up. There are screenshots showing in-game racing action and a group shot of the tuner characters. It's also mentioned that the 04 Champ series started on PC Engine in 1991 and has had a successful run, including a Super Famicom version called RRZ. This page is a special report introducing Darius 2 for the Sega Saturn, marked as 90% complete. It's a shoot-'em-up from Taito, slated for a June release with the price still to be determined. It supports 2-player simultaneous play and is rated for all ages. The article highlights Darius 2 as a challenging work pushing the Saturn's expressive capabilities, aiming to recreate the arcade experience. It mentions a new zoom system as a key feature, suggesting it addresses screen resolution limitations and enhances gameplay. The screenshots showcase in-game action, including boss battles and the zone select screen. The page also features a visual guide to the zone system, showing planetary themes such as the Sun, Water Star, Metal Star, and Moon, and the zone branches A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Finally, the bottom text mentions the game's storyline involving SOS signals from Darius and the Silver Hawk fighters heading to the solar system. It boasts a massive 288 zones across 7 stages, suggesting a vast and replayable adventure. This page is dedicated to Debut S, a Sega Saturn exclusive game coming out in May, published by NEC Interchannel. It's described as a simulation Debut S title. The page showcases the voice cast and characters for the game. You can see images of the real-life voice actresses alongside their anime character counterparts. There's as, and as. The game is priced at 6,800 yen. It looks like a character-raising simulation game, possibly focused on idols or performers, given the debut theme and the Angel Voices tagline at the top. The Circle of Saturn features reader feedback on various topics. Voyager includes a gamer, Panna, discussing fatigue, and gaming while monitoring power. Virtua highlights a reader, Ninja Ball Maru, enjoying Virtua Fighter, reflecting on console limitations and rising game prices. Pure discusses a player's frustration and advice regarding difficult games and game releases. First, addresses an 18-year-old's concerns about baldness, seeking advice. I Am showcases a Gundam fan with a question. This Year describes graduation sentiments. Previous Issue ponders emergency siren causes. That Night recounts a mistaken ghost sound experience. The page covers diverse gaming and life experiences, spanning Virtua Fighter, Gundam, and emotional reactions. This article from a gaming publication, Kankan Gaku, explores readers' views on various gaming topics. One reader speculates on the Saturn's potential if it had offered features like video CD playback. Another desires a vertical TV for arcade-style shooting games, while a third criticizes the lack of realistic robot movement in action games. Further, the article touches on the increasing prevalence of adult games on consoles, which one reader views as a negative shift, impacting the Sega Saturn's appeal. Finally, a reader laments the scarcity of flight simulator games utilizing analog mission sticks. Overall, the page highlights reader interest in console features, hardware preferences, specific game genres, and concerns about gaming's evolution. This page is a collection of reader submissions to the SEGA Saturn magazine. One reader expresses a desire to play against Japanese Saturn users online and calls the Saturn a multimedia game machine, while acknowledging its limitations but remaining a long-term supporter. They also recall playing Mega Drive and Terra Drive games in the past. There are sections of reader-submitted poems called Saturn River Willow and other short poems scattered around the page, covering humorous and everyday themes like marriage, forgetfulness with memory, the strength of Street Fighter Zero, love, and beauty. One poem even references Evangelion, a section titled Theme Submission Postcard Recruitment. Twin Advanced Room System is asking readers for ideas on how this system can be used in games. The My Saturn section showcases readers' unique ways of using their Saturn. One person uses their Saturn as a morning Saturn, essentially a voice-activated alarm clock that wakes them up in 10 seconds. Another reader describes their father's Saturn, which is exclusively used by the father of the house, and adult games are restricted, suggesting the father is the only one allowed to play the 18-rated titles. This page is the Gallery of Saturn, showcasing fan-submitted artwork. We can see a variety of drawings inspired by SEGA Saturn games. There's artwork featuring Guardian Heroes, Lunar, Dragon Force, and Gungriffon. King of Fighters 95 also gets a shout-out with a cool character illustration. It seems Evangelion, although not a Saturn game itself, is also an inspiration for some artists here. The artists have included their location and age, and it's nice to see fans of all ages, from teenagers to young adults, expressing their love for the Saturn through their art. It's a great showcase of the creative community surrounding the SEGA Saturn. This page opens with humorous reader stories, including one about a partner's secret gaming habits and short comments from readers, touching on topics like rank achievements, mistaken magazine identities, and anticipation for a game broadcast. Readers express enthusiasm for SEGA Saturn games. The prized possession section highlights a reader's love for Darius Gaiden, praising its immersive graphics and sound. The We Won't Give Up Until section features reader requests for game ports, particularly Goddess Paradise and Batsugun, with accompanying artwork. Finally, an announcement reveals that the Voyager section will be revamped in April, inviting reader submissions for new content like Voyager Diary and Voyager Theme, and encouraging input on Saturn games and suggestions for SEGA, including submission guidelines. A correction notice is also included. This page delves into the strategy game, World Advanced Strategy, and focuses on a scenario called Winter War. It's part of a battle file series, exploring historical conflicts through the game. The page highlights the Winter War, the conflict between the Soviet Union and Finland, and how it's represented in the game, using a map of the area. The article goes into the historical background of the Winter War, explaining the Soviet Union's reasons for attacking Finland, and the context of World War II starting. It mentions the harsh conditions and Finland's surprisingly strong resistance. The article also touches on the aid provided to Finland by Western powers, like the US and UK, although it was limited and not always effective. There's a section discussing game mechanics related to supply lines and unit types used in the game, mentioning the diverse units used by Finland and the struggles they faced despite their efforts. Another section considers the hypothetical scenario of what if Finland had been supported more and how the Second World War might have changed. It points out that the Winter War was a turning point, showing the vulnerabilities of the Soviet military and potentially impacting the strategies of other nations like Germany. The page includes game stats and data in tables, likely showing unit information and game parameters, but they are not detailed here. This text discusses content related to World Advanced Strategy and the Work File game series, as well as a reader submission section. It highlights the Porsche Tiger tank, a failed precursor to the Tiger-In, later repurposed for the Elephant Tank Destroyer, which is featured in World Advanced Strategy. The Basic Battle Tactics textbook segment covers the Katyusha rocket launcher's indirect fire capabilities within the game. Work File Little Story introduces unconventional units, specifically the Hanabu and Hanabu 2 flying saucer aircraft, suggesting a science fiction element in the Work File games. The Submission Corner features reader inquiries about the Hanabu and in-game mechanics, like aerial combat in Japanese military last map strategy, as well as a call for player submissions related to Iron Flag Fleet and Work File. Gungriffon magazine features multi-legged mechs, evolved from standard designs. The article highlights two models, the Italian Littorio and the South African Elephant. The Littorio, a six-legged design from Fiat/Ott, excels in rough terrain with a 120mm smoothbore gun. Built for the Pew Army, it weighs 35 tons and is highly mobile, utilizing an aluminum alloy construction. The Elephant, developed by Arms Corps and Royal Ordnance, caters to the African and Australian terrains. This mech boasts a long cruising range, space armor, and extensive storage. Armed with a 140mm smoothbore gun and at 25B deep strike rocket launchers, it's designed for prolonged operations. The next Gungriffon showcase features two mechs, the German Tiger and the American M19. The Tiger, a 42-ton four-legged walker, boasts high mobility and welded steel armor, armed with a 140mm smoothbore gun and Carl Zeiss night vision. Produced since 2011, it's used by Germany and several European countries. The M19, an upgraded M15 Landcrab, weighs 2 tons and features carbon fiber composite armor. Its armament includes a 25mm Gatling gun and a 40mm machine gun. Additionally, a Gungriffon time attack contest is announced. Players can compete in the exercise stage time attack mode, submitting VHS tapes or photos of their mission complete screens. Prizes from Game Arts await the top 3 in each mode, with secret goods for other entrants. The deadline for entries is April 26th. This page is a high-tech column titled Open the Hyperbox that reports on the Macworld Expo. The author highlights the B-Box, a machine showcased at the event, noting it uses PowerPC and RISC CPUs, making it quite powerful. They were impressed by its performance, especially considering it was running Java programs smoothly, even hot Java, which was still under development for Macs at the time. The article mentions the B-Box being capable of advanced graphics and animations, suggesting it's more than just a typical computer. The author observes a trend of computers becoming more user-friendly, like household appliances, and sees B-Box fitting into this future. They also touch upon the topic of internet compatibility and how B-Box is internet-ready. Interestingly, they mention Gungriffon being internet-compatible, suggesting the possibility of players on different platforms, like Mac users, competing online, which is a cool concept. The author also notes the rise of digital cameras and how B-Box could be used for digital image processing, further solidifying its position as a forward-thinking machine. The article concludes by emphasizing the potential of B-Box in the evolving landscape of computers and digital technology. This page is from Ancient Park Volume 4 and dives into secrets from the developers of the game Thor, which is nearing completion. The article reveals interesting details, like the protagonist's name, Leon, was inspired by the movie Leon. They also talk about the cute rat-like enemies called Nezumi, designed to be attacked, and how much the programmers love creating them. Another point is about the dungeons in Thor being particularly intricate and trap-filled, emphasizing that they are designed to be quite challenging and maze-like for players. The page also includes a reader's corner where the developers express their gratitude for the postcards they've received from fans, especially illustrations with a Yoshi theme, which is encouraging. They showcase a couple of fan illustrations and clarify that the game title Thor might have initially been confusing, possibly read as Hope, but it is indeed Thor, pronounced Toa in Japanese, for the international release. In Jay's room, there's a brief philosophical reflection about walking the same path in life and the vastness of the universe. It ends with the sentiment that Thor is almost finished and hopefully will create good memories for players, with a forward-looking and hard-working attitude expressed by the development team. Finally, the afterword just provides contact information for the Ancient Park editorial department. This page is dedicated to the Madou Daisen, which is officially certified by Compile as a complete terminology encyclopedia for both Madou Monogatari and Puyo Puyo game series. It's being advertised as an all-color book spanning 212 pages, releasing on March 22nd. There's also a character spotlight on Kupu Kupu, detailing its attributes, character info, and background, mentioning it belongs to the Dragon Clan and its dealings with Arlel. You can also see an image of a classic Puyo character, reinforcing the Puyo Puyo theme of the page. The next page showcases a SEGA Saturn Magazine complete guide special for Vampire Hunter, which is known internationally as Darkstalkers, the Night Warriors. It seems to be a strategy guide, focusing on basic combat techniques, aerial combat, and advanced tactics for all characters in the game. The page features a striking artwork of a vampire hunter who appears to be Donovan Bane, wielding a large sword, with a woman kneeling at his feet in a Gothic setting. There's also a stained glass window depicting angelic figures in the background, adding to the overall vampire hunter theme. The page is likely advertising a detailed strategy guide within the magazine, offering players in-depth knowledge to master Darkstalkers, the Night Warriors. This strategy guide focuses on mastering Donovan Bane in Vampire Hunter. It highlights his strong dash for mid-range combat, utilizing moves like Lightning Sword and Dash Standing Strong Kick, while warning against predictable attacks. The guide details specific tactics against Killsheld, recommending forward dashes and normal throws to break his unique guard, and punishing jump-ins. It covers chain combos, air combat strategies involving infinite sword and crouching medium kick to counter jump-ins, and suggests throws or sword grapple on wake-up. It also touches upon less common tactics like jump downwards strong kick into sword grapple and zoning with strong kicks. The guide emphasizes a pressuring offensive style, suggesting using S infinite sword and jump-in strong kicks and combos, followed by S infinite sword, S blizzard sword, or sword grapple for finishing blows. Donovan's throws are noted as a weakness. This page is a strategy guide focusing on Leylai from Darkstalkers Revenge, highlighting her tricky and versatile fighting style that requires adapting to different situations. It details effective chain combos starting with crouching attacks and leading into strong punches, noting they're crucial for ground combat. For anti-air defense, the guide suggests preemptive directional inputs and strong punches, or using her projectiles, emphasizing reliability and a more defensive approach. For wake-ups, it advises getting close to the opponent and using command throws, particularly against predictable opponents. When the opponent wakes up, the guide recommends throwing projectiles or using crouching medium punches to control space, advising guard cancels and jump strong punches. The guide points out Leylai's weakness is her lower attack power, making chain combos essential to maximize damage. It then breaks down basic battle tactics with screenshots covering jump-in attacks and chain combos, utilizing ground dashes for offense and defense, circling around the opponent, dash canceling for mix-ups, waiting with projectiles in advantageous positions, and using her rolling attack as a finisher. Finally, it touches on occasional tactics, like using the Heavenly Thunderclap projectile after guarding projectiles, and the low kick into projectile setup for chip damage and zoning. Dmitry Maximov in Vampire Hunter is a technical character relying on chain combos for damage due to his lower attack strength. Effective ground combos include crouching punch into strong kick. Against jumping opponents, use standing strong kick or demon cradle. Upon getting up, use command throws if predictable, otherwise exploit demon cradle whiffs. Control space with projectiles or crouching medium punches. Build gauge for midnight pleasure. Dmitry's primary weapon. Basic tactics involve mid-range approaches with front dashes and dash attacks into a two-hit combo. Jump-ins utilize down strong kick, followed by punch, emphasizing low hits. Aggressive play incorporates bat spin into pleasure. Utilize Ash attacks bat spin from guard for pressure. Cancel standing medium kick or crouching strong kick into weak punch for mix-ups. Advanced techniques include canceling Shinryu kick into chaos flare and using demon blast for surprise attacks. Finishers are midnight pleasure and demon blast, with follow-up attacks after a demon blast hit. This guide outlines basic fighting tactics for Galen, John Talbane. Core tactics include utilizing Beast Cannon, jump-in attacks for chain combos, and command throws. Use Beast Cannon strategically to bait guards and set up throws. Effective chain combos feature downward punch/kick combinations, emphasizing hit count and linking with downward medium punch. Early crouching medium punches counter opponents. Prime Laser is risky on block. Use it cautiously when getting up. Against opponents getting up, use Beast Cannon and throws, guarding against dash attacks for a counter opportunity. Sometimes used tactics include Mirage Body for confusion and increased attack power, along with Miracle Throw. The Chasing Air Grab Crime Laser chases opponents in the air, but is risky. Decide. Chasing Fall allows pursuing opponents with various moves and fully utilizing chain combos during the chase. The guide advises a controlled playstyle over aggressive rushing and jumping attacks. This page dives into the basic battle strategies for Victor von Gerdenheim in Vampire Hunter, known as Frankenstein in some regions. It starts by saying, Victor's strength lies in strong attack judgment, making him a technical character despite his bulky appearance. The core tactic is controlling the mid-range, using his electric attacks to keep opponents at bay. The guide highlights 2 key chain combos: a simple punch-to-kick sequence ending in a strong kick, and a variation with kicks into medium punches or kicks. These combos effectively lead into his electric attacks. For matchup advice, it suggests using Gigaburn for anti-air and Megaspike for wake-up situations. The Great Gurdenheim, or X moves, are presented as opportunities to create openings and punish predictable enemy actions. Dashing and throwing after these moves is also recommended. For less common but still useful tactics, jump-in attacks are suggested to mix things up and extend combos. The Decide, Chasing Victory section emphasizes finishing off opponents and using his special moves effectively to secure the win. Overall, the guide advocates for a controlled, deliberate playstyle rather than reckless aggression with Victor. This page continues with character strategies, now focusing on Zabel Zarok, who is known as Lord Raptor internationally, also from Vampire Hunter or Darkstalker's Revenge. The page is titled Basic Battle Strategy and starts by saying Lord Raptor relies on jump-in attacks as a core tactic, with many variations, including directional inputs and special moves like Scalding, which can be chained into combos. The guide then details several combat strategies, like attacking from a dash, using continuous jumps offensively, and employing consecutive techniques to pressure opponents. It also talks about maintaining mid-range, where Lord Raptor can utilize projectiles. The page also covers some less frequently used tactics like the D's Hooligan Throw, Helldunk Power-Up, Evil Scream, and Loudness Screw to add variety to his gameplay. For finishing opponents, it suggests utilizing special moves for a decisive victory. In the matchup section, it advises using jump attacks against aerial opponents and employing guard cancels during wake-up situations. For dealing with an opponent's wake-up, it's recommended to use Scalding while guarding. Finally, it acknowledges Lord Raptor's weaknesses, mentioning that despite his long reach, it's crucial to use him properly to overcome his shortcomings and avoid easy defeats. This page moves on to Morrigan A. Thiensland from Vampire Hunter, detailing her basic battle strategies. It highlights Morrigan's strength being her dash ability, making her a rushdown character with diverse offensive options. The guide lists some effective chain combos, focusing on using weak attacks to start combos and linking into stronger moves. For matchups, it advises using Shadow Blade against aerial opponents and using guard cancels on wake-up. When the opponent is waking up, using Scalding while guarding is recommended. The page points out her short dash attack range as a weakness and emphasizes the need for precise timing. The guide then goes into basic battle strategies with screenshots. It covers using short dashes to get close, attacking from behind the opponent, and approaching cautiously on foot, countering with standing punch when the opponent attacks, and utilizing jump-in attacks and drop-downs are also discussed. Using the dash Soul Fist projectile and jumping then landing attacks are other tactics explained. For less frequent tactics, it mentions the Valkyrie Turn Throw and Shadow Blade combo. To finish off opponents, it suggests using strong attacks, Shadow Blade, or Basfree Soul Fist after knockdowns. There's a bonus tip explaining how holding a button while dashing changes the dash angle for varied approaches. This page details the basic battle strategies for Anakaris in Darkstalker's Revenge. Anakaris is described as a large character with slow walking speed but surprisingly fast and varied attacks, comparable to Morrigan in terms of offensive options. The guide emphasizes using Anakaris' signature Greatest Tomb attack, which is unblockable at close range. It recommends dashing in and using Crouching Strong Kick to get close, then following up with further attacks. The page also highlights an effective chain combo starting with Crouching Weak Punch or Kick and linking into stronger attacks like Crouching Strong Kick. For matchup strategies, Crouching Medium Punch and Strong Punch are suggested as key anti-air options. Strong Punch is useful both at close and long ranges when opponents jump in. On wake-up, it's advised to use Strong Kick to punish opponents. A weakness noted is that guard cancels cannot be used continuously, requiring careful timing. Moving on to less common tactics, the guide mentions Mirage Drop and Coffin Dance as options. Mirage Drop is effective for reversals and interrupting opponents' attacks, while Coffin Dance has different applications depending on whether it hits or is guarded. Pitfall of Vain Hope is also suggested as a situational move. Finally, for finishing off opponents, the guide recommends using Crouching Strong Kick after landing a Greatest Tomb or Coffin Dance. Chain combos into S's Pursuit Hit are highlighted for dealing significant damage, making Anacreus a character who can aggressively pursue and finish off opponents with powerful combos. The next page here focuses on Felicia in Vampire Hunter, and it's all about her basic battle strategies. Felicia is described as a quick character, much like Garou, excelling at close-range combat with strong attack power. The guide highlights her effective chain combos, which are simple button presses from weak to strong attacks, useful in tight situations. There's a breakdown of different combat ranges. For jump attacks from mid-range, they suggest approaching with jump attacks, especially chain combos, and trying to catch the opponent off guard. For dashing attacks, it's about getting in close and using dash attacks, and then mixing it up with command throws. In mid-range fights, they advise using standing strong kick and the sand splash projectile, noting it's quick and effective. Close-range combat emphasizes getting in close with rolling scratch, and using guard cancels. The page also covers occasional tactics, like the spinning rolling scratch for rushdown and the ease rolling buckler throw, which is a throw that requires the opponent to be blocking. They also suggest the anti-air breeze helper as a surprise attack to catch opponents off guard. Finally, for finishing moves or decisive battles, the guide mentions using chain combos after a strong kick or throw, or utilizing delta kick or weak rolling buckler throw to set up for further attacks and maintain pressure in the corner. The overall advice is to utilize Felicia's speed and diverse move set to overwhelm opponents. This guide focuses on Bishaman in Vampire Hunter, portraying him as a powerful, close-range fighter emphasizing attack strength. The core strategy revolves around aggressive dashing, utilizing his strong kick to break defenses and initiate close combat. A key tactic involves dashing, strong kicking into a command throw. Mid-range combat focuses on projectile control followed by a dash-in. Other tactics include capitalizing on throw opportunities, utilizing crouching strong kick for space control, and aggressively following up successful hits with throws or special moves. Against aerial attacks, use the standing strong kick. The guide acknowledges weaknesses in aerial combat and guard cancels. Effective chain combos are listed, and tips are provided for using Ghost/Trap and Ghost Headband to force openings. Bishaman is a pressure-focused character who thrives in close to mid-range combat. This guide provides a battle strategy for Albath, Rikuo in English, in Vampire Hunter. Albath excels at projectile nullification and uses special projectiles for guard cancels. Effective chain combos and long-range normal attacks are key to controlling space. Combat scenarios include mid-range engagements, where projectiles and attacks like crouching medium kick are used to maintain distance and pressure. Against guarded attacks, guard cancels like dash medium punch are recommended. Trickfish is essential for anti-air defense. Wake-up strategies involve caution and guard cancels. The guide highlights Albath's vulnerability to predictable guard cancels. Advanced tactics include throw setups with aqua spread and a water jail into Serige, command throw. Ultimately, Albath's rushdown style demands precise timing and execution of techniques like trickfish and close combat throws. This page is a strategy guide focused on Sasquatch from Darkstalker's Revenge. It's titled Sasquatch Basic Battle Strategy and describes him as a deceptively cute character who shouldn't be underestimated. The guide emphasizes mastering chain combos as a core tactic for Sasquatch, providing examples of effective combos. It delves into matchup advice, particularly against aerial attacks and wake-up situations, recommending big towers as an anti-air option, and command throws against predictable guard cancels. For wake-up scenarios, big brunch is suggested. The guide also highlights the use of short dashes for quick attacks, and points out the effectiveness of special moves like big brunch and big ice burn. Observing the opponent's movements and capitalizing on openings is stressed as a key strategy. The guide breaks down strategies into sections like aiming for chain combos, utilizing big brunch attacks, mid-range tactics using big snow, and employing surprise attacks. Pursuit tactics and the strategic use of short dashes are also mentioned. Finally, it advises on situational battle tactics, suggesting big ice burn and crouching medium kick for wake-up scenarios. The overall message is to master Sasquatch's chain combos to effectively control the fight. This guide provides basic battle strategy for Phobos in Vampire Hunter 2. A deceptively powerful guardian character. The strategy focuses on mid to long-range combat using the Mitran launcher, and controlling opponent movement with the plasma beam. Dashing is crucial for closing distance, and post-dash attacks are recommended. Effective ground combos include down weak punch to down strong punch, and down strong kick to down medium kick. In air combat, use the Mitran launcher and continuous jumps, including jumping behind the opponent for attacks. Phobos excels at anti-air combat but struggles defensively on wake-up. Counter this with a dashing Mitran launcher. The Confuser special move is effective as a finisher, especially after jump medium kick or command throw setups. Use the strong plasma beam for zoning and anti-air, and the weak strong punch to disrupt close-range timing. For finishing blows, use throws and basic attacks to create knockdowns, leading to advanced throws, like air throws, command throws, or the Genocide Vulcan. This page is all about basic battle tactics for Pyron in Darkstalker's Revenge. It calls Pyron an almighty character effective at any range, emphasizing his versatile moveset. The guide first breaks down strategies for fighting at mid to long range, recommending moves like the Soul Smasher and Dash Strong Kick. It suggests mixing up attacks to keep opponents guessing and utilizing jump-ins for pressure. For aerial combat, the guide details using jump attacks and combos like jump downward strong punch into strong kick, recommending jumping behind opponents for surprise attacks. The section titled Things to Use Occasionally covers strategies like using planet burning from above and employing chase-down combos when the opponent is trying to recover. The guide highlights the importance of ending combos with throws to maintain offensive pressure and suggests various throw follow-ups, including air throws and command throws, for advanced techniques. Essentially, it portrays Pyron as a well-rounded character with strong chase-down capabilities and a variety of attack options to overwhelm opponents in different combat scenarios. This fighting game analysis dissects character moves and their hitbox properties in Judgment of Evil. Donovan's Kill Nerva has a small attack area. Leylai's Swordblade boasts deceptive range. Dimitri's Satan's Pain is a potent anti-air, but vulnerable at the feet. Garu's Beast Cannon has a tiny hit area. Victor's Lightning Slam is surprisingly effective. Zabel's Mad Cutter is risky due to a missing attack area. Morrigan's Mysterious Arc has a strong attack judgment, and Icarus's Sanctuary Guard hits high. Felicia's Cutie Ellipse is briefly strong. Bishaman's Sword Pierce needs further testing. Olbath's Sting Shaft has a confusing hitbox. Sasquatch's Big Sayman is unreliable. Phobos's Flying Saucer W has extensive horizontal coverage. Pylon's Universal Menace has a huge, dangerous attack area. The analysis concludes with encouragement for players to find their own strategies, as the game is still in development. This page is titled SNK World 96 in SEGA Saturn Magazine and is packed with SNK news. There's information on an illustration contest, with a deadline of April 8th. It seems they are looking for cool and funny illustrations, and previous submissions are displayed, showing off various character art and humorous scenes. SNK is also participating in the CSG event for the first time. They showcased the Saturn version of King of Fighters 95, and those who played it on the Saturn pad seemed impressed. In Neo Geo news, Art of Fighting 3, The Path of the Raging Dragon, is set to be released for cartridge on April 26th, priced at 29,800 yen. Saturn users are also in for a treat, as Fatal Fury 3, Road to the Final Victory. Saturn version is scheduled for release on May 31st, priced at 6,800 yen. More details on the Saturn version are to follow in future issues. Finally, there's a section dedicated to celebrating the Saturn release of King of Fighters 95, offering tips for players aiming to become top level. It talks about aiming to be a skilled player, emphasizing game center showdowns, and practicing special techniques. The tips are provided by Satama KOF95 official writer. At the bottom, there's an address for sending fan mail and submissions, with prizes related to Art of Fighting 3 and King of Fighters 95 mentioned. This page dives into the world of Langrisser, starting with Langrisser 2 Gorgeous Women Biographies Volume 1. It seems like a series focusing on popular female characters from Langrisser 2, starting with Tiaris, and they're asking readers to vote for other heroines they'd like to see featured in future volumes. They're even taking questions about the older Langrisser games. There's also a Langrisser 2i Gal contest being promoted. This is a popularity contest, where players can vote for their favorite Langrisser 2i character and send in illustrations or text explaining their choice. Top voted characters will get prizes. And it sounds like it's designed to get fans hyped for Langrisser 2. And the Messiah on the record corner, the developers are spilling the beans about character creation. They're talking about how past Langrisser games had older or less conventionally attractive characters, and how they're aiming for more beautiful female characters in the new games. It's all about making something exciting and real for the players, even if the internal team sometimes finds it a bit awkward. There's a funny section called Mr. Urusei Harahara's public approval, which seems to be some humorous commentary on the game's direction. Finally, the Atotasaki section is for fan mail submissions, inviting readers to send in their letters and artwork related to the Passion Langrisser series. This page kicks off with exciting news about a new tokusatsu hero show called Gaiford, which is being produced by Capcom and Toei. It seems like they are aiming for a Saturn game adaptation as well. The show is set to air in April, and the article mentions it's aiming to recapture the feeling of classic tokusatsu shows. Then there's a section titled, Capcom I Hate You, which seems to be a feedback corner about Capcom games. They're addressing two main points. Firstly, the delays in releasing promised software, especially titles slated for release around Saturn launch. Secondly, they discuss the strength of computer opponents in games like X-Men Children of the Atom, particularly mentioning the difficulty level and Magneto being too strong. Interestingly, they mention planning a Versus.com Super Perfect Strategy Guide in response to this feedback. Next up is a section promoting Cyberbots as a potential arcade-to-consumer port, asking, "Try arcade next consumer era." There are user comments praising the game's gameplay and character designs. One comment highlights the boost attack and cancel system, and another praises the unique and strong characters. Another mentions the tragic heroine and the appealing illustrations. Finally, there's a section called Capcom Mayhem, featuring fan comments, and a Hello, Capcom fan mail section, encouraging readers to send in postcards and illustrations, with a Saturn Hunter poster as a potential gift for future submissions. They are looking for illustrations of hunters. Yamato Sawamura's Yamato Sawamura Blow column, Large Blow, focuses on his love-hate relationship with video games. In Volume 10, Game Over and I'm Pissed Off, Yamato details the frustration of game overs, especially when playing late at night, citing experiences like getting a bad end in Dead's Dinner Table after hours of gameplay. Despite the setbacks and limited continues in older games that can cause frustration, he still loves games. The column also mentions the game was a special request by the chairman, Mr. Sawamura Yamato himself. Following this is an advertorial by Kenny Sijitu for the game Revolution X, featuring Aerosmith. Sijitu raves about the game's Aerosmith soundtrack, rock art style, and the fun of playing with friends. He highlights the CD quality music and enjoys the overall experience, even though he recognizes the boss difficulty. Volume 14 of Ikebukuro Salaryman's Virtual Crash explores arcade and home console gaming etiquette. The author, Ikebukuro Salaryman, discusses reading opponents in fighting games like Virtua Fighter, differentiating between strong and weak players. He touches on the transition of these skills to home consoles and responds to a fan's question regarding Virtua talent. The column includes a photo with a lighthearted caption. The issue concludes with a comic review of Imagineer's Virtual Open Tennis. The reviewer is highly impressed, praising the smooth animation, ball physics, and training mode, including the Munakata-kun mode. The comic humorously compares the game's polygon graphics to other tennis games, ultimately recommending Virtual Open Tennis as the potentially best polygon tennis game available. This page showcases Bandai's Ormo Ultraman Da, a game where players become Ultraman. It features feedback from players who have enjoyed the game. Many praise the graphics, calling them beautiful and easy to play, with one person noting the thrill of the gameplay. The puzzle element, where blocks fall, is described as addictive, with Ultraman themes making it even more engaging. Some players highlighted the strategic depth, particularly enjoying the battles against Ultraman monsters and the need for well-timed counters. One comment humorously mentions that even though the initial rules seemed difficult, they quickly got hooked. Another player loved the characters and is eagerly collecting merchandise. Parents also chimed in, noting it's fun for families, even for young children as young as 2, and that kids love playing as Ultraman. The development team seems to be pleased with the positive reception, and emphasizes that the game is designed for both kids and adults. The page also lists names of players from various prefectures who receive titles and presents in the game. This appears to be related to clearing the story mode and receiving nicknames, and continues, suggesting a reward system within Ormo Ultraman Da. It looks like a recognition section for players who have achieved something in the game. The upcoming CSG show is set to feature a diverse range of games from various companies. IMAX will showcase Zettai Muteki Raijino and Cyberdoll. Acclaim Japan will release Virtual Photo Studio, Mortal Kombat, and NFL titles. Imagineer plans a new title for June, while King records hints at a Tekken 2 related game. Konami will be at the final CSG event and the Tokyo Game Show 96. Jaleco will show Super Highway and Turfwind 96. Taito brings Ray Tracers, Darius 2, and Puzzle Bobble 2. Naxat focuses on visually appealing games. Nichibutsu and Pioneer LDC will also be there. Packen Video will present Pinball Graffiti. Banpresto will show Grand Red and Tokusu Kidu Tai J-SWAT. Vic Tokai is bringing Criticom to gather feedback. Yanoman highlights Veda Remake Igazia, and Riverhill Soft promotes G-Bockers. Finally, Ateki seeks reader input on game development. Quo Vadis features a primarily linear story, with branching paths based on battle outcomes. The game has 6 key branching points tied to specific battles, determining story progression. These include scenarios based on HP ratios, ship destruction, and turn limits. Failure in specific battles can lead to game overs. There are 4 distinct endings determined by the final battle decision outcomes. These range from a God end achieved through decisive victory to various another end scenarios based on specific conditions like character deaths, victory conditions, and turn counts. The page also promotes an original video called Visual Collection for Quo Vadis, including opening CG, animation scenes, character settings, and staff interviews. It is aimed at fans and available for purchase. This page delves deeper into the gameplay mechanics of Quo Vadis, focusing on scenarios, ranks, and special ships. It explains that depending on your battle performance in scenarios, you'll be awarded ranks like A, B, or C, which impacts the story's progression and unlocks special ships as rewards. There are specific check conditions for various battle scenarios, like the Fleet Sealing Battle, Kursk Pursuit Battle, and Eric's Fortress Attack Defense Battle. Each scenario has 2 success conditions, usually involving clearing the battle within a turn limit and ensuring your allied ships survive and are not sunk. The page highlights a mechanic where special ships are assigned based on the levels of your subordinates in the game. As your subordinates level up, you gain access to these unique and powerful ships, encouraging players to strategically develop their crew. The table presented showcases a special ship performance list, which details various ships like the Arion, Subaru, and Gestalt, along with their stats such as HP, evasion, movement, defense, weapons, and equipped armaments. This is essentially a stat sheet for these special ships to help players understand their capabilities. Finally, there's a section for SEGA Saturn Magazine readers announcing a special gift. Original autographed illustrations from Quo Vadis artists, offering a treat for dedicated fans of the game. This document is a release schedule for SEGA Saturn games from April to July. The information is presented in a table format, listing each game with its release date, price, developer, genre, abbreviated, and compatibility details. April's releases include games like Thor 2, Idle Air Management Classic, and Johnny Bazooka, with placeholder entries at the end of the month. May showcases titles such as Cyberdoll, DEF-CON 5, and Sonic Wings Special. June features Wizardry Vi and V2 Complete, Clockworks, and Nights into Dreams S. July's lineup includes Rhapsody of Zephyr, Hot Rod Casino, and Death Crimson. The genre abbreviations are defined in the text. Compatibility information focuses on controller, mouse, and multiplayer support. The document is simply a comprehensive list of upcoming SEGA Saturn games. This page reveals the new soft schedule for upcoming SEGA Saturn games spanning from July 1996 into 1997. It's a packed list of titles organized by release month, detailing prices, developers, genres, and compatibility. For July, we see games like Rainy Island Pig Will Fly and Tokyo Derringer Girl. August brings classics like Sega Ages, Afterburner, and Action Golf. The highly anticipated Sakura Wars is slated for September. October features Sega Ages Outrun, and November includes Sega Ages Bottom of the Sea Idagon Teal. Looking towards spring of '97, Rise of the Robots 2 and Aquazone for Sega Saturn are listed. Summer will see the release of Alien Trilogy, while Tecmo Super Bowl is expected in autumn. For the end of '96, World Heroes Perfect is on the schedule, and Guardian Force is coming at the end of '97. The Saturn Magazine editorial check section discusses the exciting flow of new software and mentions that action and RPG titles are particularly noteworthy. It highlights Company C's new action game and Company B's new RPG, indicating a promising future for Saturn gamers, with many more releases expected. This page is all about reader feedback, with a detailed questionnaire on how to fill out a postcard to send in. It gives examples of good and bad answer styles, and then lists the questions themselves. These range from your basic demographic info like gender and age, to what school you attend, your profession, and even your Sega Saturn game ownership. They want to know about your magazine reading habits, how often you buy and read the mag, and your opinions on the current issue, asking if it was good, so-so, or bad. There are also sections asking about gaming hardware and software. There's a hardware list with things like the Sega Saturn itself, V-Saturn, Mega Drive, Super 32X, PC-FX, Super Famicom, PC Engine, Neo Geo CD, and even the Virtual Boy. The software list is pretty extensive and includes games like Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2, Aquazone for Sega Saturn, Virtua Fighter CG Portrait Series, Dungeon Master, Thunder Force Gold Pack 2, Guardian Heroes, Radiant Silvergun, Cyberdoll, Nights into Dreams, Panzer Dragoon Saga, and Deep Fear, amongst many others. Finally, this issue's articles lists out the features in the magazine, things like Landmark, Data Station, Sega Saturn Reader's Race, and articles on games like Gungraphon, The Eurasian Conflict, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Sakura Wars, and Vampire Hunter. This page is all about the big news of the new Sega Saturn, dubbed the Spring Hurricane. It's announcing a refreshed model coming out on March 22nd, priced at 20,000 yen. They're calling it the Mist Gray Body, and aiming to reach 5 million users. The article talks about how the original Saturn launched in November 1994 and hit 2.5 million sales, and this new version is meant to appeal to even more people. The design has been streamlined and made more cost-effective, with a unified front panel, no more access lamp, and a transparent window in the CD lid so you can watch the disc spin. They've even tweaked the buttons and controller to feel more user-friendly. Apparently, it's all about making the Saturn more approachable for a wider audience, while still pleasing existing fans and encouraging more game development and online services. There's a section focusing on the new SEGA Saturn controller, mentioning the mist gray color, removal of side vents, and improved button feel. And for peripherals, existing ones will get color updates. And a new cordless pad in new colors is coming March 28th for 4,800 yen. They also mention a Virtua Stick Pro, tentative name, is on the horizon. The page is filled with pictures of the new console, controller, and various peripherals showcased. This page announces the new software lineup for the Sega Saturn. They are highlighting upcoming titles like Cyberbots, Full Metal Madness, and the Gradius Deluxe Pack. It also mentions the Sega Ages series of titles and promises more details on March 27th. There's also a section on a new campaign to celebrate reaching 1 million Sega Saturn users. It's called the Flash Sega Saturn Ochikazuki Hen Present Campaign. If you buy a new Sega Saturn from March 22nd, you get a special CD. Plus, if you buy certain software, you can enter a prize draw to win original goods or catalogs. The featured software includes Saturn Bomberman, Cyberbots, Full Metal Madness, Sakura Wars, and Heavenly Battle Labyrinth, 4th World Century. This campaign runs until April 30th. We can see screenshots from Saturn Bomberman, the Flash Sega Saturn CD, Sakura Wars, Virtua On featuring the Virtuaroid Temjin, and Heavenly Battle Labyrinth, 4th World Century. This page continues the Sega Saturn software news with the Sega Ages series. They're bringing back classic Sega arcade games. First up in May is Tancher, which seems to be a compilation including Quiz Sukje, Quiz, I forgot my homework, possibly known internationally as a quiz game within the Column series. And in June we have Space Harrier. August sees the release of Afterburner, and in October, Outrun will be available. November will bring another compilation disc, this time featuring Quiz, Stand in the Hallway, and Idonter. All these games are priced around 3,800 to 4,800 yen. Below, there are some screenshots showing the retro arcade style of these Sega Ages games, including puzzle action and racing gameplay. Moving on, there's an advertisement for an adventure game called Gekka Mugentan Toriko, coming in June. It's described as a mystery adventure game in the style of Mansion of Hidden Souls, with a focus on story and a scenario written by a mystery novelist. The graphics change focus depending on the situation, and the game features a large world with over 200 locations, multiple endings, and apparently you can explore inside buildings too, unlike typical games of this type. Finally, there's a quiz game screenshot asking a question about a sports tournament in Russia with multiple choice answers.
Spain, Baltan, Kiev Touch, and Baltarkas.
This Sega Saturn news update highlights both new and upcoming game releases. Recent releases include adventure titles like Time Detective DD and Snatcher, listed as coming soon, along with puzzle games such as Jewels of Oracle and Gusun Oyoyo S. Action games such as Mega Man X3 and Night Striker S are available, alongside sports titles like Isto Iziko and Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's Slam Dunk 96. Upcoming titles promise a diverse selection, including the action RPG Dark Savior, strategy games like Dragon Force and Nobunaga's Ambition, and dating sims like Angelique Special and Classmates If. The roster also includes arcade compilations, fighting games like Mortal Kombat 2, shmups such as Donpachi, and adventure games. A gaming magazine, GameWare inaugural issue, and a horror-themed title, Horror Tour, are also listed. Dark Savior is prominently featured. Time Detective DD, Phantom of Lorelei, a Sega Saturn title, is highlighted for its enhanced graphics and cinematic experience. The game boasts beautiful 3D environments, particularly in corridor scenes, and expressive character models, aiming to draw players into the story like a movie. The game introduces key characters: Detective Godthunder, DD, a time-traveling detective; Ririhime Iceman, a Type-Arrayed system genius; Layla Laval, seeking help to find her father; and Rihalto Stellinger, a wealthy figure. Various locations are previewed, including the boarding floor reception, guest rooms, and lounges, showcasing the game's setting. Time Detective DD promises a story-rich adventure, with detailed environments and emotionally engaging characters. This page introduces two new titles. First up is Mahjong Tenshi Angel Lips, a strip mahjong game featuring art by Urushihara, known for their beautiful character designs. It's mentioned that this is a Saturn port of a game originally released for arcades in '95. The review highlights the simple but engaging gameplay, where you play mahjong against 3 girls, and winning lets you see them in various states of undress. It boasts large character portraits with voice acting for added appeal, and scores a solid 100% completion rating. Screenshots show mahjong gameplay, character portraits, and suggestive images. Next we have Load and Sorcery, a role-playing game, scoring 60% completion. The preview focuses on the battle scenes, emphasizing strategic gameplay using magic and dealing with obstacles. It mentions directly attacking magic, and magic that can be blocked by objects, suggesting a tactical element. Screenshots show isometric battle scenes, with fantasy creatures and character sprites, as well as character portraits described as super beautiful characters. The reviewer notes the development is progressing smoothly and hints at a nearing release. This page introduces Haunted Casino, another X-rated game from the developers of Sonic Team. This adventure card game puts you in a casino run by demon women. The text playfully asks, "How far can you go with these demon girls?" and calls it the definitive, suspicious casino game. We are introduced to Babelkun, a cute devil character who seems to be an attendant at the casino. We also meet Cindy Meadow, described as an elevator girl demon and one of the dealer candidates. The page highlights the 6 dealers you'll encounter, who are all demon girls with varying looks and colors, including Marmania, Unity, Horoshia, Maya, Harpy, and Chamber. The text hints that if you beat all of them, the seventh dealer, the Queen, will appear. Haunted Casino offers 4 games: Hell and Heaven, Blackjack, Poker, and Haunted Roulette. The screenshots show in-game views of these casino games, with card layouts and Demon Girl characters as dealers. It emphasizes that these are all demon girls, and winning against them might be a challenge.
The page suggests that winning against all 7 dealers will be extremely difficult.
This page introduces Istoe Ziko Ziko no Kangeru Soccer 100, a new SEGA Saturn release where you can learn soccer directly from the legendary player Zico himself. It's described as a soccer classroom, where Zico teaches you everything from basic techniques like dribbling and lifting to more advanced tactics. The game even features a coach mode and lets you watch footage of Zico's amazing plays and super goals, making it a satisfying experience for all soccer fans, not just kids. The page highlights 3 game modes. Zico mode is described as a treasure trove of Zico's records and super plays, allowing you to thoroughly study his techniques. Basic mode focuses on learning the 4 fundamental soccer skills: lifting, dribbling, trapping, and passing, with Zico as your coach rendered in polygons, making it easy to understand. Finally, level up mode lets you develop your basic skills further, with techniques like slow-ins, centering, rebounds, and cultivating the right mindset for play, all taught directly by Zico. The page uses a goal sound effect and shows screenshots of gameplay and menus to further illustrate the features of the game. It emphasizes the use of polygonal Zico as a coach to explain the moves clearly. This page showcases 4 new games for the SEGA Saturn. First up is Shanghai Great Moments, a puzzle game, and the latest in the Shanghai series. It includes new puzzle types like the Great Wall and Action Shanghai modes, supports 2 players, and boasts 9 different types of puzzles in total. Next, we have Jewels of the Oracle, an adventure puzzle game where you solve puzzles to unravel the mysteries of the ancient city of Naissus. It features 24 different puzzles and guides you with advice from an oracle. Moving on to action, there's Mega Man X3, the popular action platformer series making its debut on Saturn. The game promises animated opening and boss introduction scenes, power-ups, and even includes vocal themes for the opening and ending. Finally, Night Striker S brings the arcade 3D shooting classic to the Saturn.
This version is a complete port and adds an original CG movie. It's compatible with analog mission sticks and is set in a thrilling night city and factory environment. The reviewer is clearly excited to see these games arrive on the SEGA Saturn, giving Mega Man X3 a high score of 85% and the other 3 titles 60% each. This page jumps right into the new release title section, highlighting Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Slam Jam 96. It's described as a realistic basketball game, supervised by the 2 NBA legends. They've used motion capture to recreate signature moves like Kareem's skyhook and the player's sounds, even the squeak of shoes on the court. The game features 27 American pro basketball teams, including Dream Teams and Monster Teams. The reviewer seems impressed by the realistic feel and the inclusion of these legendary players. The game received a score of 70. Next up in the new Hamidasu information section is BPS Tetris S. Touted as a release of Tetris S, this version includes the classic Tetris gameplay, but also introduces a versus mode. Apparently, clearing blocks increases the falling speed of your opponent's next blocks. Then there's Sami Kogyo's Jissen Pachisuro Hishuhao 3. This seems to be a simulation of pachinko slot machines, featuring 5 real machines including Aladdin Master. The actual battle mode has been enhanced, and it's even possible to see inside the machines in wireframe mode. Lastly, Turfwind 96 is described as a thoroughbred horse racing simulation game from Jaleco. It covers aspects from thoroughbred breeding and development to race predictions and actual race VTRS. The data is meticulously gathered. This page introduces Dark Savior for the SEGA Saturn, focusing on the demo movie revealed at CSG. The game is currently 60% complete and is described as a solid scenario RPG from Climax, aiming for a June release. They emphasize a parallel scenario and promise more details soon. The page highlights the protagonist, Ryuya, and the heroine, a female ninja named Yuki. It talks about a moving reunion scene, praising the expressive faces and smooth animation in the demo, considering it might be mistaken for pre-rendered footage,
despite being on the Saturn. The developers at Climax state, these visuals are just the opening and not even the best parts. There's a section called First Public Release, wriggling even in places like this, which reveals a new gameplay element. It seems the game uses pre-rendered backgrounds, but allows players to freely move Ryuya and control the camera, described as griggling and view rotation. This new method lets you explore detailed polygon backgrounds. Examples shown are a roller coaster-like area and a giant milk tank in a room, hinting at the scale and unique environments players can explore using this griggling system. Dragon Force is nearly complete and features 6 playable lords at the start. This article focuses on Leon, the Lord of Topaz Kingdom, and introduces the game's political landscape, including neighboring kingdoms and the threat of Goldark. Leon is driven by justice and duty, aiming to unify the land, and is one of the Star Dragon's 8 warriors. The article highlights the game's opening with screenshots and provides strategy advice focusing on unit management in real-time battles. Morale and terrain are crucial factors. The difficulty varies based on the chosen lord, with some being easier than others. The article emphasizes the importance of soldier replenishment, especially by capturing cities, as a key element for strategic army management and victory in Dragon Force. This page focuses on gameplay and characters in the Dragon Force game, specifically within Leon's storyline. It introduces the initial enemy, Dine, as a challenging early opponent. Players also encounter Heim and are introduced to Leon and 4 military commanders, Rysark, Yuika, Shaya, and Gallius, each with unique troop types and skills. The page then details assembling allies, including Juno and Taishris, hinting at initial distrust and recruitment challenges. Gameplay tips emphasize exploration, fortification, and resource management, warning against neglecting these aspects. Furthermore, the guide explains the importance of emblems to boost troop numbers for weaker commanders. The text also addresses the strategic issue of managing a large number of commanders later in the game, after forming alliances, emphasizing the need for careful allocation to avoid weakening forces. This page continues the Dragon Force coverage, focusing on the Bozak Nation and specifically on Gongos, the Forest King. We get introduced to Bozak's military commanders, who all seem to specialize in beast units. There's Gongos himself, described as the king who speaks little but is a strong man, and then his 4 brothers, Uni, the eldest, Ragi, the second eldest and cold-hearted, Mani, the third eldest who is mentally strong, and Bagi, the youngest who is hot-blooded and strong in battle. The page then details battles against Ganlad and Sailu and Hayate. Ganlad is pursuing Gongos, seeking revenge for his father. The text highlights a dialogue exchange between them, and how Ganlad's pursuit is relentless. Sailu and Hayate are described as ninja brothers, encountered while advancing into Highland. They are initially hired by an opposing lord to hunt Gongos. The text describes how they are defeated and then recruited by Gongos. Finally, the page talks about forming alliances with Temiris. It mentions that initially, Temiris is wary of Gongos, but eventually, they form an alliance to confront a larger threat, emphasizing the strategic aspect of building alliances in Dragon Force, and that it might take some time to convince some allies to join you. The page suggests these alliances are crucial for progressing in the game. This page introduces Dragon Force, focusing on the story from Junon's perspective, the masked ruler of Tristan. It mentions that Tristan, located in the north of the mainland, is an easy starting nation for beginners, because Junon's army is well organized. The page highlights the opening scene with Junon addressing his troops, declaring war, and seeking to unify the continent. The page then introduces Gustav, an assassin waiting for Junon near Tristan Castle. Gustav is described as someone who is hired to kill Junon, but Junon easily defeats him, recognizing him as a notable assassin. Next it talks about Gil, who is causing trouble near Tristan Castle. Junon needs to defeat Gil to appease the people of Tristan, too. The page describes Gil as a horse thief and bandit that Junon must deal with. The page then introduces key Tristan military commanders under Junon. These include Eros, a beastman known for his keen eyesight, Kiriko, an elf with exceptional archery skills, Joshua, a human general favored by Jumanon, and Orutega, another human general serving Jumanon. Each character's unit type and special weapon are also mentioned. Finally, the page discusses forming alliances, specifically with Teen Iris and Wayne Terrace.
Tyrus, the ruler of Moon Palace, is initially cautious but eventually agrees to an alliance with Jutruvnyan, as they share common enemies and goals. Wayne, the Lord of Highland, also seeks an alliance with Jubramunon, suggesting that such alliances are crucial for progressing through the game and uniting the continent under Jubramunon's banner. This page introduces Samurai Mikazuki's case, detailing the story and characters of this strategy RPG. The main character, Mikazuki, is described as a strategist from Izumo country, skilled in swordsmanship, and aiming to unify the land. The page highlights key characters who are military commanders in Izumo. These include Mikazuki himself, a swordsman and strategist; Jubai, a warrior known for his strength; Heijin, a ninja troop leader skilled in archery; Hurai, Mikazuki's younger brother and archer; Bakura, a wild warrior monk; and Hakura, another wild warrior monk. Each character's troop type and special weapon skill, Sonic Boom, are listed. Sion's skill is Flame Cannon instead of Sonic Boom. The page delves into story scenarios. One section is about Mikazuki's conflict with Kyoen, a female warrior Mikazuki was once interested in. It seems Kyoen was manipulated and used against Mikazuki, leading to a confrontation. Another section describes Mikazuki's encounter with Haim. Haim is a strong warrior, encountered at a demon's tower, who tests Mikazuki's qualifications to speak words. If Mikazuki can defeat him, Haim becomes an ally. Finally, the page discusses forming alliances, specifically with Gongus and Reynard. Gongus is a powerful leader who prioritizes strength and tests Mikazuki's worth. Reynard, a young lord, seems to seek an alliance with Mikazuki as well, suggesting that alliances are crucial for progress in the game and uniting the continent. This page is all about Natural Airhead Tillis. Looks like a strategy RPG, where you play as Tillis. The page starts by introducing Tillis, a kind of naturally naive princess who becomes queen. It seems the story kicks off because she needs to unite the kingdom and gather allies. There are sections detailing encounters with different characters and scenarios. One is Leon's Conspiracy, where it seems Leon was defeated by Tillis in a queen contest, but then captures Tillis. Another is Encounter with Haim, where Tillis meets Haim at a demon tower, and if she defeats him, he becomes an ally. The page highlights several Moon Palace military commander characters. These include Tillis herself, who's described as a well-rounded leader, and then characters like Gren, a horseman/monk type; Duran, a human/elf soldier; Manoa, an undead-style character; and Raynor, an elf magic archer. Each has their troop type and special move listed. The page also talks about forming alliances, specifically with Jumno and Reynard. It seems Jumnon is encountered in a dark fortress and can become an ally if Tillis convinces him. Reynard, a young lord, also seeks an alliance with Tillis, and forming these alliances is crucial for progressing in the game and uniting the continent, similar to the previous game, Samurai Mikazuki's case, which talked about alliances too. It sounds like strategic alliances are a key gameplay element in Natural Airhead Tillis. This page highlights Still Green Remnants Wayne's case, a new strategy RPG. It focuses on Wayne, the Prince of Highland, describing him as a bit naive but destined for greatness in a war-torn world. The page details Highland's military characters, who seem to be Wayne's allies. These include Somalian, a magician-like character; Rao, a tough fighter; Link, a skilled swordsman; and Nina, a magic user. There's a section about Wayne meeting various people. It mentions his encounter with Mikazuki, a key character in forming alliances, and hints at events with a female knight named Hilda and a villain called Madruk. The game seems to involve building alliances with different factions and characters. The last section links this game to Natural Airhead Tillis from the previous page. Wayne and Tillis are childhood friends, and the story involves them forming an alliance, guided by divine intervention. It seems forming alliances, particularly with Tillis, is a core part of Wayne's journey and uniting the land, much like in Samurai Mikazuki's case, which also emphasized alliances. Overall, it looks like Wayne's case will be another strategic adventure, centered around character interactions and political alliances. The next page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Gulliver Boy, with the tagline, "Fight for love, Gulliver!" It gives us a map to introduce the story's first half, highlighting places like the Yugo Empire, Venice Kingdom, and Hispania, among others. We get an introduction to Jude,
the ruler of the España Empire. He's described as a villainous, ambitious warrior being trained at a combat school, and we see a dramatic close-up portrait of him. The page also showcases some helpful characters that will aid Gulliver, like Mouse and Eagle, both masters of magic. It seems Hell's Angel Library is a major enemy in the first part of the game, described as the biggest foe, who uses powerful ice magic and is located at the Arge power plant, adding to the gameplay variety. The page mentions sub-scenarios in towns like Napoleon, where you can enjoy casino games and even car racing. Gulliver Boy is shaping up to be a story-driven RPG adventure with diverse characters, a vast world, and extra activities to keep players engaged.
This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn soccer game, Victory Goal 96, and it's focusing on the detailed club data that's included. The magazine highlights how you can really get into the nitty-gritty before a match, checking player conditions and setting up your tactics on the pre-game screens. You can dive into individual player stats, like their kick power, running speed, and even their preferred foot. Then, you can really get strategic by choosing your team's formation and overall playing style from a bunch of options. To show off just how much data is in the game, they've included club data examples for Kashima Antlers and Jeff United Ichihara, listing player names, positions, and even their preferred feat. The game is using the latest 96 season data and includes clubs from the Kanto region, so it's packed with current info for J.League fans. This page continues the look at Victory Goal 96 and dives into more of the J.League team data featured in the game. It showcases team info for 6 different clubs: Kashiwa Reysol, Urawa Red Diamonds, Verdy Kawasaki, Yokohama Marinos, Yokohama Flugels, and Bellmare Hiratsuka. For each team, they've got a profile that includes a team photo from the game, their battle strategy, which seems to be their standard defensive setup and formation, and then a roster of players. The player lists include each player's jersey number, name, position on the field, like GK for goalkeeper, DF for defender, MF for midfielder, and FW for forward, and even their preferred foot for kicking, either right or left. It's really emphasizing the depth of team and player data that Victory Goal 96 packs in, allowing you to get super familiar with all the J.League teams and players before you even start a match. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Gradius Deluxe Pack. It seems to be highlighting player experiences and excitement for the game. The main section is titled Gradius and Me, and focuses on player submissions. One article features a 22-year-old player from Saga Prefecture, Toshihiko Nishimura, who talks about why he played the arcade version of Gradius. His main reason was to see the stretching laser. He's a self-proclaimed laser fetishist who was captivated by the laser in Gradius. He recounts buying the Famicom version, but being disappointed by its short laser. He highlights the satisfaction of seeing the laser stretch and wipe out enemies in the arcade. There's also a review box stating, completion 100%, praising the game as a high-quality work. It mentions the 800-character essay format for submissions and expresses gratitude to the contributors and staff. The bottom right section features a comment that emphasizes how iconic the long laser is to Gradius, referring to it as the face of Gradius. The page uses screenshots from the game to illustrate the gameplay and excitement. This page, anticipating the SEGA Saturn's Gradius Deluxe Pack, shares player experiences with the Gradius series. Uma, 24, recalls being captivated by the arcade version of Gradius, particularly its graphics and the memorable music of the volcano stage. The page also explains the name change to Nemesis for international audiences due to Gradius not resonating. Yamazaki Ryo, 23, recounts playing Nemesis in Holland in 1985 with friends. He praises the game's graphics, scrolling backgrounds, and bubble system audio, emphasizing the importance of the volcano stage for clearing it. His dedication to clearing Nemesis on Saturn in 1996 cemented his love for the series. The iconic volcano stage's recurrence is noted, as is the Saturn's faithful recreation of the arcade experience, including the bubble sound and visuals. Gradius's global popularity, especially in Europe and America, is also highlighted, along with a mention of a secret in the opening movie. This page previews the SEGA Saturn's Gradius Deluxe Pack, highlighting fan artwork and developer insights. A standout piece of fan art, featuring a mecha and spaceship, is praised for its detail. The review then discusses the Gradius series' ability to immerse players and evoke strong memories, thanking contributors and acknowledging the reviewer's expertise. The Deluxe Pack aims to faithfully recreate the arcade experience, including elements from the original games, although the initial plan included more titles. The collection features gameplay from Gradius I and Gradius High, with the shooting mechanics deemed complete. The developer's passion for the project is evident, promising an enjoyable experience. Screenshots showcase gameplay, and the page concludes with a teaser for the next issue.
The next page is all about Snatcher Act 1 Complete Report. It introduces the game Snatcher, set in 21st century Kobe, focusing on the Bioroid Snatcher and the character Jillian Seed, described as a runner. The page mentions that Act 1 is being completely ported and poses the question of the true nature of the Snatcher. There's a completion rate 100% badge, suggesting the port is finished. A developer message expresses excitement for the game, continuing from the PlayStation version, aiming for a holiday release, and inviting readers to look forward to the true Snatcher. The page delves into the story of Snatcher, set in Neo-Kobe City, where bioroids called Snatchers appear, disguising themselves as humans and committing crimes. The protagonist is Jillian Seed, a former junker, now a runner, investigating these Snatchers. It briefly describes the plot, including an explosion in a factory and a dramatic confrontation. Character profiles introduce Jillian Seed and Jamie Seed, giving some background details. Screenshots showcase various in-game scenes and the user interface.
And there's a highlighted explosive moment in a factory setting.
Overall, the page is enthusiastic about the Saturn port of Snatcher Act 1 and sets up the game's premise and characters. This page is all about continuing your investigation in Snatchers. It seems after the events surrounding Gibson, Jillian is now heading to visit Gibson's daughter, Katrina. Katrina Gibson is described as Gibson's 14-year-old daughter, whose mother was killed by a Snatcher, and now her father and grandfather are also missing. She's working as a model for Hologram Sign and living in a school environment. The page suggests searching Gibson's computer for clues to help Jillian's investigation and finding data related to the Snatcher case, which includes evidence like a photo and an egg-like object. The next part of the page directs players to find Napoleon's Tavern. After leaving Gibson's place, Gillian needs to get information from Napoleon, who is described as a mechanic friend of Harry Benson. Napoleon's Tavern is apparently a gathering spot in the Neo-Kobe City underworld, and he is a key informant. To find him, the page suggests infiltrating Joy Division. It looks like Joy Division is a location where players will need to explore and interact with the environment, using in-game commands like go out, see, investigate, and listen. The screenshots show menu options within Joy Division for actions like buy items, use Metal Gear, suggesting typical adventure game mechanics for gathering information and progressing the story in this area. This page focuses on how to progress your investigation in Snatcher to gather more leads. It highlights that you can get valuable information from Cosplay Babe Outer Heaven. This refers to Isabella Velvet, a 24-year-old dancer at Outer Heaven, and a popular model for Hologram Vision. She is mentioned as a key source of information after Gibson. The text suggests that Isabella was scouted by a movie director while working at Outer Heaven and debuted as a screen idol. Apparently, she is known for her beauty and is so captivating that she could even make Metal Gear MK2 fall for her.
You are warned to be careful when dealing with her.
The page then directs you to use the montage to narrow down your suspects. It introduces a character named Ewan, a free man who enjoys surfing and is described as liking freedom. When his room was searched, he became suddenly agitated, and the search revealed stolen goods. It's mentioned that a scanning order was issued by headquarters using Metal Gear, and the results confirmed that Ewan is Homo sapiens. Finally, the page explains what a scanning order is. It states that scanning orders are issued to directly scan suspects to collect evidence and verify information. It mentions that by using the scanning order, you can gather evidence at the scene and make suspects talk, thus allowing you to obtain crucial information. One of the screenshots also mentions that the scanned image appears to be LSD. This page continues the Snatcher investigation, highlighting Freddie Nielsen as the next suspect to pursue. Following leads, Gillian heads to Freddie's residence, but it's his wife, Lisa, who answers the door. Something feels off about Lisa, and the magazine suggests a thorough search of the bathroom is key to uncovering more clues.
We get introductions to both Lisa and Freddie Nielsen.
Lisa, Freddie's wife, attempts to provide an alibi for her husband, but her story raises suspicion.
Freddie is described as a taxi driver, adding to the mystery.
A major breakthrough here is the discovery of sunscreen in the bathroom. This seemingly mundane item becomes crucial evidence,
pointing directly to Freddie Nielsen being a snatcher. But the surprises don't stop there, as Lisa herself is revealed to be a snatcher as well. The page then transitions into a description of a battle against Lisa. It gives gameplay tips for the shooting segments in Snatchers, emphasizing the importance of targeting the Snatcher's head to maximize damage. The page culminates with a dramatic scene where Lisa, enraged by the revelation of Freddy's true nature, attacks Gillian, followed by a depiction of Lisa's defeat. This page continues the Snatcher investigation, focusing on what happened after Gillian defeated Lisa Snatcher and left the room. After dealing with Lisa, Gillian steps outside but then notices something strange about the bathroom water, a detail the magazine highlights as important. Back inside the room, it seems Gillian detects another presence, indicated by motion reaction, hinting at someone else lurking. The big reveal on this page is the introduction of a mysterious man who saves Gillian. Apparently, when Gillian returned to the room to look for Nielsen, he was attacked from behind, but this enigmatic figure intervened and rescued him. This man is revealed to be Random Hajil. He's described as a runner, essentially a bounty hunter type who deals with snatchers outside of official police procedures and jurisdictions, especially in areas the police can't easily control. It seems Freddie Nielsen was expecting Random to appear, and he rides a cool motorbike, operating in the gray areas of the city. This Random Hajile is the mysterious savior who entered the scene to rescue Gillian. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn game 3x3 Eyes S, and it's highlighting the Taiwan arc of the story. It seems like the game is about a month away from release, and this article is diving into the new story content. The focus of this arc is in Taiwan, and it introduces a beautiful feng shui master and a character named Ming, who is also a feng shui master. The story kicks off when Pai and Yakumo arrive in Taiwan and get caught up in a mysterious event involving a building built with feng shui power. Apparently, strange things are happening in this building. The page also points out Analysis Points Recheck, which seems to be about the game's branching story paths. It shows a flowchart where players have to choose between going to Sichuan or Taiwan first, with decisions impacting how the story unfolds. The game is structured with two main scenarios, and this choice determines the order you play them. There are screenshots showing conversations between characters and various locations that look like they're set in Taiwan, emphasizing the Feng Shui City Taiwan setting. The article also mentions the game is at 100% completion, indicating it's ready to go. It's set to release on April 5th, and will cost 7,300 yen for a set of 3 discs. It's described as an adventure game for one player. There's also a comment from the developer expressing relief that the game is finally finished and ready for players. The article details the unfolding story of 3x3 Eyes, focusing on a mysterious building in Taiwan. Yakumo and Pai, along with a detective, a personnel company, and the building's owner, a feng shui master named Wan, are investigating the building. Another feng shui master, Min, is trusted by the company and involved. The group is exploring the building together, except for Min. Wan and another feng shui master, Yang, are giving instructions. The piece highlights the Saturn version's enhancements, including improved graphics and smoother transitions beyond still images. The game features branching paths and 2 main cases to solve. Player choices determine the order of these cases and influence the story's ending, emphasizing replayability and different outcomes. The game heavily emphasizes player agency. This page showcases Winning Post 2 for the SEGA Saturn, a horse racing simulation game where you play as an owner breeder aiming for the top. It seems to be nearing completion, boasting 100% done, with the developer joking about how cherry blossom season is perfect for horse racing, comparing it to the prestigious Okasho race. The page highlights key aspects of gameplay, starting with choosing a secretary from 6 unique individuals who offer advice. Then it moves on to buying foals, emphasizing strategic purchasing within a 20 million yen budget, suggesting that high pedigree horses are a worthwhile investment, and planning your foal purchases is essential for success. Trainers are also crucial, as their methods influence your horse's potential, so careful selection is advised early on. The game progresses to races, which occur weekly, and involve communication with trainers and jockeys, with the initial race being particularly special. You'll be able to watch your horse compete and cheer them on. Communication with other owners and breeders is important for building relationships, potentially leading to acquiring valuable horses, including hidden super horses. Finally, the page touches on the betting aspect, suggesting information gathering from news, paddock analysis, and secretary advice is key to winning big,
especially when betting on your own horses. Essentially, it's painting a picture of a deep and engaging horse racing simulation experience on the Saturn. This page is all about Nobunaga's Ambition returns on the Sega Saturn, pitching it as the newest entry in the long-running Nobunaga series. It's a historical simulation game where you step into the shoes of Oda Nobunaga, aiming to unify 17 provinces across the land, promising a compact and approachable experience even for newcomers to the series. The page points out that the game simplifies the command structure into an easy-to-use pull-down menu. They break down the core commands into 4 main types: military, focused on troop movement, battles, and training; politics, for national development like improving harvests and infrastructure; trade, for buying and selling goods and managing finances; and survey, for gathering information. Interestingly, the article emphasizes the appeal of two-player mode, suggesting human versus human battles are far more engaging than playing against the computer. It highlights the unpredictable and strategic depth that comes from playing against another person, making it a highly recommended way to enjoy the game if you have a friend to play with. The reviewer seems quite enthusiastic about the game's streamlined approach and the intensity of human-on-human gameplay. This page dives into Romance of the Three Kingdoms Heroes Legend, a game where you experience the heroic tales of the Three Kingdoms period. It seems to be a guide or introduction to the game, specifically focusing on the Anti-Dongzhuo Coalition chapter as a starting point. The page highlights core gameplay elements, like visiting the item shop to gear up your characters with weapons and armor before heading into battles. It breaks down the game flow into 2 main modes: story mode, where you follow the narrative and events of the Three Kingdoms, and battle mode, where you engage in strategic combat. There's also a section dedicated to introducing Zhao Yun and the hope of entering Shu scenario, suggesting this part of the game will delve into his story and ambitions within the larger Romance of the Three Kingdoms saga. Overall, this page looks like it's designed to get players acquainted with the game's mechanics and setting before they jump into the historical action. This page continues the guide for Romance of the Three Kingdoms Heroes Legend, focusing on essential battle strategies and terrain advantages. It emphasizes an aggressive playstyle, urging players to seize the initiative in battles. The guide highlights the importance of terrain, explaining how utilizing defensive terrain like forests can significantly reduce damage taken. For example, forests can offer a 20% defense bonus. There's a breakdown of different terrain types and their effects on battles. Villages offer a small defense boost and heal, while rocks provide a substantial defense bonus and recover both defense and morale. Barracks offer minor defense and restore morale, while treasure warehouses offer no defense but contain items and money. The page also details unit type advantages, showing that cavalry is strong against infantry, infantry is strong against archers, and archers are strong against cavalry, forming a classic rock-paper-scissors dynamic. Finally, it previews 2 early battle scenarios: the Battle of Bisui Pass against Huaxiong, recommending cavalry units, and the Battle of Hulao Pass against Lu Biyu. Both scenarios feature maps and brief tactical advice, encouraging players to utilize terrain and unit strengths to overcome these challenging encounters. This page is dedicated to Angelique Special, a neo-romance game. It's described as a simulation game where you raise 2 queen candidates, including Angie, to compete for the throne by developing continents. The goal is to build more developed continents than your rival to become the new queen. The page highlights daily life in the game, emphasizing raising Angie's abilities by visiting the Guardian Saints. It mentions that Angie has 4 basic abilities that need to be balanced and improved through interactions with the 9 Guardian Saints. Talking to them and offering gifts is key to boosting stats, and the more Guardian Saints favor you, the easier it becomes to gain power. The page mentions that if you have a lot of supportive Guardian Saints, victory is almost guaranteed. It then details locations you can visit. The fortune-telling hall allows you to use 1 point of power to check compatibility and intimacy levels between people, useful for relationships with Guardian Saints. The park and lake are places for dates with Guardian Saints, offering chances to deepen relationships and maybe even get date invitations if intimacy is high enough. Finally, the Royal Research Institute is where you can get predictions about continent development and future prospects, costing 4 points of power for predictions and 1 point to listen to results. These locations seem to be important for managing relationships and gathering information to aid in the queen competition. The Angelique Special Guide covers dating mechanics, crucial for building relationships with Guardian Saints. Dates, especially in the park, boost intimacy, with correct dialogue choices leading to praise and improved relationships. Players should also visit the continent on Saturdays to observe its development and seek advice.
The Queen's audience on the 28th of each month is a critical event. It assesses progress, influencing who is closer to becoming queen. Winning this audience increases Angie's power. An interview with the developers, Ruby Party, reveals the team's intention to create a game for women, focusing on emotional expression. They highlight the challenges of voice recording and detail the development process, emphasizing the team's effort to deliver a high-quality experience. They express hope for player enjoyment and a future sequel. This page promotes the upcoming release of 7 Secret Mansions, a mystery adventure game. It emphasizes exploring the Spade Mansion, which is filled with paintings. The page introduces 4 characters, each referred to as a master, spanning from the 1st to the 4th generation. There's also a featured interview with Shiki Edamori, the original creator of 7 Secret Mansions. He discusses his involvement in the game's creation, mentioning it stemmed from his desire to work on digital content and create something unique and interesting. The game is advertised as being 100% complete and is an adventure title playable by one person, coming on 3 discs. The reviewer highlights the game's strengths in scenario, graphics, and music, praising the music by Miyagawa Yamatai, and confidently states it's a guaranteed enjoyable experience. This page continues the promotion for 7 Secret Mansions. It gives us a sneak peek at more of the mansion's mysteries. We see descriptions of rooms like the Queen in the Mirror Room on the 2nd floor, filled with paintings, and a prominent mirror with a queenly figure inside. And then there's the spooky attic skull room, with scattered human bones and a large skull that seems to react when touched. The page highlights a dramatic moment where the protagonist and Ayana, after exploring the upper floors and attic, are heading to the basement when suddenly Kurogami and Akagami appear and kidnap Ayana. To progress, players will encounter a fire shutter blocking their path. The hint is to head to the basement to find a way to open it, suggesting a secret passage leading to a second mansion. There's also an interview with Keiki-sensei, likely Edamori Keiki, the creator mentioned on the previous page. He discusses the game's design philosophy, emphasizing that it's like a novel, where the player is drawn into a deep mystery with a sense of speed and engagement. He touches upon the difficulty of the game, hinting that while initially it might be confusing, the ultimate experience is very satisfying. Lastly, there's a small section announcing a prize draw for a signed piece of artwork by Keiki Edamori for one lucky reader. This page introduces Air Management 96, a simulation game where you run an airline company. It seems aimed at beginners, as it starts by guiding you to choose your rival company right at the beginning of the game. The page suggests setting your base in a major city like Tokyo or New York, but recommends Moscow in the communist bloc as a good starting point, implying it might offer a unique gameplay experience. The game appears to be turn-based, spanning 4 turns in a year. To avoid wasting turns, you need to plan your commands effectively, focusing on increasing revenue by managing flight routes, passenger numbers, and fares. The page provides a turn-by-turn breakdown of possible actions. In the first turn, you can open flight routes and establish branch offices. By turn 2, you can acquire aircraft and adjust investments. Turns 3 and 4 allow for securing slots, negotiating slots, potentially building hotels, and understanding the annual sales. The screenshots show typical gameplay screens from a management sim, likely focusing on route planning and financial aspects. It mentions the game is 100% complete and includes a comment from the manufacturer, Koei, highlighting it's a simulation game for all ages, supporting up to 4 players, and is available now for 8,800 yen. The page also features a player comment indicating they have become the top company out of 4 in the game. This page introduces DEF-CON 5, a real-time tense simulation RPG. The game is set in a corporate-owned mining base, and you play as the base manager Shelford's successor. Your mission is to uncover the truth behind Shelford's death and escape the mining base with vital information. It's described as a complex story with challenging gameplay. The page highlights key gameplay elements. You'll be exploring the base for clues and resources, engaging in external elimination of threats, controlling software systems, and dealing with intruders. The game emphasizes the importance of efficient work to acquire crucial data. There's a section on the limo movement system, a kind of monorail within the base used for transport. It mentions the visuals change depending on location, creating a tube train-like feeling. Another section is about droids, which come in 2 types:
scouting droids for exploration, and combat droids for security. You can command these droids for various tasks, especially important for surveying. The game is stated to be 95% complete and was scheduled for release around May 17th. The developer, maker from one word, apologizes for the delay. It's priced at 5,800 yen and is a simulation RPG for one player, suitable for all ages. The page emphasizes that there's a lot to do in the game and encourages players to master the software controls first. This page is all about Ken Ken Bunny Premiere, an adventure game that's making its way to the SEGA Saturn. It's already 100% complete according to the page. Apparently it's a port from a PC game, but they've added original scenarios just for the Saturn version. The developer mentions they had a hard time adjusting the difficulty from the PC version, but they think players who enjoyed the PC game, and even those who didn't, will have fun. The game is described as a Nampa adventure, focusing on Chapter 2, and it seems to be centered around a character named Rina Eto. She's presented as a one-person living girl who's got a manly and reassuring appeal, which is interesting. The screenshots show various scenes like jumping work and box tandem moments, hinting at gameplay elements like motorcycle rides, and dates in scenic locations like forests and by the sea. We even get a profile for Rina, telling us she's 21, a Virgo, blood type B, and enjoys bikes and outdoor activities. The page really emphasizes the romantic side of things, calling it a love adventure, and highlighting that it's for adults aged 18 and up. It's set to release on April 5th and will cost 5,800 yen. Overall, it looks like a dating sim-style game, with a focus on Rina and her interactions with the player. Ken Ken Bunny Premiere focuses on Arisugawa Mahoko, a 20-year-old heiress, as the central character. Players will navigate dates involving scooters and quiz battles, and interact with Mahoko's Mahoko brand lifestyle. The game features a part-time job mechanic, with breaks at a store, and weather-affecting events. The final chapter introduces the Miura sisters, Yukari and Naomi, who work at a bar, prompting the player to choose between them. The game emphasizes player choice, offering multiple endings based on decisions. This encourages replayability and aims to simulate a realistic romantic experience by focusing on understanding the girl's feelings. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Revolution X. It's described as a fantastic fusion of world-hit songs and shooting action, riding on the energy of Aerosmith's music, where you just keep shooting and shooting. The game is based on the arcade hit and features full cooperation from the legendary band Aerosmith. You can expect their iconic BGM and even video footage of the band within the game. The page also gives a brief introduction to Aerosmith themselves, mentioning their debut in 1973 and their long history as rock music icons, highlighting their massive global hits and influence on Japanese music. We get a preview of the early stages of the game. Stage 1 takes place inside a building, where you progress through corridors to a concert hall filled with enemies, all while Aerosmith tunes play. Stage 2 moves to the rooftop of a high-rise building, with helicopters as the main enemy. Apparently, crids are hidden within the building, suggesting collectibles. The page even points out a helicopter boss in a screenshot, exclaiming, "This is the boss." The game is currently 90% complete, according to the developer, who adds a message for Aerosmith fans saying, "This game lets you fight using music as your weapon, immersing you in Aerosmith's sound." There's even a campaign mentioned, with Aerosmith goods being given away. The game is priced at 5,800 yen, scheduled for release in April, and has an SHT 18 age rating, meaning it's for ages 18 and up. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn game Puzzle in Action, Sandra RU, highlighting its original mode and gameplay features. It mentions that the Saturn version includes an original mode with 3 new minigames, making it a bonus-packed experience compared to the arcade version. The page then dives into the shop and item system. In this mode, you can visit shops within the minigames to buy items that are helpful. Some of the items mentioned include a flashlight to reveal hidden items, a Bible that eliminates devils and demons, a magic wand to change the minigame type, and an hourglass to add extra time. Next up is an explanation of submarkers. These are special icons that appear during minigame selection and offer various benefits. Some examples include Big Luck, which doubles your winnings, Reward Bag, giving you 5 reward bags, Dollar Bag, which gives you money, Angel to lower the difficulty, Devil to increase difficulty, Chaos to shorten the time limit,
and Dokuro, which makes the selected minigame disappear. The reviewer seems to think these submarkers add a lot of strategic depth to the minigame selection process. The reviewer seems impressed by the game's features, mentioning the smooth graphics and fun gameplay, saying it's enjoyable for both casual and serious players, and a great way to spend long play sessions. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn release of Mortal Kombat 2, presented as the complete version. It's advertised as coming soon soft and boasts a 90% completion rate, suggesting it's very close to release. The page is packed with screenshots of the game, showcasing intense battles, and the character selection screen. You can see familiar faces like Raiden and Kintaro locked in combat. The page then dives into the basic controls which are common to all characters. It explains the core moves: high punch, X button; high kick, Y button; low punch, A button; and low kick, C button, alongside throws and blocking. Each move section details the button inputs, sometimes with directional presses, and offers a brief description of how the move functions in combat, with accompanying screenshots to illustrate the moves in action. It seems to be aiming to get players ready to jump straight into the fight once the game is released. This page delves into the spectacular finishing moves in Mortal Kombat 2. It emphasizes that defeating your opponent isn't the end. You need to finish them with style. The page introduces finish moves, highlighting the iconic fatality, which are brutal and character-specific. Screenshots show Scorpion and Raiden performing their fatalities. Then it moves on to stage fatalities, showcasing the dead pool, where you can dunk opponents in acid, and another stage with spikes for impaling. For a more comical approach, babalities are shown, where you turn your foe into a baby. Friendships offer a non-violent and humorous alternative, with Johnny Cage giving autographs in his example. Another stage fatality featuring a bridge is also presented. Switching gears, the page announces the upcoming release of the Mortal Kombat movie in Japan, mentioning it's hitting cinemas soon, and features the game's signature moves brought to life on screen. Movie stills are included to hype up the film. This page showcases the upcoming Sega Saturn game Mao Yugekitai Katsugekihen, which translates to something like Demon Response Platoon Action Chapter. The page declares it's 70% complete and describes it as an action game from Victor Entertainment, scheduled for release on May 17th, priced at 5,800 yen, supporting one player and all ages. The headline highlights the opening anime and reveals transformation scenes of the character Ranmatsu-chan. It mentions the story revolves around Ranmatsu-chan, a cheerful 17-year-old girl and shrine maiden who fights with unique machine weapons. The goal is to collect 6 jewels from Dr. Bon. The game's structure is detailed, explaining that it consists of 5 stages, each with 3 to 4 areas. Stage 1 was described as relatively easy for practice, but from Stage 2 onwards, expect more traps and gimmicks. The stage progression is mentioned as Underground Kingdom of Cats, greater than Cat Shrine, greater than Drive, Bon's Treasure Ship, greater than Battle with Dr. Bon, greater than Ranmatsu-chan's adventure continues. Finally, a feature is highlighted that allows players to continue playing even from the middle of an area. It also mentions that large enemies like crabs and sleep-inducing ghosts will appear, urging players to be cautious. Stage 3 is described as a jet coaster stage, emphasizing the thrill of attacks and the importance of jumping. Dodonpachi on Sega Saturn features a thrilling score attack mode, an exclusive edition where players start at full power and compete for high scores. This mode allows unlimited retries on stages 1 to 5. The Saturn version also retains the arcade's 2-player mode and boasts 200% more enemies for an enhanced experience. The game's stages are detailed. Stage 1 serves as a practice round. Stage 2 focuses on quick enemy takedowns to earn GP bonuses. Stage 3 features a battleship setting, requiring players to find hidden bonus items. Stage 4 is a fortress stage where GP bonuses and dodging bullets are crucial. Achieving high scores relies on continuously defeating enemies for GP bonuses, mastering enemy patterns, collecting all bonus items, and quickly defeating bosses for time-based bonus points. This page announces the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Doki Doki Pretty League, highlighting its development progress at 70% completion and aiming for a summer release in June. The article describes it as a pure love adventure game that will offer visual scenes and engaging gameplay. Screenshots reveal in-game environments, such as a coffee house, and character interactions. The game is positioned as having improved visuals compared to previous similar titles,
suggesting enhanced graphics and presentation. A developer comment emphasizes the originality of the story and the detailed characters, encouraging players to discover new aspects within the game compared to earlier works. The page also indicates it's an adventure game for one player, intended for a mature audience of 18 years and older. This SEGA Saturn preview for Doki Doki Pretty League reveals completed backgrounds for Sakimochi locations and improved gameplay features. The game integrates a refined message window displaying date, time, and money, addressing readability issues from the PC Engine version. Developers also boast about fast loading times. Screenshots showcase various in-game scenes with character dialogues, including interactions at school and in-town settings. The presentation emphasizes full-screen text for the girls' messages, with detailed direction. A new movement map centered on Sakimochi allows players to control the protagonist, Kentaro. The Saturn version features a larger, more detailed map with improved building rendering compared to the PC Engine iteration, enhancing player navigation and understanding of the town. This page talks about Doki Doki Pretty League and the time-based graphic changes, mentioning there are 5 distinct patterns for different times of day. It shows examples of Sakimochi Station across a single day, from morning to late night. Each time of day has unique lighting and atmosphere, like a bright and clear morning, a midday scene with people around, an orange-toned evening, a dark night scene, and a late night with dimmed lights and fewer people. The page also highlights interactive icons within the game. These include options to talk, touch, look, smell, and open, which are pretty standard for adventure games and are said to be plentiful in this title. The developers are emphasized to be very detail-oriented, striving for high visual quality and effective presentation in the game. They are focusing on scenario additions and map changes, linking character emotions closely to the gameplay experience, all aiming for an original and engaging story. The team mentions that careful flag management is crucial in development, and despite tight schedules, they are working hard to deliver a polished game, praising the artwork of Takeuchi Masaki. They say the CG work is nearly finished, and the game production is expected to wrap up soon, according to the producer, Tada. This page is all about Tanjosei Debut S, a SEGA Saturn game that's nearing completion at 90% and coming out in May from NEC Interchannel. It's described as a fostering simulation game, and the team is aiming to explore the lives of idols beyond the stage. They're moving away from just rival battles and idol events, focusing on showing the idols as normal girls during their downtime. The tagline is, "Off stage, she's just a normal girl," and the page showcases 4 scenarios that illustrate this theme. First, there's Holiday Stroll, showing 2 girls chatting casually while walking and eating, emphasizing their normal conversations outside of work. Then, Visiting the Sick depicts one girl visiting another in bed, showcasing a caring friendship. Runaway Trip is about an idol wanting to escape and go far away, hinting at the pressures of fame. Lastly, Drunken Party shows a hungover idol and her concerned friend, a rather messy and human scene. The bottom text talks about the fun break ending and getting ready to work hard again as idols from tomorrow. It suggests the manager, who is the player, is looking after the idols and ensuring they enjoy their time off, but also that everyone is waiting for their return to the idol world. It highlights the manager's role in understanding the idols' personalities through dialogue choices within these off-duty events. This page introduces No Mura Hospital People, a new adventure game from Elf that's hitting SEGA Saturn. It boasts a 100% completion rate and is slated for release on April 29th, priced at 5,800 yen. This is an adventure game for one player and is rated for adults only. The page emphasizes that this new installment will focus heavily on the story, offering a multi-scenario experience. It mentions that No Mura Hospital People is already a known title, suggesting it might be a sequel or part of a series. The game places you in the shoes of a detective, Kairyuin Mahiro, who gets caught up in incidents at No Mura Hospital. The page shows a game screenshot hinting at the visual novel-style gameplay. There's also a character introduction section, showcasing several individuals who populate the hospital. These include figures like Shimaki Kaho, a schoolgirl patient, Nishiki Kyuya, a seemingly wealthy man and another patient, Kawasami Kenzo, a journalist, and Yaya Village Shigeko, the hospital director's daughter. Other characters shown are Fujioka Sake, described as the director's secretary, and Sakurai Momoko, described as a young girl patient. The page highlights the drama unfolding at No Mura Hospital through these character introductions.
This page delves further into No Mura Hospital People. Scene 2, titled Hospital Rooms Kairuin Mahiro, details the start of the game. Mahiro, the detective, is hospitalized after an incident and overhears talk of murder from patients and nurses. Driven by a detective's instinct, Mahiro starts his investigation from the hospital room, beginning with questioning. The text hints at potential mischief with the nurses. Next up is Scene 3, Searching for the Director's Wife. The text confirms a murder has occurred at the hospital, leading Mahiro to formally request an investigation from the director. This scene emphasizes the player's role in finding the director's wife to get to the bottom of things. We are introduced to Nogiwa Miho, a nurse described as having a cool and intellectual demeanor, contrasting with the cheerful nurse Mamiya Chisato previously mentioned. The game emphasizes the branching storyline, highlighting that choices made by the player will drastically alter the narrative. One example given is that if you become too friendly with one nurse, another might refuse to cooperate. Scene 4, Receiving a Request from the Wife, shows Mahiro successfully meeting with the director's wife, presumably after navigating the hospital and its staff. She requests Mahiro's help, but the text warns that the path ahead is unclear, suggesting a complex and possibly dangerous investigation, hinting that simply relying on charm might not be enough to solve the case. It questions how far players are willing to immerse themselves in this challenging situation. My Best Friend's St. Andrew's Girls' School Edition presents two female archetypes, the refined daughter and the bunny girl. Aoki Hiromi, the sporty second-year student, practices full-contact karate and possesses fortune-telling skills. Screenshots hint at suggestive touch interactions, targeting the player's greatest weakness, and describing her as a dynamic, purple mist character. Kashihara Megumi, a third-year university student, works as a bunny girl, fueled by her wealthy background. Her screenshots are more explicit, showcasing bunny outfits, including topless images with censored nipples. The game promises scenarios involving undressing her and enjoying her deep red bunny charm. The game's marketing emphasizes adult content, including special cards and touch interactions that lead to uncensored content, hinting at a 100% completion experience. This page announces Bakuretsu Hunter for the SEGA Saturn, subtitled, Finally Revealed, Chocolate and Tiras. It highlights the transformation scenes of the two main characters, Chocolate and Tira, noting that these are original anime and voice recordings, deviating from the TV series story. The page emphasizes the costume changes during transformation and encourages players to witness them firsthand. Screenshots showcase transformation sequences for both characters, described as Ice Smile and Yellowish Decadence for Chocolate and Tira respectively. The story details are teased as taking place in towns and involving kidnapped girls. The gameplay is described as adventure style, featuring scenarios where you pursue mysteries and confront powerful enemies. Minigames are also featured, specifically Slot Battle and Doppelganger, promising simple yet engaging diversions within the game. The game is advertised as 90% complete and is slated for release on April 26th, priced at 8,800 yen for a 2-disc set in the adventure genre. The reviewer seems excited about the transformation scenes and the original anime content. This page is all about the game Idol Janshi Final Romance. It's flagged as G-Soon Soft, and the completion rate is at 100%, meaning it's ready to go. The page promises to show you photos of current high school girls in this undressing mahjong game, and it's even advertised as the final stage version of undressing. They introduce 4 main characters, each with a little profile. First up is Yamamura Kate, a 17-year-old blonde girl described as transistor glamour and liking America. Then there's Oizumi Rina, a 15-year-old in a sailor uniform, portrayed as the innocent mint ice cream flavor type. Hayami Miko is 16, dark-haired, and called Water's Child, a sporty girl. Finally, Sendu Akari is 18, with brown hair, labeled deep purple, and considered mature and mysterious. The page also includes a section titled, Undressing Mahjong Indestructible Man Peach Blossom Chapter Speaks, which seems to be gameplay advice for Final Romance R. It talks about inchiki items and strategy items, and mentions you get 3 chances to win. There's even a screenshot of the Mahjong gameplay itself. Basically, it's hyping up this undressing Mahjong game with cute anime girls and gameplay tips. This page highlights the SEGA Saturn game, True Pinball,
boasting it as a colorful pinball experience that's coming soon. It emphasizes that this pinball game is a proper import title with 4 distinct tables to keep players engaged for a long time. The page showcases 4 pinball tables. Law and Justice, described as a near-future cyberpunk-style table with cool digital sound effects.
Babe Watch, featuring American cars and pinup-style art, highlighting the lane play and stand-up targets. Extreme Sports, centered around sports with left ramp lanes offering lots of scoring opportunities. And Vikings, the Tales, which recreates Viking adventures with flippers on the left and right and targets near the center, offering chances for multi-ball. There's also a section about a true pinball Ironman competition, where scoring 100 million points could win you 1 million yen. To enter, you needed to submit a video or photo of your high score showing the points clearly, and send it to the specified address. High scores were published online. They mention high scores are used as a reference. They also have tables of high scores from various players, but those are not really important for the general overview here. The game also offers both 2D and 3D modes to play pinball in. This page is all about Lupin III, the master file for the Sega Saturn, described as the ultimate Lupin encyclopedia for die-hard fans. It's packed with pretty much everything a Lupin fan could want. The page highlights several key features. First up is a nostalgic op-ed collection featuring opening and ending animations from the TV series, complete with non-credit versions, and even songs from Part 2 of the anime. Then there is a 238-episode story digest, which sounds incredibly comprehensive, covering all broadcast episodes and theatrical releases. You can even search for story details, guest characters, and staff lists within this section. Another cool feature is Lupin's Hideout Search Mode, where you can find Lupin's locations on a world map, with details about settings, stage locations, and even character profiles related to those places. Finally, they mention character data, which gives you in-depth profiles and movie clips for 6 key characters, presumably Lupin and his gang along with Inspector Zenigata, showing off various weapons and scenes. There's also a mention of a brand new original opening animation created specifically for this game. The reviewer seems very impressed with the depth of content and the attention to detail, pointing out that even the character designs are deliberately different across the various Lupin series and movies, which fans will appreciate. It looks like a real treasure trove for any Lupin III enthusiast. This preview of Gusun Oyoyo S for the Sega Saturn, reviewed with 100% completion, is an action puzzle game with deceptively difficult gameplay. The page focuses on Stage 7, providing a 7-step guide to clearing it, emphasizing strategic planning and exploiting game mechanics. The guide includes visualizing the stage, observing upcoming blocks, utilizing spikes, and using leftover blocks strategically. One-point techniques offer general tips like block manipulation, monster entrapment, block pushing for path creation, the Gusen rush for speed, and a brief period of invincibility. The reviewer, Silver, humorously acknowledges the game's addictiveness. The game releases March 29th. For 6,800 yen, is a 2-player action puzzle game suitable for all ages. This page is showcasing the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Fishing Koshin. It highlights that fishing is a strategic battle against fish, and the game is based on a high school fishing competition. The page boasts a 100% completion rating from the magazine, and mentions it's a fishing simulation game for 1 or 2 players, priced at 6,800 yen. The reviewer comments that even people who haven't fished can easily enjoy it, as long as they grasp the basics. They also mention the deep strategy involved, and how important it is to learn about fish behavior. The manufacturer adds that it's not just about catching fish, but understanding the human element and thinking about the angler's feelings, suggesting it's more than just a game. The page then details the 4 rounds of the game. Round 1 is black bass, fishing in a river or lake, focusing on catching black bass as quickly as possible. Round 2 is Japanese whiting, fishing off the Miura Peninsula, emphasizing following the ship captain's instructions and using bait effectively. Round 3 is parrotfish, fishing at a good fishing spot, where you need to choose your team members strategically to target parrotfish. Round 4 is big game fishing offshore, aiming to catch huge fish over 100 kilograms like marlin and tuna. But you need to be careful of sharks. The page stresses to focus on big catches, and that only fish other than sharks count towards your score. This page is showcasing the launch of the first volume of a new game series called Gameware. The magazine reviewers are very excited, giving it a 100% completion rating and expressing high hopes for this new venture from general entertainment and digital entertainment. The series kicks off with 3 games. First, there's Pepito Boy's Big Adventure, described as a space surfer's big adventure story. It looks like a puzzle game, where you navigate Pepito Boy across planet surfaces, collecting gems and rotating panels to make paths. Next up is Series of Dreams, a heart-pounding adult love story. This one is a text adventure game featuring live-action video clips with real actors, where your dialogue choices shape the romantic story. Finally, there's Ichihan Detective Agency, touted as a direct arcade port. It's a puzzle game where you have to find hidden, U-shaped characters within detailed illustrations, kind of like a Where's Waldo. It supports up to 4 players in arcade mode. It also includes original modes, karaoke, and minigames. The reviewer mentions it's best enjoyed with friends. There's also an information section highlighting Thunder Dragon 2, promising game information, BGM samples, and interviews with the voice actors. They emphasize it's valuable information for fans and collectors. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, World Cup Golf in Hyatt Dorado Beach. It's boasting a 100% completion rating, suggesting it's either finished or highly polished for release. The reviewer's comment talks about how this version of Hyatt Dorado Beach Golf Course is playable at home, emphasizing the realism and the combination of power and technique required to master the game. The page then breaks down the gameplay into sections like tee shot, second shot, approach, and long putt, showing in-game screenshots for each. It highlights the detailed graphics and the different phases of a golf game. Further down, the page explains various in-game icons and functionalities. These include the map and cursor for course overview and shot planning, ball position and pin position for precise aiming, and stance and spin for controlling shot trajectory. It's essentially a guide to help players understand the game's mechanics, emphasizing the simulation aspect and the need to master these controls for successful shots and putting. The page stresses that simply hitting the ball hard isn't enough. You need to understand these features to get the ball in the cup. Horror Tour for SEGA Saturn is nearing release, emphasizing puzzle solving as the core gameplay. The guide encourages independent exploration over relying solely on walkthroughs. A reviewer praises the game's visuals, particularly the rendering of female characters. Early game advice includes, in the 1F church, speak to the old woman for hints and show her books from the study. In the 1F kitchen, examine the table to obtain a ring. On the 2Fs, approach the mural of the female knight to trigger dialogue. Light the brazier in the 2F back room with the eternal candle. Finally, in the 2F sword and shield room, place the true sword in the middle position to reveal a hidden door and obtain the copper skull, a crucial item. This page is a guide titled SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide and seems to be focusing on 2 games. The page highlights SEGA Rally Championship, likely covering time attack strategies, and another game referred to as World Advanced Grand Strategy Operation File, which seems to be related to the Daisenryaku series of strategy games, possibly Advanced Daisenryaku, German Blitzkrieg. The image shows a soldier in winter camouflage near a tank, setting the scene for a strategy or tank combat game, which fits with the Daisenryaku theme. Overall, this page looks like it's providing detailed strategy information for these 2 SEGA Saturn titles. This page is dedicated to achieving the ultimate speed in SEGA Rally Championship, and it boldly declares the Lancia Stratos as the fastest car to use. The article emphasizes a key technique, utilizing the full width of the course. The advice is to aggressively use the entire track width in corners to maintain high speeds, while cautioning against excessive steering input, which can lead to tail slides and loss of time. The core strategy is to enter corners wide, stay wide through the apex, and exit wide, all while applying smooth and minimal steering to maximize tire traction and speed. We also get insights from Nakamura, from CS Development, and a reviewer named Hanebu. They are discussing a time attack contest, and it seems Hanebu is quite a formidable opponent, even for Stratos drivers equipped with Proof 2 controllers. Nakamura highlights the importance of tracking detailed sector times, and suggests that using a racing controller, particularly for its analog input precision, is advantageous. Both agree on the Stratos' potential for speed and its place in top sector play, especially on upper-level courses. Essentially, this page is a mini-guide focused on cornering techniques to achieve top times in SEGA Rally, specifically when driving the Stratos. This page on SEGA Rally Championship strategies focuses on maximizing speed. Key to success is mastering drift angles. Achieving the correct initial drift is vital, as overcorrection leads to significant speed loss. Precise control, particularly achievable with a racing controller, is recommended. The second focus is efficient engine management. Optimal performance, especially with the Lancia Stratos, is achieved by keeping the engine within its power band, 5,500 to 7,500 revolutions per minute, through strategic gear changes. Maximizing traction is also crucial for transferring power to the wheels. The page concludes with a discussion between experienced players about time attacks. They debate control pad versus arcade stick usage, with the Stratos being a favored vehicle for achieving top times. The importance of analog control for precision driving is also discussed. The SEGA Rally Championship Time Attack Contest invites players to submit videos of their best runs by March 31st. Entries are divided into two categories: Normal and Stratos Division, using Celica, Delta, or Stratos, and SEGA Magazine Original Nakamura Cup, Celica, Automatic Transmission, Normal Controller. Both categories compete on desert, forest, mountain, and lakeside courses. Prizes include a trophy, special trainer, signed stickers, and SEGA merchandise. The page displays current standings for each category, listing top times, player names, and car types. Additionally, Nakamura's Time Attack Talk discusses controller preference, noting the validity of using pad controllers, and wondering if anyone can surpass the current top times. The next page dives into World Advanced Daisen Ryaku Operation File, providing strategic insights into the game. It highlights two scenarios: the end of Manchuria from the standard mode, and the greatest tank battle from the Soviet campaign. The Manchuria scenario is set in August 1945, focusing on the Soviet invasion of Manchuria and the desperate situation of the Japanese forces. It mentions that civilian units need to be protected and evacuated in this scenario, making it a bit different from typical wargame objectives. The greatest tank battle scenario emphasizes tank warfare on the Kursk front, with the player commanding Soviet forces against the Germans. It details unit stats and provides tactical advice, such as focusing attacks on the southern German command post and using terrain effectively. The page seems to be giving players in-depth strategy tips for these specific scenarios in Operation File. This strategy guide for World Advanced Daisen Ryaku Operation File details scenarios within a hypothetical campaign. The guide covers maps 9 to 13, each presenting unique challenges. Claw of the Eagle, Map 9, involves a central push while flanking with allies. Grey Empire, Map 10, focuses on air power for an invasion. Yellow Sunset, Map 11, is a homeland invasion emphasizing artillery and air power against strong Rotarian defenses. Eastern Eagle, Map 12, is a narrow map requiring scouting and artillery destruction. King of Grey, Map 13, revisits Grey Empire with tougher defenses, potentially involving bridge destruction. Branching campaign flowchart is hinted at, with scenarios 1 to 13 listed, some with unknown outcomes, suggesting player choices influence the campaign's progression. Dragon Force development details have been revealed, showcasing character designs for Wayne and Terrace, including information on Terrace's floating mantle. 2 music grids are also announced: the original soundtrack, featuring the opening theme, and a Creative World Edition image drama with voice acting. The development team is currently focused on balancing the game and fixing bugs. They are meticulously fine-tuning game parameters, highlighting how small adjustments, like unit placement, can significantly impact gameplay. Efforts are being made to balance the game so that all characters can be used effectively, based on player feedback. The developers are dedicated to creating a great game experience. This page reveals character design details for Mikazuki and Goddess's Austere for Dragon Force. We get to see various sketches and poses of Mikazuki, who they describe as having a cool and refreshing feel with a Japanese style, but also fitting into a fantasy setting. For Goddess's Austere, we see full-body designs, face close-ups, and different angles. There's a section emphasizing the importance of character faces in conveying their personality in the game.
showing different facial expressions and styles they are experimenting with for characters. They mention that facial expressions are crucial for bringing the characters to life, and that they are carefully designing them. In the Panko and Hashi section, they are talking about the upcoming release date of Dragon Force on March 29th, and express excitement after the hard work. They seem to be highlighting character dialogue and personality as key features, emphasizing how they meticulously crafted the character lines to reflect their personalities. They mention focusing on making unique and distinct characters that stand out. They also talk about balancing the gameplay and making sure all characters are viable based on player feedback. One of the developers mentions they are rebalancing the game so you can use your favorite characters effectively. Finally, there's a section inviting readers to submit illustrations and letters, suggesting that fan contributions are welcome. This corner seems to be for reader interaction, seeking feedback and creative submissions related to their games. This page showcases an interview with Ryoichi Kaneko from Red Company, who is described as a key planner there. Kaneko talks about his beginnings in the games industry, starting with game magazines before moving into game development itself. He mentions joining Red Company and finding his stride, especially with the Sakura Wars series, where he really felt he could express his talent. The interview delves into Red Company's game creation philosophy, emphasizing the importance of interesting characters and compelling stories. Kaneko touches on their approach, mentioning titles like Bonk 3, Bonk's Big Adventure, which they refer to as PC Genjin 3, and how they aim to create engaging console games. He highlights that at Red Company, the focus is on crafting unique and appealing characters that drive the narrative, and that they strive to make memorable gaming experiences through strong direction and original planning. Below the interview, there's a section titled Red Okumura's Business Diary, which seems to be a short diary entry from a sales representative named Okumura Keishi. It's a lighthearted piece mentioning the arrival of spring, cherry blossoms, and his business travels to various regions, giving a brief glimpse into his work life in sales at Red Company. This page is all about a comical attack on SEGA headquarters, titled SEGA Saturn Holy Land, Mecha. SEGA Direct Hit. The story begins with a Basin from the magazine receiving a phone call from a SEGA editor, tasked with creating a Saturn feature in just 3 days. The page humorously depicts Abesan and Kami's visit to SEGA. They are portrayed as sneaking into SEGA's development area despite it being off-limits, with dramatic photos of them running through corridors, peeking into rooms, and even hiding. They describe their actions as a forced breakthrough. To get into the development floor, they encountered people in suits and explored different areas, like a meeting room, a cafeteria labeled Coco Corner, which they call Kokoronib, and a room where they overheard heated discussions, which they label AB Heat Song. There's a mention of searching for controller verses, and eventually finding it in a room. The final image shows them dramatically discovered, while playing a karaoke machine, which they describe as karaoke suddenly started. The page concludes with the humorous statement that SEGA's walls were thick, and ends with them being chased out, suggesting a chaotic and funny experience during their unauthorized visit. The page is presented in a very lighthearted and over-the-top manner, emphasizing the fun and energetic atmosphere of the visit to SEGA. This page shines a spotlight on SEGA AM3 research and development and their exciting projects. It's titled SEGA AM3 Research and highlights SEGA AMR and D Department. Number 3. The page focuses on the game Last Bronx, Tokyo Bangaichi, showcasing the nunchaku-wielding characters. They are really emphasizing the realistic depiction of nunchaku movements in the game, claiming to perfectly recreate them. The article features action shots demonstrating the characters' nunchaku attacks in 3 different stances: upper attack, middle attack, and lower attack. You can see sequential images of the character performing each attack. They mention they previously featured characters who used tonfa, but this time it's all about nunchaku masters. The reviewer is impressed with the fluid and realistic motion capture used to bring these complex weapon movements to life in the game, making the action look incredibly authentic. The page also includes some general game screenshots. One looks like a fast-paced racing game, possibly from the same AM3 team, and another seems to be from a fighting game, perhaps to highlight the studio's diverse work. Overall, the page is really hyping up the realistic action and character animations in Last Bronx, particularly the nunchaku fighting style. This article previews Last Bronx, focusing on weapon mechanics and environments. A weapon explanation section details the nunchaku, emphasizing their simple design, offensive and defensive capabilities, and connection to Okinawan Kobudo. The game allows players to use techniques like hitting, sweeping, and trapping. A Shinjuku street scene section showcases a realistic nighttime cityscape, highlighting the game's visual fidelity. The article mentions the game is approximately 20% complete. Last Bronx's expectations here. Highlights the 3D fighting in action, praising the development team. Screenshots indicate the development progress, and the backgrounds are built from real-world location data. The reviewer expresses high anticipation for the final product. This magazine page, part of a Drive Watari lecture series, explores the Virtualoid Feyen, SRV-14A, from Cybertroopers Virtualon. The article, Virtualoid Explanation BO3, details Feyen's specifications, 14.8 meters tall and 6.84 tons. A Virtualon Staff Talk section, labeled EO2, reveals Feyen's development, starting in March 1995, as the 14th Virtualoid design. The design goal was to create a girl robot, emphasizing high mobility, special attack power, and speed. The article includes weapon details, listing beam cannons, sabers, and launchers. The development process, from concept to in-game visuals, is highlighted, emphasizing the team's dedication. The article concludes that the replica is nearly indistinguishable from the original design, accompanied by gameplay screenshots and concept art. This page continues the discussion about Feyen and explores what makes a real robot in the context of Virtualon. The first section, titled Consideration, Feyen as Seen in Modern Real Robots, delves into the question of why Feyen can be considered a real robot within the game. It discusses the concept of realism in robots and compares it to Gundam, exploring what makes a robot feel real in a game context. It touches on the underlying concepts and the essence of humanoid fighting robots.
The second section is Virtualon Reader's Voice, where player feedback is presented. Reader questions cover topics such as the randomness of stage selection in the game, the perceived cuteness of Feyen, and the measurement units used for distances in Virtualon. Readers also contribute ideas for new Virtualoid designs, and there's a general call for reader input for Dr. Watari's lecture series, focusing on computer war machines. There's even a reader sketch of a new VR design named VR3 Dominan. This page showcases two exciting arcade games from SEGA. First up is Gunblade NY Special Air Assault Force. This action-packed game is set in New York and puts you in the shoes of a helicopter gunner tasked with taking down cyborg soldiers. The game is designed to be immersive, with vibrations that sync with the trigger pulls, making you feel like you're really in the action. The graphics look impressive, with dynamic stage transitions being a key feature, and you'll be facing hordes of enemy soldiers that you can blast away with your machine gun. Next, the page highlights Manx TT Superbike Twin. This twin cabinet arcade game is making an appearance at the Tokyo International Exhibition Center as part of a motorcycle show. Players can try out the twin-type cabinet for free, and even compete in a daily tournament for prizes. The event is open to the public from April 5th to 7th, and offers a chance to play this new motorcycle game. The page even includes a section asking, "Everyone has tried Manx?" suggesting it's a must-try experience. The reviewer emphasizes the realistic leaning motion of the bikes and the immersive feeling of playing the game, encouraging everyone to give it a go and see if they get hooked on the addictive gameplay. This page from AM2 Research Express Neo Volume 19 is all about Virtua Fighter 3 and some exciting updates from the recent AOU show. It seems like they're really hyping up the game, focusing on character power-ups and new stages. We get to see Jeffrey McWild and Jackie Bryant featured prominently. It looks like Jeffrey's stage is set on a fiery, isolated island in the south, which sounds pretty intense. The article mentions they're diving deeper into the VF3 demo from the show, and also gives us a first glimpse of Sonic the Fighter's provisional title, which is intriguing. They talk about interviewing the director of AM2, Mr. Suzuki, about the development progress of Virtua Fighter 3. It seems the charm of new characters like El Blaze is a key point, along with power-ups for returning favorites like Jeffrey and Jackie. There's also a checkpoint section comparing stages from Virtua Fighter 2 and Virtua Fighter 3, highlighting the graphical advancements. It emphasizes the detailed backgrounds and environments in VF3, particularly in Jeffrey's stage, with the island and the ocean. The text describes Jeffrey on this stage, surrounded by seagulls and intense heat, showcasing his muscles in the sunset during a fierce battle, definitely showing off the power-up they've given him. They're really emphasizing how much cooler and more stylish the game is becoming. This page continues the Virtua Fighter 3 coverage from the AOU show, and now it's focusing on the reveal of a brand new character, Akoi Umenokoji. It's all about her debut and how she'll bring a fresh style to the game with her Aikijujutsu fighting. The page emphasizes the power of the Model 3 board and the real-time Circa G system to bring these characters to life. There's a section called New Jackie's Evolution, highlighting how Jackie has become even faster and more stylish in Virtua Fighter 3, with new techniques and a cooler look. They're saying he's really embodying the spirit of a fighting genius now. Another section, Stages and Presentation, dives into the stages we can expect to see. They mention Akira's stage, Jeffrey's stage, and even Dural's stage, plus Kagemaru's stage is in there too. They're talking about how the lighting and environmental effects will drastically change the atmosphere of each stage in Virtua Fighter 3, making each fight unique. Finally, there's a message from the AM2 development team, where they talk about how they're creating each stage to reflect the character's personality. They're aiming to make each stage feel distinct and add to the overall drama of the fights. They mentioned considering stage gimmicks and even weather effects to further enhance the experience, aiming for stages that players will really love. This page continues the hype for Virtua Fighter 3, showcasing the game's amazing demo that's grabbing everyone's attention. They're really pushing the power of the hardware, mentioning the PowerPC 603E processor and high-resolution visuals, emphasizing the graphical leap forward. The article dives into the camera work and stage presentation, highlighting how Virtua Fighter 3 is taking things to the next level. They want to create dramatic scenes like in movies, building on the intensity of Virtua Fighter 2. The camera angles and stage designs are all geared towards making each fight more engaging and visually stunning. There's a Q&A section with the developers where they answer questions about Dural. They confirm Dural will be in Virtua Fighter 3, appearing from the floor with liquid metal effects, similar to the Saturn version of Virtua Fighter 2. They also talk about the voice acting, mentioning they chose a voice actress whose voice impressed the sound team and was deemed suitable for a female character aged around 18-20. Finally, they touch on the progress of other characters, stating that while the AOU show demo focused on specific characters, development on all characters is moving forward, with some being almost complete. They mention that the gameplay will be refined based on player feedback from the demo, promising a very polished and enjoyable final product. The next issue will focus on the road to completion for Virtua Fighter 3, so the excitement continues. This page is all about the exciting reveal of Sonic the Fighters. It's announced as a brand new 3D fighting game for Sega arcades, running on the Model 2 board, and promises comical characters in a way never seen before in 3D fighting games. The article highlights key new aspects, like the attention to detail in character animation, the unique barrier defense system, visually expressive damage with rings flying out when hit, and a wide range of attack methods. We get a sneak peek at in-game screenshots, showing off characters like Knuckles, Sonic, Tails, Amy, Fang, and Espio battling it out. The AM2 development team mentions that Fang the Sniper and Espio the Chameleon are the two newly revealed characters, with Fang utilizing moves like the Colossus Crush and Shippo attack, while Espio uses Biaro attacks and Dragon Spin attack. They seem particularly pleased with Fang's cool design. The article also states that character modeling is nearly finished, with 10 characters being showcased at the AOU show. The designer mentions the challenges in bringing Espio's tongue movements to life and expresses satisfaction with Fang's gangster style. Character profiles for Fang and Espio are included, describing Espio as a master of stealth and ninjutsu, and Fang as a showy bounty hunter using tricky gadgets, emphasizing their unique fighting styles. This page is all about Virtua Fighter Kids. It's highlighting the Energen stage, which appears when you have a pain versus pain matchup in the game. It mentions this special stage is based on the Energen sports drink and is designed with a refreshing image. It also mentions that the Java Tea stage, which was shown previously, is still in the game. There's a section focusing on Wolf and Jeffrey as the heavyweight characters in Kids, noting how cute they are in this style, especially their winning poses and expressions. The page emphasizes how adorable all the characters are in Virtua Fighter Kids, even the usually tougher ones. There's a section dedicated to Jeffrey, calling him a gentleman of 39 years old, showcasing his character select poses and in-game expressions. It highlights how his design in Kids is particularly endearing. Finally,
There's a comment from the AM2 development team discussing the improvements they've made to the camera work and how they've focused on making the characters' facial expressions really stand out during matches, especially when landing knockout blows and using special moves. They mention you'll definitely want to pay attention to the faces during Ichiro-style throws. This page dives into Virtua Surf and the Vipers Pepsi Cup event that's about to kick off. It's mentioned that characters from Virtua Fighter Kids, like Pepsi Man, are being used as promotional characters in Virtua Surf, which is quite interesting. There's a Q&A section addressing fan questions. One person is curious about Fighting Vipers prizes, and they're told they're still in production and should be really cool figures. Another question asks about reactions to the Virtua Fighter anime, and the AM2 team are pleased with the positive response. We also see the top 10 rankings for Virtua Surf players in Japan. It looks like players are competing fiercely to get the highest scores. Finally, there's a special AM2 present section where they're giving away prizes. One lucky person can win a Sarah Bryant figure, 3 people can win a Virtua Cop official cap, and 5 people can snag a cool t-shirt. They're also asking for readers to send in letters and postcards, as they are doing a reader submission campaign where you can also win a special t-shirt. This page presents the SEGA Saturn software review section, featuring opinions from 3 groups of reviewers: Lady Users Group, Game Mania Group, and Guest Game Writers. First up is Idol Mahjong Final Romance, which is described as a complete remake of the arcade version. The Lady Users Group gave it an 8 out of 10, praising the improved graphics and considering it a clothing removal game that guys will enjoy. The Game Mania Group scored it a 7, noting the lack of versus mode and expressing disappointment about that. The Guest Game Writers also gave it a 7, commenting on the stress caused by the voice quality and some noise issues.
Next is Doraemon, Nobita and the Revived Stars. This Doraemon game, aimed at younger players, received a 3 out of 10 from all 3 reviewer groups. The Lady Users Group thought it was too buggy and not suitable for children. The Game Mania Group also criticized the bugs and felt the game was incomplete. The Guest Game Writers shared similar sentiments, finding the gameplay stressful due to issues and bugs. Overall, it seems Idol Mahjong Final Romance R was received reasonably well, mainly by the Lady Users Group, while Doraemon, Nobita, and the Revived Stars was universally panned for its apparent lack of polish and numerous bugs. This review section assesses 3 SEGA Saturn games. Fishing Koshin received mixed reviews. Lady users enjoyed its quiz-like gameplay, 5/10. Game Mania found it a solid, fun fishing game, 7/10. And guest writers appreciated its realism, 6/10. Isto e Zico Jico, no soccer, likely Zico soccer, fared poorly. Lady users criticized its lack of purpose and poor presentation, 3/10. Game Mania found the educational aspect outweighed by dated presentation, 5/10. While guest writers considered it database-oriented and unfun, 3/10. The King of Fighters 95 was highly praised. Lady users and Game Mania gave it perfect scores, 10 out of 10, highlighting its perfect Neo Geo port and Saturn-specific additions. Guest writers scored it a 9, citing its faithful arcade reproduction and addictive gameplay. Dragon Force, a strategic simulation RPG, receives praise across the board. Female users appreciate its visuals and ease of leveling, despite long battles, giving it an 8/10. High rollers recommend it for long play sessions, also scoring it an 8. Guest writers hail it as a classic, highlighting the story and battle scenes, awarding it a 9. Victory Goal 96, a handcrafted soccer game, is well received. Female users praise its accessibility, scoring it a 7. Hit rollers highlight its realistic presentation and commentary, giving it a 9. Guest writers note smooth player movements despite slight input delays, scoring it an 8. Horror Tour, however, garners mixed reviews. Female users enjoy the atmosphere but find it more puzzle-like, scoring it a 7. High rollers agree on the lack of scares, also giving it a 7. Guest writers, despite finding it more immersive with headphones, score it a 6.
This page continues with more game reviews.
First up is Angelique Special, a dating sim aimed at female players.
The female reviewer appreciates the focus on guardian deities and finds the visuals appealing,
noting it's easy to level up and enjoyable despite being a simple SLG. Kishrollers also believe it's tailored for women, emphasizing the story over scare factor, and find it good for long play. Guest writers see it as perfect for female users, praising the simple gameplay and Tokimeki Memorial-esque elements, but wish for better animation and voice acting, beyond Super Famicom level. Next is Nobunaga's Ambition returns. Female users find the simple system, graphics, and sound refreshing, recommending it as an entry point to the series. Kishrollers agree it's simple and refreshing, highlighting the polygon graphics as new and good for beginners. However, guest writers are critical, finding it slow and outdated despite being 32-bit. They wanted more visually impressive graphics, feeling it was closer to 8-bit era and lacking polish and CG events. Finally, Gradius Deluxe Pack is reviewed. Female users love the pure enjoyment of the shooting gameplay, even if they are not skilled, and praise the sense of accomplishment. Kishrollers think it's a high-quality port, with excellent BGM and graphics, evoking a nostalgic feeling and a worthwhile purchase. Guest writers specifically highlight Gradius 2, praising the graphics, sound, and voice acting, and seeing it as a standard vertical scrolling shooter, reminding them of Konami's golden age. The next page features more game reviews from different perspectives. First up is Snatcher. The female reviewer enjoyed the cyberpunk world and scenario, finding the command system and gameplay satisfying. High rollers appreciate the game being based on the PC Engine version, noting improvements in graphics and layout, making it feel fresh for newcomers and nostalgic for fans. Guest writers praise the scenario and direction, mentioning improvements to text, sound, and graphics, especially the SD Snatcher ending theme song, calling it the definitive version. Next is World Cup Golf in Hyatt Dorado Beach. Female users found it graphically realistic but hard to play, struggling with the controls. Hard rollers felt the 2D presentation was dated compared to 3D polygon golf games, and found it difficult to grasp the course layout. Guest writers criticized the use of pre-rendered movie sequences for ball tracking, finding it unnatural and wanting a more systemic and engaging presentation for a golf game. Finally, Mahjong Tenshi Angel Lips is reviewed. The female reviewer liked the cute art but found the gameplay system a bit outdated and the opponent AI questionable. High rollers thought it felt like an old-fashioned mahjong game, but still enjoyable for casual players. Guest writers considered it aimed at core mahjong and baseboard collectors, due to the dated presentation, finding it a basic mahjong game, without much polish but potentially appealing to fans for collection purposes. This page features reviews of 3 games from different perspectives. First is Gex. The female reviewer thought it was charming like a pet, with its quirky style and comical movements, enjoying the item collection mechanics, although found it a little challenging. High rollers appreciated the smooth gameplay and graphics, noting its puzzle-like elements, and found it enjoyable. Guest writers, however, felt it was heavily influenced by Super Donkey Kong, criticizing the level design and techno-hard-boiled feel, despite acknowledging some fun aspects. Next up is Defcon 5. The female reviewer was initially puzzled by the control room concept but ended up enjoying the shooting parts. High rollers found it confusing and slow-paced with a poor interface. Guest writers criticized the game's difficulty and complexity, suggesting it was too demanding mentally. Lastly, we have the Rub Rabbits file, also known as Lupin III, the master file. The female reviewer liked the Lupin theme and browsing the data, but felt it was more of a database than a game. Hickrollers enjoyed the Lupin content but wished for more concise information in the database and better menus. A guest writer, identifying as a Lupin fan, appreciated the database format and the inclusion of Lupin theme songs. The next page reviews 3 games with opinions from female users, high rollers, and guest writers. First up is Mahjong Dukyusei Special. The female reviewer enjoyed it more than the arcade version, finding the cute characters charming and generally had a good time. Hirollers were very pleased with the fan service and graphics, considering them good compared to other games. Guest writers thought it was beginner-friendly, praising the music and controls, and found it enjoyable for repeated plays. All reviewers gave it a score of 8 out of 10. Next is Mortal Kombat 2. The female reviewer liked the realistic graphics and gore and found the guard button useful. High rollers felt it was close to the arcade version, emphasizing the gore and strong characters. However, guest writers were critical of the graphics, deeming them inferior to the arcade, and also disliked the sound and slow movement, scoring it lower at 5 out of 10 compared to the others who gave it 7. Finally, there's Revolution X. The female reviewer felt it was a new type of character game and liked the music. High Rollers recognized it as a midway arcade port, but noted the slow Saturn version and problematic cursor control. Guest writers found it hard to control, especially the gun shooting aspect and slow cursor, stating it wasn't good with a gamepad and giving it a low score of 3 out of 10. High Rollers were a bit more lenient at 6, and the female reviewer scored it at 4. This page reviews 3 more games. First up is Cho Aniki, Kyukyoku Muteki Ginga Saikyu Otoko, or Super Big Brother, Ultimate Invincible Galaxy Strongest Man. The female reviewer thought it was silly and interesting with its men's reverse harem theme, though a bit overwhelming and difficult. And trawlers enjoyed the surrealness and graphics, but felt the shooting gameplay was basic and lacked impact. Guest writers felt it focused too much on hype and not enough on substance, criticizing the graphics and story, resulting in middling scores all around. Next is Iron Ball, True Pinball. The female reviewer praised the realistic ball physics, fast pace, and visuals, finding it well made and enjoyable. High Rollers liked the high-resolution graphics, sound, camera angles, and table designs. Guest writers found it a simple but visually pleasing pinball game, though they noted slow scrolling and small flippers, feeling it was somewhat weak as an action title. Again, it received consistent middle-range scores. Finally, there's Nanatsu no Hikan, possibly 7 Mansions. The female reviewer enjoyed its atmospheric, dream mansion-like feel, but with more traditional adventure gameplay. They found the story easy to follow, the gameplay relaxing, and praised the story progression. High Rollers found it nostalgic, like classic adventure games, with good pacing and horror elements. Guest writers thought it was perfect for beginners, with enjoyable and accessible puzzles, and good sound design. This game received higher scores, especially from female and guest reviewers. This page reviews 3 SEGA Saturn games. Sando AAAER, a minigame collection, is praised for its accessible gameplay, original mode, and value, despite potential repetitiveness. Scores averaged around 78. Kion Kion Bunny Premieres, an adventure game, received mixed reviews for its choice-driven story and anime aesthetic, but was deemed simple by some. Scores were lower, averaging 46. Finally, 3x3 Eyes S, a fan-oriented title, impressed with its fast-paced battles, animation, voice work, and high production values, including a bonus CD. It was considered a great value for fans, with scores around 70. The bonus CD features an enjoyable but skippable anime. This page reveals some secret techniques and hidden modes for a few SEGA Saturn games. First up, for Vampire Hunter, which is known internationally as Darkstalkers, The Night Warriors, there's a secret appendix mode. You can access this by going to the option mode and inputting a specific button sequence. Once activated, appendix mode lets you tweak a lot of game settings that aren't normally available, like game speed, round count, background music, background visuals, and even the CPU character's color palette. It also unlocks different game modes: Hunter, Random, and Classic, which is the arcade version's mode. Apparently, you can even customize the background music during character-specific fights in arcade mode, which is pretty cool for fans. Next, for Virtual Racing, which is Daytona USA in English, there's a trick to unlock original courses in arcade mode. To do this, you need to enter YXZ as your name in the Grand Prix name entry screen. Then, when you go back to the mode select screen, press A, B, C, and start all at the same time. This unlocks 7 extra original courses to play in arcade mode, in addition to the usual 3. Finally, still with Daytona USA, there's a night driving mode. To access this, at the mode select screen, you need to press A, X, Y, Z, and start simultaneously. This unlocks the ability to race at night on any of the tracks, offering a different visual experience for the game. This page highlights hidden techniques in various SEGA Saturn games. Machine rotation in Virtual Racing, Daytona USA, lets players rotate their car in practice mode using L&R Tornado Sunshine in Burning Pro Baseball. 95 Doubleheader unlocks a special pitching form by editing a pitcher's data. Sudden Final Stage in Siberia, Deep Fear, allows immediate access to the final stage by entering 777 as the ID and loading a save. Heron Harahara Megumi mode in New Century Evangelion changes the background graphics to special graphics after entering Hayashibara Megumi as the player's name. Stage select in Godzilla Island Earthquake,
Godzilla Generations, opens a stage select screen via a specific button sequence on the title screen. A competition is also announced, encouraging players to submit secret techniques for Sega Saturn, Super 32X, Mega Drive, and Mega CD games for the chance to win prizes. This page is an interview with musician Hirotsugu Hayama, who talks about his new album, Muscle Bat No. 1. He mentions his character being seen as superficial, but his recent thinking has changed. He describes his sound as something that listeners might find comical, but he is serious about creating it. He mentions aiming for a loud, edgy sound that pushes boundaries, creating music with a rough feeling. He sees his music as game music, even calling it King of Game Music. Regarding upcoming live performances, Hayama mentions a live show in Shibuya in May called King of Game Music Kinzoku, with brothers as strong supporters, joking that Mr. Yuri is also coming home. The interviewer then asks about the title, Muscle Bat No. 1, asking what kind of thing it is. Hayama explains that it is aimed at younger listeners, particularly in Japan, and is about inserting mischief into the world. He says he's been entrusted with making this album, which is why he's putting everything into it. He describes the sound as full throttle and noisy. The page also advertises Hayama's new album, Muscle Bat No. 1, noting it's his first album in 3 years and is full sampling. It features 12 tracks, all sampled by Hayama himself, and includes guitar sounds.
The album is described as purely produced by Hayama, creating a spectacular sound.
It's emphasized as essential for fans and beyond. The album release date is April 24th, and the price is 2,800 yen. This page is a reader prize giveaway from SEGA Saturn Magazine. They're giving away a variety of SEGA Saturn goodies to lucky readers. First up, 20 people can win any SEGA Saturn game they desire, as long as they apply by April 12th. There are also 3 copies of Shin Megami Tensei software, up for grabs, provided by Atlas, described as a deep RPG for serious players. 3 people can also win a Bomber Hunter poster, promoting the anime-style action game. For something a bit different, 5 people can win a t-shirt with a magic bubble design, clearly referencing Puzzle Bobble, along with a cassette tape filled with relaxing BGM music. If you're into reading, 3 lucky readers can win the Tokyo Dungeon novel, a comic-style story based on the game. 10 people can get their hands on a Ninjasha poster, and 3 can win a Ninjasha single CD with character designs in the style of Rumiko Takahashi's work, famous for series like Ranma 1/2.
Below the prizes, there's a mention about a new version of the Sega Saturn hitting the market at 20,000 yen, hoping to make the console even more popular. The magazine issue itself is announced to be released on April 12th, with the issue dated April 26th. The page also lists the winners from the previous lottery in the February 23rd issue across various prize categories, and a staff credits section for the magazine.
This text previews a game with a complex narrative, focusing on the relationship between brother and daughter in a town setting. The reviewer questions the brother's awareness, and whether he's being manipulated by the daughter, whose motivations are also scrutinized. The game's story is driven by an unspecified event, and the dynamic between the characters is engaging. The reviewer highlights the contrast between characters Taro Maru and Enkai, adding another layer to the narrative. The review concludes, possibly hinting at a character's fate, or story's end, while acknowledging the potential for Taro Maru and Enkai's story to continue. The use of kuwabara, a Japanese phrase for warding off evil, suggests a sense of finality or foreboding. Illustrations depict a character in ornate armor and another in traditional Japanese garb, possibly representing key figures like Taro Maru and Enkai. This page spotlights the game Taro Maru, Shadows of the Tusk, announced for release in Heisei Year 8, 1996, with the price yet to be determined. The text continues from the previous page, emphasizing the unsettling atmosphere of Edo, Old Tokyo, where strange incidents and monster-like occurrences are becoming commonplace. The story revolves around a beautiful young girl who seems to be pulling strings from the shadows, masking a sinister plot behind a facade of purity. The protagonist, Taro Maru, is described as capable but perhaps oblivious to the manipulations around him, possibly even controlled by this enigmatic girl. The narrative hints at a brother-sister dynamic, although the nature of their relationship remains ambiguous, raising questions about the girl's true intentions and the brother's awareness. The game seems to delve into the darker, supernatural side of Ito, with Terumaru seemingly tasked with confronting these eerie events. The text also mentions characters like Enkai, and hints at themes of curses and warding off evil. The overall tone suggests a suspenseful and mysterious narrative centered around Terumaru's fight against supernatural threats in a stylized, historical setting. This page is all about Panzer Dragoon Zwei for the Sega Saturn. It's advertised as a dramatic shooting game and was slated for release around March 22nd with a price of 5,800 yen. The page features a dynamic image showing a dragon and rider soaring through the skies, likely a key scene from the game. Below the main title, there are smaller screenshots showcasing different gameplay moments. It also mentions that this is from SEGA Saturn Magazine, specifically the April 12th issue from 1996, Volume 6. Towards the bottom right, there's a section promoting a Dondon Itadaki campaign for SEGA Saturn.